Welcome to Elephant Imprints Books. In this captivating book, A Boon of Seven Deadly Sins, The Tale, Part I by Dhairyasheel Laxman Powar, listen to the journey of an orphan boy and sage warrior. In a world veiled by ancient myths and forgotten wisdom, a young orphan's fate intertwines with that of a mysterious warrior. Together, they journey through the shadows of human desire, confronting the seven deadly sins, each not a curse, but a hidden boon. In A Boon of Seven Deadly Sins, The Tale, Part I, experience the awakening of a boy as he learns how pride, greed, envy, lust, gluttony, wrath, and sloth shape his destiny. Guided by philosophical insight, mythic tales, and the warrior's own experiences, he takes his steps toward enlightenment. This is no ordinary coming-of-age story. It is a tale of reaction, resilience, and awakening, a journey into the shadows where every vice holds a secret boon, waiting to be revealed. Chapter 1 The Silent Invitation. The rain fell in relentless sheets, turning the dusty roads into muddy trails. Each droplet struck the earth like the echo of forgotten sorrows, drenching the world in sorrowful rhythm. A young boy, no older than 10, stumbled through the downpour, his thin frame shivering beneath tattered clothes that offered little protection. His bare feet sank into the mud with each step, leaving eating impressions that vanished as quickly as they appeared. He was child, his name whispered by no one, belonging to no one. An orphan since infancy, he had known only the cold embrace of loneliness and the harsh cruelty of a world indifferent to his suffering. His face bore the marks of hardship, a gash over his brow, bruises darkening his cheeks, and eyes sunken with the weight of hunger. Each corner of the city seemed to cast a shadow of disdain upon him. The marketplace, bustling with vibrant life during the day, now loomed oppressive and empty, its once cheerful laughter now moved by the storm. Boy's stomach growled, a constant reminder of his fragility. He pressed on, moving toward the dim glow of distant lights, hoping for a chance encounter with charity or kindness. Memories ooded him, of a home long vanished, of a mother's soft voice that once soothed his fears, of laughter that now felt like a distant echo. But they were gone. Abandoned by fate and society alike, he had learned to survive in silence, relying on instincts sharpened by suffering. Each day was a battle, a struggle to end food, a refuge from cruelty, and answers to questions that haunted him. Where did I come from? Why was I left to wander? He paused beneath a decrepit archway, its stone slick with rain. A soft sob escaped his lips, blending with the rhythmic patter of the storm. As the hours dragged, the city seemed to darken further, the storm intensifying into a tempest of despair. A ash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing for a brief moment the desolate streets and abandoned homes. Boy's gaze fell upon a narrow alley where the remnants of life, broken crates, discarded garments, and the faint scent of decay, stood as silent witnesses to forgotten stories. His fragile hands, calloused from toil and cold, reached out, seeking shelter, sustenance, some sign of hope. But none came. Each door remained shut, each face turned away, as if his existence was an unwelcome blemish upon the world's face. Hours blurred into one another as the rain continued its unyielding descent. At times, the sun peeked through the clouds, offering a false promise of warmth, only to retreat moments later. Boy trudged forward, driven by an unyielding will that neither he nor the world could explain. Memories of harsh words, of blows dealt by those who deemed him lesser, of nights spent shivering beneath the indifferent sky, each wound was a chapter in his silent narrative. I must end something, he whispered, voice trembling, anything to this void. The distant hum of a village, far beyond the city's decaying walls, beckoned him, a faint promise of life. Drawn by this faint light, Boy's steps quickened, though his body screamed in protest. He crossed a narrow bridge over a sluggish stream, its waters muddied by the relentless rain. On the other side, the forest began, a vast expanse of ancient trees, their branches interlaced like the engines of giants, sheltering secrets untold. The air grew cooler, dense with the scent of earth and moss, a sharp contrast to the steaming city behind him. Boy stumbled into the forest's edge, where the shadows deepened and the world seemed to hold its breath. Each tree stood like a silent sentinel, ancient and immovable. His eyes strained to see beyond the darkness, his ears attuned to the whispers of the wind and the distant call of unseen creatures. It was there, amidst the dense foliage and murmuring leaves, that he heard the soft steps of another, a presence deliberate, calm, and profound. The Gur emerged slowly from the shadows, a man, aged yet commanding, his robes owing like liquid night. His eyes, sharp and knowing, seemed to peer directly into Boy's soul. The old warrior regarded the boy without a word. Boy, startled, stepped back, his body tense, but not out of fear, more from a sense of recognition, as if this man was not a stranger but a fragment of his unspoken past. "Who are you?" the boy Nally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The warrior's lips curved into a faint smile. "I am one who seeks to understand the nature of man," he said, his voice deep and resonant, "and perhaps, in turn, to help another understand himself." The boy's eyes, wide with curiosity and a glimmer of hope, met the warrior's steady gaze. "In you," the warrior continued, "I see the hunger not just of the body, but of the soul, a yearning for purpose, for belonging, for understanding." Boy, breathless, did not speak. The warrior extended a hand, not in demand, but in invitation. "Come," he said, "let us walk together." The forest seemed to embrace them as they stepped deeper into its ancient heart, each tree now towering like silent guardians of secrets older than memory itself. Boy's steps were hesitant, each footfall echoing softly against the moss-covered earth. The leaves above, swollen with rain, dripped steadily, forming a gentle rhythm that mingled with their quiet conversation. "I have wandered far, seeking purpose," the boy admitted, his voice barely above a murmur, "but the path has only led me deeper into emptiness." The warrior nodded thoughtfully, his eyes exceeded ahead, yet perceptive of every nuance of the boy's turmoil. "There is a reason you have been led here, boy," the warrior said, "beyond mere chance or misfortune. Fate is not a cruel master, but a teacher cloaked in trials." Boy's gaze occurred, a mixture of skepticism and yearning. "Why me? Why must I suffer?" "Because suffering is the forge of the soul," the warrior replied calmly. "Each wound, each hardship, carves away ignorance, revealing the essence beneath. FL5 the path narrowed, winding between ancient oaks whose gnarled roots broke through the earth like the hands of time itself. The world rejected you, the warrior continued, but that rejection is not a verdict on your worth. It is an opportunity to transcend. Boy swallowed his breath hard, his throat dry, but he pressed forward. As they walked, the light dimmed further, the dense canopy above daring the weak morning sun into muted patches of gold and green. "Tell me," Boy asked, "have you always been so wise, O warrior? Or did you too face such despair?" The warrior smiled, a faint, almost sorrowful expression. "Wisdom is not a gift, but a journey," he said. "There was a time when I too stood at the edge of darkness, overwhelmed by my own failures, tempted by every sin." Boy looked up, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and suspicion. "What did you do?" "I faced them," the warrior answered, "not with strength of arms, but with strength of reaction. I did not deny my AWS, but acknowledged them, allowing understanding to transform them into lessons." The boy's mind struggled to grasp the depth of this concept. How can weakness become strength? By confronting it, the warrior explained, and choosing purpose over indulgence, clarity over illusion. The forest around them seemed to lean in, the ancient trees whispering their silent approval, as though the very earth recognized the importance of this exchange. The soft murmur of a distant waterfall became audible, mingling with the rhythmic cadence of the warrior's voice. "You see, boy," the warrior said, "life's trials are not punishments, but invitations, to see beyond the veil of immediate suffering." Boy's steps slowed, as if absorbing the weight of these words. "But I am alone," he confessed, "no guide, no purpose, only hunger and cold." The warrior's hand rested lightly upon his shoulder, a gesture of solidarity rather than pity. "You are not alone, my child," the warrior replied. "For every step you take in search of truth, I will walk beside you." A soft silence followed, led only by the whisper of wind and the occasional chirp of distant birds. The forest seemed to breathe, a living entity that both cradled and challenged them. "You will learn," the warrior continued, "that purpose is not found in grand declarations, but in small acts of mindful intent." Boy's eyes began to glisten, the storm within him yielding to a fragile hope. The terrain grew uneven, the underbrush thickening as they ventured deeper. Moss clung to the bark of ancient trees, and faint luminescent fungi cast a gentle glow upon the path. "Warrior," Boy asked, "how did you end purpose?" The warrior paused, gaze distant, as though recalling a tale etched in the folds of memory. "My purpose was not handed to me," he said slowly, "but awakened through suffering, reaction, and the relentless search for understanding." He recounted the night he had once stood in the heart of battle, torn by anger and regret, only to realize that true victory lay not in conquest, but in acceptance. "Battle is not merely of steel and blood," he continued, "but of thought and spirit. Each desire, each impulse, is a combatant." Boy listened intently, the words seeping into the deepest recesses of his being. "I want to be strong," he said softly, "to face whatever comes without fear." The warrior's smile deepened, a mixture of pride and solemnity. "That is the RST step, child." As the moonlight dared through the dense canopy, the two seemed to merge with the forest itself, a testament to their unity of purpose. The warrior's pace was steady, measured, each step echoing a quiet determination. Boy, though weary, walked with newfound resolve, his small body imbued with a sense of direction that had eluded him for so long. "Do you believe I can overcome my past?" the boy asked, voice trembling with vulnerability. "I do not believe," the warrior replied, "I know. For belief is fragile, knowledge is built." A soft breeze carried the scent of damp earth and blooming hours, a reminder of life's persistent renewal. "Every wound you carry," the warrior continued, "is a map, a testament to where you've been and a guide to where you must go." The boy's eyes met the warrior's, and in that silent exchange, a seed of trust was planted. As the forest path slowly widened, the silhouette of a modest hut appeared through the mist, nestled beneath a canopy of ancient trees. The structure seemed almost timeless, built from rough-hewn wood and stone, blending harmoniously with the surrounding wilderness. A small plume of smoke rose gently from the chimney, mingling with the faint scent of herbs and burning wood, a welcoming signal in the otherwise desolate forest. The warrior led the way, his steps unhurried, yet purposeful, as if every motion was steeped in agile ritual. Boy's heart raced, uncertainty and hope intertwining in a delicate balance. His gaze wandered over the hut's facade, weathered planks, a sturdy wooden door reinforced with iron bands and small windows covered by woven shutters. "This is where I dwell," the warrior said, his voice steady, resonant with a quiet authority. The door creaked open to reveal a warm interior. The dim light of an oil lamp cast soft shadows across the room. The air was infused with the aroma of dried herbs, sage, rosemary, and something earthier, grounding. The walls were lined with shelves holding ancient scrolls, simple clay pots, and an assortment of tools, each item carefully placed, the mark of deliberate order. In one corner stood a low wooden table, scattered with parchments covered in cryptic symbols, a testament to the warrior's profound knowledge. A small hearth crackled gently, providing warmth against the lingering chill of the forest. The warrior moved with practiced ease, guiding Boy to a sturdy mat placed near the hearth. "Sit, child," he instructed. His voice, though carried a kindness that seemed to melt the boy. The boy obeyed, sinking onto the mat, his body aching from exhaustion and cold. Without haste, the warrior set before him a simple bowl of warm broth, earthy, nourishing, and fragrant with herbs. "Drink," the warrior urged, "it will fortify you." Boy took the bowl with trembling hands, sipping the liquid slowly, feeling the warmth spread through his body like a gentle reassurance. Next, the warrior produced a basin of clear water, its surface shimmering under the light of the lamp. "Wash," the warrior said softly, "let the water cleanse not only your body but the despair you carry." Boy hesitated, unsure if he deserved such care, but the warrior's gaze, and patient, compelled him to move. He immersed his hands into the basin, then his face, allowing the cool water to wash away layers of grime, sweat, and sorrow. The sensation was both foreign and comforting, a small awakening of dignity. Afterward, the warrior offered a folded cloth, simple yet clean, with a subtle texture of woven axe. "Dress," he said, "this will shield you from the cold." Boy complied, the fresh garment settling around him, its softness a sharp contrast to the tattered remnants he had worn. The warrior observed the boy with a quiet intensity, as though measuring not just his form but his spirit. "You are safe here," the warrior Nali said, his voice imbued with gentle conviction. "No longer must you scavenge or hide from the world," he added, "for this is a place of learning, of transformation." Boy's eyes welled with tears, not of shame, but of relief, a release of the burdens that had weighed him down for so long. Why do you help me?" Boy asked, his voice breaking. The warrior's gaze did not waver. "Because you are not different from those I once sought to understand," he replied. "Your pain, your hunger, your questions are the seeds of wisdom." He moved to a low wooden chair and settled into it, a presence of unwavering strength and serenity. The relight danced across his weathered face, marked by lines etched from years of reaction, battle, and solitude. His eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to carry the weight of countless stories, each whispering of lessons learned and paths traversed. "I have walked this path long before you, guided by the same questions that now stir within you." Boy looked up, searching the warrior's face for traces of his own future. "Will I become wise like you?" he asked, hope mingling with doubt. Warrior smiled, but it was not a boastful smile, it was a smile of recognition and encouragement. "Wisdom is not inherited, nor gifted," Warrior said, "but forged through experience, contemplation, and the courage to face one's inner darkness." A gentle silence followed, as the forest seemed to embrace the small hut, offering its ancient wisdom in quiet understanding. For the first time in a long while, Boy felt a fragile sense of belonging, a tentative step toward the life he had always sought. Chapter 2 Wrath, the first demon that visited me, and the last to leave. The Re was always there. Even in the dim lantern light of the warrior's hut, the aim seemed to occur across his eyes. His beard had grown into white rivers that owed down his chest, and his engers trembled as they curled around the wooden staff. He sat cross-legged on the stone oar, his back against a crumbling wall. Outside, the wind moaned like a restless spirit, carrying with it the smell of rain and dust. He whispered, "Wrath, the RST demon that visited me, and the last to leave." The words hung in the silence. His pupils, clouded by age, seemed to blaze when he uttered that word. "I was told," he began, "that anger is poison. Every scripture warns against it. The Buddha called it a burning coal you hold in your hand, thinking to throw it at another. The Bhagavad Gita spoke of Krodha as the root of destruction, born from desire, swelling into fury, and ending in ruin. And yet," his voice broke into a whisper, "without wrath, I would never have walked the path that made me who I am." He closed his eyes. The room seemed to darken further, shadows stretching along the wall. The silence spread into his frail but venerable body. "I have seen wrath take many forms. In the Mahabharata, Bhima's rage split open the earth. In Homer's Iliad, Achilles' fury dragged nations into the abyss. Shiva's third eye opened in wrath, and from it came annihilation, but also renewal." The warrior raised his palm, as if he could still feel that heat smoldering within. "Wrath is the Re. It burns, yes. But Re also cooks the food, warms the body, forges the sword." A younger voice stirred in the dark corner of the chamber. The boy, who had followed him, spoke hesitantly. "Warrior, if wrath is both poison and Re, How did you survive it? How did you keep it from destroying you completely? The warrior smiled, though it was weary and bitter. Did I survive it? I wonder. Look at these scars. He tugged at his sleeve, revealing an arm lined with old burns, cuts, and the deep cracks of battles long lost. Wrath carved me as the sculptor carves stone. It broke me into pieces before showing me what lay hidden beneath. I cannot say I conquered it. No, child, wrath conquered me, again and again. But each time it crushed me, I rose sharper, harder, like steel forged in aim. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. His voice deepened, no longer a mere memory but a sermon to the silent night. Do you know what the sages meant when they said the universe began with not just heat, not just light, wrath. The violent expansion, tearing itself apart to create stars. Creation itself was born of fury. The disciple shivered. He was a curious child, new to the creation surrounding him. The seed of knowing had just started to sprout of him. So, are you saying wrath is divine? The boy asked. Divine? No. But it is a spark of the divine. The same way lightning can split a tree, or ignite the torch that saves a village. Warrior replied. The warrior's gaze drifted into the past, his voice fading into a rasp. Tonight, I begin my tale with wrath, for it was wrath that came to me when I was a boy. I did not know its name then. I only knew the heat in my chest, the trembling in my sts, the blood pounding in my ears. I will tell you how it entered my life, how I struck, how I burned, how I fell. He pressed his palm to his heart. And how, in the end, wrath became my teacher. The lantern aim guttered, casting long shadows across the stone walls. The boy waited, breath held, as the warrior began to peel back the memory. The warrior's eyes dimmed as though the in them sank into the shadows of his past. I was no more than 8 when wrath came to me, he began. My village was small, its houses woven from mud and straw, its temple painted white with lime. Behind my father's hut stretched a grove of mango trees. That grove was the stage where I met my demon. He paused. I was a timid child then, or so they believed. Quiet, withdrawn. My father said my spirit was too soft for the world. My older brothers mocked me, calling me a shadow. But shadows too hold within. The memory sharpened. I saw again the day when a group of boys from the neighboring hamlet cornered me in that grove. They shoved, stole the mango I had plucked, and laughed as I stumbled on the dust. Their leader, a tall boy with a cruel grin, spat on the fruit and ground it into the dirt. He continued with the tale. The bully yelled at me, soft hands should never touch hard fruit. Run home, little ghost. My heart raced, not with fear, but with something hotter. My ears rang, my breath grew sharp. He recalled, it was as if the world itself blurred, leaving only the thrum of blood. My chest was no longer mine, it was a furnace. In that instant, I did not care for reason or consequence. Wrath had taken the reins. The boy lunged. I did not think, I did not plan. I slammed into the bully, teeth bared, sts ying. The others shouted in shock as the quiet child became a storm. The bully's nose broke beneath a single blow. Blood gushed, staining the dirt. They dragged me off him, the warrior whispered, looking at his hands. I was covered in scratches, my lip torn, my knuckles raw. But for the rest time, I saw fear in their eyes. Not of me, but of what had woken inside me. When I returned home, my father struck me for gting. My mother wept, cradling my bloodied hands. But I remembered standing silently, the sting of the slap burning less than the re still alive inside my chest. I had felt power, he admitted. For the rest time, I was not a shadow. I was aim. The warrior's voice deepened as he spoke to disciple. Do you know of Heracles, boy? When heroes led him with fury, he tore through armies as though they were reeds. In Bharat Barsha, we speak of Narasimha, the lion man, who burst forth in divine wrath to tear apart the demon king. Wrath is not alien to gods, it is their weapon. The boy questioned, but, didn't wrath destroy Heracles in the end? Didn't his fury also kill those he loved? The warrior sighed, his face sagging like old parchment. Yes. Wrath is never without cost. That is its paradox, it lifts you, makes you strong, but demands blood in return. Even when you win, you bleed. The chamber fell silent again. The warrior looked down at his scarred knuckles, as though he still saw them bloodied from that rstght. He then continued, with deep voice. That day in the grove taught me two truths. First, that I was not weak. And second, that every time wrath entered me, I would lose a piece of myself, even if I won. The apprentice leaned forward, his young eyes wide. So wrath became your teacher that day? No, warrior said slowly, his voice low and bitter. That day, wrath became my shadow. It would follow me for decades, lurking behind every choice. The lesson came much later, after the shadow nearly devoured me whole. He lifted his gaze, staring into the storm-laden night beyond the cracked window. And that, child, was only the beginning. The warrior's voice grew steadier, though his eyes remained clouded by memory. I was no longer a boy then. The grove was behind me, yet the remained. By the time I reached 17, I had the body of a man, but inside, I carried the same furnace that had lit in childhood. Wrath, untempered, grows with the body that shelters it. The village had changed too. Raids from neighboring clans brought fear. Men carried sticks, some carried blades. Honor was not a word, it was the very thread of survival. The child leaned closer and asked, was it then that wrath returned? Warrior nodding, it never left. It simply waited for another stage. One night at the village gathering, during the harvest festival, wrath found its cue. I stood with my family near the Boon music led the air. But across the aim, I saw the same bully from the grove, now grown into a man. His nose bore the crooked mark of that childhood ght. He continued with the words that had been spoken and events that had happened. Vanka smirked. He insulted me, look who still skulks in shadows, you beat me once, but what are you now, a peasant? The crowd laughed. The words struck like a dagger. The eyes blind, ears became deaf. The words echoed like beating drums and crowd fed on Vanka's words. In that moment, shame wrapped around my throat. It is shame, not rage alone, that feeds wrath. I felt every eye upon me, waiting to see if the aim had died. I could not let it die. I stepped forward and said to Vanka, "If you seek words, I have none. If you seek blood, I have mine." Vanka laughed and tossed aside his cup. He then jumped at me, "Then let us see if your re still burns," he boasted. The duel was not formal. The crowd formed a circle, their cheers igniting the night. Torches occurred as sts met esh. Then he said to the boy who was quietly sitting and listening to him. There was a regret in his voice. "I should have stopped after the RST strike. I should have walked away when he fell to one knee. But wrath does not allow mercy, it demands completion." My STS fell again and again, past the point of reason. The circle blurred, the re roared louder, and when I nearly stopped, he lay broken. Vanka gasped for breath, ribs shattered, blood pouring from his mouth. The laughter of the crowd had turned to silence. The consequence the warrior continued with the memory. The silence was worse than the cheers. The rival's father rushed forward, crying out. The village elders pulled me away. My father's face was pale with fury. My father said with rage, "Have you learned nothing? You are not aim, you are wild re." My mother weeping and touching my face said, "This path will destroy you," but in my chest, I felt the same heat I had felt as a child. And beneath it, a whisper of triumph. Looking at the boy, the warrior said to him, "I had won." But what is victory when the village looks at you not as kin, but as danger? From that night, I was no longer the boy in the shadows, I was the beast they feared. Wrath had given me strength, but it began to take my place among men. The warrior leaned back, his gaze drifting far away. "Do you know of Achilles, boy?" The rage of Achilles burned so brightly that it toppled kings and warriors alike. Yet, in his fury, he dragged Hector's body behind his chariot for days. Victory turned to cruelty. Wrath never stops at justice, it devours until nothing remains but ashes. The boy swallowed, his young voice soft. "But, without wrath, would you have survived those years?" The warrior closed his eyes and replied, "Without wrath, I might have been crushed. With wrath, I became untouchable. But survival bought with re is never free. It is only a loan, and the debt will be collected." This was the second stage. Wrath gave me power. But it also gave me enemies, fear, and exile. The storm outside rumbled, as though agreeing with the tale. The warrior's voice deepened, like the rolling of distant thunder. Warrior continued. "They cast me out. Not forever, but for years enough to cool the re, or so they believed. My mother wept as I left, but my father only said, 'Better you burn alone than set the village aim.' I walked for days across hills and barren elds. Nights were long, with only the company of stars. Hunger gnawed, but deeper than hunger was the restless re that refused to die. In exile, wrath is not lessened, it is sharpened. Alone, every rustle became a threat, every shadow a foe. Wrath made me sleepless, and sleeplessness made me dangerous. One day, I wandered into a skirmish between warring clans. The air was thick with dust, the ground scattered with weapons. A wounded man, barely breathing, reached out to me. He said to me, "Boy, if you hold strength, take my sword. Do not let them desecrate us." I took the sword. My heart trembled not with fear, but with hunger. When I swung that blade, wrath sang. Every strike felt like thunder leaving my arms. Blood sprayed, and the faces of enemies blurred into one great shadow. I did not GHT for a cause, I fought to release the storm inside me. When the dust cleared, I stood among the fallen. The survivors of that clan looked at me not with scorn, but with awe. Then warrior recalled how he was cheered and celebrated for his valor. The clan chief with awe asked the gathered crowd, "Who is this youth, whose rage strikes like Indra's bolt?" And I became their warrior, their storm. In battle after battle, my fury led them to victory. Men followed me into hopeless GHTS, believing my re would consume the foe before it consumed them. Warrior continued, "Wrath is seductive, boy. For the RST time, I was not feared, I was revered." They sang of my ferocity. They compared me to Rudra, the storm god, whose wrath could shatter mountains. But the cost grew. Each GHT demanded more rage, and rage never comes without toll. I began to see the eyes of the fallen in my sleep. Sometimes they were enemies. Sometimes they looked like kin. After a great battle, the clan held a feast in my honor. Drums beat, residential blazed, and wine owed. Warriors toasted me, calling me their savior. But amid the cheers, I felt hollow. Warrior narrating to boy, they called me hero, yet I felt no joy. I had victories, but no peace. Wrath gives triumph, but it steals meaning. A young woman, daughter of the clan chief, approached me. She said, "You carry Re in your eyes." But Re, unchecked, burns the house as well as the enemy. Her words lingered. But wrath laughed inside me, louder than her warning. The warrior's eyes glimmered with both pride and sorrow. He recalled to the boy, "In those days, I thought myself like Arjuna, wielding wrath to protect the helpless. But in truth, I was closer to Bhima at Kurukshetra, bound not by duty, but by chains of my own fury." Arjuna's wrath was guided by Krishna, mine was guided by no god, only the storm within. He clenched his hand as though still holding the sword. Wrath had lifted me from exile, made me warrior, made me leader. Yet even then, I began to see, what is built on fury will one day be destroyed by it. That was the third stage, child. Wrath as a weapon. And every weapon hungers to turn against the one who wields it. The storm outside cracked with lightning, as if the heavens themselves read his words. The young woman who spoke to me, the chief's daughter, was named Amara. Her voice was like cool water, her gaze steady, unafraid of the storm in me. She said, "You GHT like Rudra, but you will end like him too, wandering, feared, and alone. Is that your wish?" For the rst time in years, the I felt words pierce deeper than any blade. Warrior continued, her hand on my arm was lighter than air, yet it held me remoter than chains. That night, for the rst time, I questioned if wrath was all I was meant to be. Days turned into weeks. She tended my wounds after battle, brought me food when I forgot to eat, spoke to me when others only praised or feared. You are strong, but your strength will mean nothing if you cannot protect those you love. One day, rage will strike not just enemies, but kin. I replied, Amara, I do not know how to be without it. Wrath has carried me through exile, through war, through every moment since my boyhood. Amara, smiling faintly, said, then let me teach you another re, the re of stillness. Even Agni warms as well as destroys. One evening, under a sky painted red by sunset, she sat beside me. He continued. Amara asked, do you know the story of Parvati and Shiva? I know him as Rudra, the destroyer. I said. She spoke, correcting me, yes, but even he, in his fury, was calmed by her devotion. She turned his wrath into dance, his storms into creation. If Rudra himself could be stilled, why not you? Her words stirred something I had never known, longing. Not for battle, not for victory, but for stillness in her gaze. Warrior continued, telling the boy, for one breath, wrath slept. In that silence, I tasted peace. And peace, frightened me more than war. Wrath-tested peace, however, is fragile. Not long after, raiders struck the clan at night. Flames rose, steel clashed, screams led the air. I, blade in hand, felt wrath surge back. But then I saw Amara, shielding children, her eyes wide, not with fear of enemies, but of me. Amara pleaded, do not lose yourself. Protect them, not destroy. I fought, and won, but in the frenzy my blows struck with such fury that even my own men recoiled. When dawn came, the clan whispered not only of victory, but of terror. After the battle, Amara confronted me. You speak of love, but your love is chained to wrath. One day, you will choose, and I pray you choose before wrath chooses for you. Her tears fell like rain, and for the rst time, the I felt shame, not triumph. He said to boy with damp eyes. Warrior continued. That was the fourth stage of wrath, child, when love itself becomes a battle eld. Wrath does not surrender to peace, it demands peace surrender to it. And I was too weak to see which re would consume me. He fell silent, and the storm outside echoed with a long, low rumble. After the raid, the air in the clan shifted. Men who once cheered my victories now avoided my gaze. Mothers pulled children aside when my shadow passed. Warrior continued to boy, whispers are louder than drums. They said, he saved us, but at what cost? He is more demon than man. And though Amara defended me, even she could not silence their fear. That night, I overheard elders debating. One of them said, his wrath makes him invincible, yes, but invincible to us as well. One day, it will turn inward. He is the spear we wield, but spears break the hand that grips too tightly. Amara found me sharpening my blade, relight dancing on steel. She confronted me, "Do you not see what they fear? It is not your strength, it is your blindness. You get like a storm, but storms do not choose what they destroy." I replied, "And what would you have me be, Amara? A lamb for slaughter? My wrath is the only truth left to me." Amara, almost breaking, she said, "Then one day, that truth will bury us both." Her words cut deeper than any sword. For the rest time, I feared not my enemies, but myself. The warrior confessed to the boy. The boy now was deeply engrossed in the warrior's tale. He then continued, "A sacred festival came, a night of dance, and offering to Agni. Drums thundered, aims roared, laughter rang. But amid celebration, a clansman mocked me. 'Tell us, wrath-born one, when will you burn us as you burn the foe?' 'Perhaps tonight, et.' Laughter followed, sharp as blades. My hands trembled. Amara's eyes begged restraint. But wrath was faster than love. In a ash, my blade was at the rival's throat. Silence fell. The rival trembled, blood trickling from a shallow cut. Warrior then recalled how the events unfolded. "Mock me again, and I will carve silence into your bones." The clansman lunged in drunken pride, and in the clash that followed, my blade struck deep, not into enemy ash, but into kin. The man fell lifeless, crimson staining festival res. Gasps, screams, then silence. The clan elder shouted, "You have slain your brother. Not foe, but family." The warrior looked into boy and said, "That moment was the stage of wrath, when rage ceases to strike outward, and instead strikes home. I had fought 1,000 battles and lost none, but in one heartbeat, I lost my clan, my honor, and the woman who loved me." The elders gathered at dawn. Judgment was swift. They said to me, "You are untamed. Fire warms, but it also consumes. Leave now, or burn all we hold dear." Amara stood silent, tears veiling her face. When I tried to approach, she stepped back. She said softly, "I prayed you would master wrath. But you chose to let wrath master you. Go, before I too am ash in your storm." Withdrew warrior said to boy, and so, wrath gave me exile once more. Not from a kingdom, nor from glory, but from love. That wound, cut deeper than any exile before. The wilderness of exile banished from clan and kin, I wandered the forest's nights echoed with jackals, days with thirst. Yet louder than hunger was the roar of wrath still burning within. Man can survive without food, without water, even without love, but can he survive without purpose? My wrath demanded an enemy, and when men were gone, I lifted my eyes to the sky. I stared at the sun, at the stars, at the gods who seemed to laugh above. I shouted at the heavens, "Was I made your pawn, cursed to burn all I touch? If so, then curse you, gods. I will not kneel." That night, thunder rolled. Rain lashed the earth as though the heavens answered. In my rage, I stood bare-chested under lightning, arms wide. If Indra rules the storm, then let him strike me down. If Shiva holds the dance of destruction, let him face my fury. A bolt of lightning crashed a few steps away, scorching earth. Instead of fear, I laughed, mad, and. Do you see, boy? Wrath makes men gods, for only a god laughs at thunder. The warrior voiced to boy who was sitting and holding his face in between his palms. He was listening to warrior with no thought in mind, only he could hear was the warrior's voice and felt as if he was witnessing the tale himself. The warrior continued. At dawn, a sage appeared, clad in rags, eyes glowing with quiet re. Foolish child! You think to battle the gods? Wrath blinds you, makes ants dream they are lions. I replied, better a lion for a heartbeat than an ant for eternity. Sage cleared lions die young. Ants build kingdoms that outlast storms. Filled with wrath I said, then watch, sage, as this lion claws at heaven itself. The sage, unmoved, told a tale. Prometheus stole re from the gods for men. For his wrath against tyranny, he was bound to rock, his liver torn daily by eagle's beak. Yet mankind thrived on his gift. Tell me, warrior, will your wrath serve others, or only destroy? The question silenced me. For the rst time, wrath felt less like more like chains. He confessed to boy. Warrior continued narrating, I saw then, that wrath is double-faced, one side, rebellion that births for the world, the other, rebellion that devours its bearer. Still, and spoiled. I carved into stone with my blade, if gods rule the sky, then let men rule the earth with fury. The sage shook his head. You will learn, child. Wrath against men breaks bones. Wrath against gods breaks the soul. And he disappeared, leaving questions unanswered. The thunder struck at a distance, lightening the sky with bright light, and the hut illuminated for a moment. Warrior continued narrating, and so began the sixth stage of wrath, when anger dares rise against the heavens. Few men walk that path. Fewer return. Days bled into weeks. Alone in the wilderness, I struck trees until my knuckles split, hurled stones into rivers until my shoulders tore, screamed at shadows until my throat bled. Wrath, boy, is an aim that feeds on itself. When there are no enemies left outside, it turns inward, devouring the vessel that holds it. He recalled. I began to hear voices, my father, my slain foes, the gods I had cursed, laughing in the night. Laugh, laugh while you can. For I am still burning. One night, in delirium, a vision came. A towering goddess, clad in black, tongue red with blood, Kali herself. The warrior continued. Kali voice like thunder spoke to me, child of anger, you carry my shadow. Wrath is creation and destruction both. When my fury danced, time itself trembled. But remember, my dance is not endless. When the burns too long, even the cosmos turns to ash. My body trembled and I knelt before the goddess. I prayed, then what am I, mother? A dancer, or only the ash? She vanished, leaving silence, leaving me to wonder if it was vision or madness. The crack of realization, the sage returned, quietly. I was broken, with no clue of reality and answers for my wrath. He continued telling the boy his exchange with the sage. Sage asked, tell me, did your wrath bring peace? It brought silence. but silence feels like death. I confessed because wrath can silence the world, but it cannot silence the self. The true battle lies within. The sage spoke. I looked at my hands, scarred, trembling. I looked at the river, reacting my weathered face, and said, is this what the gods intended? To let me burn until nothing remains but smoke. The sage placed a hand on my shoulder. Not nothing. Ash is also fertile soil. If you let it, wrath can end not as destruction, but as ground for rebirth. For the rest time, I lowered my eyes, not in submission, but in weariness. At last, exhaustion overtook me. I lay upon the earth, eyes to the sky. Then addressing the boy warrior said, in youth, wrath made me erse. In battle, wrath made me feared. Against gods, wrath made me proud. But alone, wrath made me hollow. Wrath gave me strength, then stripped it away. It made me a beast, then showed me the beast's cage. And in the end, boy, I learned, wrath is no enemy, it is a teacher. A cruel teacher, but one that drives us to face what lies beneath the aim. If wrath is a re, then I am the smoke. Rising, fading. The boy had been silent through the telling, for never before had he met a man like this, one whose life was both triumph and tragedy woven together by the same thread. Each word etched itself into his young heart like scripture. To him, the small hut was no hut at all, but a great hall of wisdom, the scarred warrior no outcast, but a master, a dean presiding over an unseen university of life. As the darkness of the night started to wrap around like a blanket, the boy's eyes had started to loosen the grip on the night itself, not because to the tale but because of the sense of safety he felt around his new master. The boy without any thoughts drifted into sleep with a smile and hope reacting on his face. The warrior watched the child's breathing slow, his chest rising and falling with the ease of innocence. A faint smile touched his own weathered face. He did not speak to the boy, but to himself, in a voice the night alone heard, the gods' plan. After 3 envy when fire dies, it leaves ash. And ash, though quiet, whispers of what others still have while you have lost. That whisper is called envy. Envy sings the re in the cave breathed like a living creature, every crackle of the burning wood sounding like a whisper of forgotten times. The aims licked upward, orange and gold, painting the old warrior's face with light and shadow, the way memory paints a man's life with triumph and regret. The night outside pressed close, silent but for the chirping of crickets. The warrior sat with his back as straight as an oak, though his bones had long begun to stiffen with the weight of age. His beard was streaked with silver, his scars deep as rivers carved upon weathered land. His disciple sat before him, legs folded neatly, hands resting on his knees, eyes full of restless wonder. He was young, too young to know the full weight of sin, too eager to imagine that wisdom came quickly to those who asked. The boy leaned forward, his voice breaking the silence. Master, tonight you promised. Tonight you will tell me of the sins. You said each sin is a shadow that follows men, no matter how far they travel. I wish to know them, so that I may be free of them. Will you begin? The warrior's gaze rested on the as if the aims themselves were asking him to speak. His voice, when it came, was heavy, yet deliberate, like a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. Yes, boy. Tonight, I will speak of envy. Of all the sins, envy is perhaps the quietest, but it is also the most poisonous. Wrath burns hot and is seen by all. Greed shouts loudly in the marketplace. Lust reveals itself in fevered eyes. But envy creeps unseen, settling in the marrow of men, whispering doubts and comparisons until the strongest heart is weakened. The disciple tilted his head, brow furrowing. Envy, Master. I thought envy belonged to merchants who count their neighbor's gold, or kings who desire other kingdoms. How could such a small thing touch a warrior such as you, who has lived with honor and fought without fear? The warrior's lips curled into a shadow of a smile, though it carried no joy. That is the arrogance of youth, boy. You think that battles are fought only with steel and but the deadliest battles are waged in silence, inside the heart. And I, though I stood against armies, was once undone by envy. I envied not a king, not a treasure, not even another's skill with the blade. No, I envied something softer, more fragile, yet more powerful than any weapon. The disciple's eyes widened, his curiosity sharpened. What was it, Master? Tell me. What could wound you so deeply? The warrior's gaze grew distant, as though memory was dragging him back into another life. His voice softened, not with weakness but with an old ache. I envied a song. The disciple blinked, startled. He repeated the word as though it made no sense. A song. You, who carried steel against spears, envied music? How could melody defeat the sword? The warrior gave a long sigh, his chest rising and falling as though he carried not air but burdens. Because, boy, the sword commands respect, but song commands love. And it is not respect alone that men crave, it is remembrance. I bled for my people, and they thanked me, yes. But when the boy with the lute strummed his strings, their eyes glowed brighter for him than they ever had for me. That is the power of envy, it convinces you that all you have done is dust when another shines more brightly in the moment. The disciple's face clouded with confusion. But surely they still honored you. Surely they remembered the battles you fought, the enemies you slew. The warrior shook his head slowly. His hand trembled slightly as he reached for a stick to prod the sending sparks dancing upward like eating stars. Honor fades quickly, boy. A man's sacrifice is like a feast, it satisfies in the moment, but hunger soon returns. The people honored me yesterday, but today their hearts hungered for something else, something softer. The boy's song gave them comfort, laughter, and sometimes tears. His melody warmed them in ways my sword never could. And so, I envied him. Not for his wealth or strength, but for the way his spirit touched their souls while mine only shielded their bodies. The disciple frowned deeply, struggling to grasp the weight of such thoughts. Master, was it wrong to feel such envy? If even gods are said to be jealous, if even kings guard their glory with suspicion, is not envy natural? The warrior's eyes echoed like the relight, his expression dark yet contemplative. Natural, yes. But dangerous, too. Envy is a seed that can grow into thorns which pierce the heart. Did not Indra, king of the gods, grow envious of sages whose penance rivaled his throne? Did he not hurl storms and temptresses to break them? Did not Hera, queen of Olympus, pursue mortal women with wrathful envy? And even in the Western stories, did not Cain strike his brother Abel when his offering was less favored? Envy is as ancient as creation itself. It is written in the blood of gods and men alike. The disciple sat silent for a moment, his young face troubled by the enormity of what he had heard. Then, hesitantly, he asked, "And you, Master, what did envy make you do?" The warrior did not answer at once. He gazed into the aims, his silence stretching long, heavy, as though every moment carried the weight of his unspoken memory. Finally, his voice came low, almost a growl. "Envy made me question who I was. It made me forget the worth of my scars. It made me imagine, if only for a heartbeat, destroying the boy's lute and silencing his song forever. That, child, is the serpent's bite. It makes you believe the world would shine brighter if only another's light were extinguished." The disciple shivered slightly, for though the reed burned hot, the warrior's words chilled the air between them. He sat motionless, his young hands tightening upon his knees, as if to steady himself against the storm of his master's confession. The relighting cave danced upon his face, echoing between innocence and dawning understanding. He had thought envy was a small matter, a whisper in the marketplace between traders, but now, his master speak of silencing another man's song, he realized envy was a shadow that could lead even the strongest warrior toward ruin. "Master, did you truly wish to destroy the boy's lute? To silence his music? Was the envy so strong?" The warrior's eyes narrowed, but not with anger, rather with memory, sharp and unrelenting. He nodded once, slowly, his voice grave. "Yes, boy. I will not hide it." In that moment, my hands itched for the weight of my sword. A sword that had slain men could have easily crushed fragile wood and silenced fragile strings. And in that silence, perhaps I would have felt powerful again. But the thought itself frightened me, for it revealed how close envy lies to wrath. One breath apart. One heartbeat away. He leaned back, shadows stretching across his scarred face, and his eyes lifted to the ceiling where smoke curled like restless spirits. I remembered then the tale of Duryodhana. "Do you know it?" The disciple nodded quickly, eager to prove his knowledge. "Yes, master. Duryodhana, who could not bear to see the Pandavas prosper. His envy poisoned his every thought. He saw their palace of crystal and light, and he burned with desire and hatred, unable to rejoice in another's fortune. His envy dragged kingdoms into war." The warrior's lips curved, not in a smile but in grim approval. "Good. You know the tale. That is envy, boy. It is not merely wanting what another has, it is wishing they did not have it at all. Duryodhana could not drink water without tasting bitterness, for the Pandavas drank as well. He could not sleep without dreaming of their ruin. Envy blinded him, and through him, envy bled into the veins of an entire land, until the elds themselves drank blood." The disciple lowered his gaze, troubled. "So even kings fall to envy. Even warriors, even brothers." Then how can a man escape it, Master? How can he live without measuring himself against another? The warrior's eyes gleamed in the relight, their depth holding both sorrow and wisdom. He answered slowly, as if weighing each word. A man cannot always escape envy. But he can learn to see it. Envy hides in shadows, but when you call it by its name, when you confess its presence, it loses some of its poison. The danger lies not in envy's birth, but in its silence. Those who deny it are those it consumes. He paused, and the crackle of reled the stillness. Then his tone grew sharper, piercing the disciple's heart like an arrow. Tell me, boy, have you ever envied? The disciple blinked, startled, his cheeks ushing with the suddenness of the question. He hesitated, then bowed his head. Yes, Master. I have envied my friend. He was quicker with words, and the elders praised his tongue while mine stumbled. When I saw their eyes brighten for him, I felt a heat within me. I wished, for a moment, that his voice would falter, that he would lose the gift of speech, and I would be the one praised. The warrior studied him with an unblinking gaze, and though the boy trembled, he felt strangely relieved, as if speaking envy aloud was like releasing a stone he had carried in secret. Good. You have confessed. Do not hide envy, boy. It is better spoken than buried, for buried envy grows roots. Do you know the story of Hera? The disciple shook his head, curiosity reawakening. No, Master. Tell me. The warrior's voice dropped, led with the weight of old myth. Hera, queen of Olympus, envied the mortal women loved by Zeus. Her envy was not the envy of gold or kingdom, but of attention. She turned her envy into vengeance, hounding those women and their children with cruelty. The envy of a goddess scarred the lives of mortals. Remember this, boy, envy does not remain where it begins. It spreads, it burns, it corrupts. Your envy of your friend's voice, left unchecked, could one day become a wish for his silence, then perhaps even a hand upon his throat. The disciple shuddered, imagining his envy carried to such monstrous extremes. He looked at his master, eyes wide. And you, Master? Did you let envy grow so deep? Did it make you wish for the boy's ruin, not only his silence? The warrior's gaze drifted once more into the aims, his silence heavier than words. When he spoke, his tone was low, confessional, carrying both shame and ans. Yes. For a time, I wished not only for his song to end, but for him to vanish, so that the people's eyes might return to me. And in that wish, I saw my own reaction twisted, monstrous. That is envy, child, it makes you see not who you are, but who you might become if you surrender to it. The disciple whispered softly, almost to himself. Then envy is a mirror, but one that shows only shadows. The warrior nodded, his eyes glinting with grim approval. Yes. And shadows grow longer in the fading light. That is why I tell you this tale, so you may recognize envy's shadow before it consumes your path. The reed crackled, sending sparks upward, as if the aims themselves bore witness to the sins men dared not speak aloud. The disciple's eyes echoed between awe and unease. His master's words seemed to stretch the walls of the cave as though the Re itself had grown larger, hotter, almost sacred. For the rest time, he felt that envy was not some petty sin to be dismissed, but a beast crouching within every man, silent until provoked. The warrior's gaze had not moved from the aims. His silence was heavy, deliberate, as though he were letting the boy feel the weight of envy before naming it again. At last, the disciple spoke, voice hesitant but insistent. "Master, if envy is so dangerous, why did the sages of old not name it as a force to be destroyed? Why is it not cast out from the soul as poison is drawn from the body? Why do even the gods not escape it?" The warrior's lips curved in a grim expression, something between amusement and sorrow. "Because, boy, envy is not only poison. It is also a teacher." The sages knew this. They saw that to live is to compare, and to compare is to invite envy. You may try to deny it, but the heart measures itself against others in silence, always. A seed of envy lies even in love, when you fear another may take what you cherish. A seed of envy lies even in prayer, when you ask the gods why another prospers while you struggle. The sages called envy a path of shadows, but a path that, if walked carefully, can lead to wisdom. The disciple frowned deeply, his young forehead furrowed like plowed earth. "But how, Master? How can something so poisonous lead to wisdom?" The warrior leaned forward, his voice gaining the weight of memory. "Because envy forces a man to look at himself. It strips away the illusions of contentment. When I envied the boy's song, I asked myself, why? Was my sword not enough? Was my honor not sufficient? Envy showed me the truth. I desired not only respect but love. And it is better to face one's hunger than to deny it exists. Even poison, when understood, may become medicine." The disciples' eyes widened, hope echoing within them. So envy is not always to be cursed. It can reveal to us what we most desire. The warrior nodded slowly, but his eyes darkened again. "Yes, but beware. The revelation comes with If you are strong, envy can show you the emptiness within and drive you to it with true purpose. If you are weak, envy consumes you, and you seek only to destroy what another has. That is the crossroad every man faces when envy takes root." He replied. The disciple chewed his lip, his young mind wrestling with the weight of the teaching. His voice softened, almost a whisper. "And which road did you take, Master?" The warrior's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as though gazing into a battle-eld only he could see. He spoke slowly, the words heavy with confession. "At Rst, I chose the darker path. My envy of the boy's song gnawed at me until I could hardly endure his laughter. When he strummed his lute, it felt like mockery. When the people clapped their hands, it sounded like thunder against my heart. I hated the sound, though I did not admit it aloud. I told myself I was a warrior, that such things were beneath me, but my heart was lying. I envied his gift, and in that envy, I wished for his silence." The disciple's breath caught. He leaned forward, unable to stop himself, asked, "Did you harm him, Master? Did you strike him down?" The warrior shook his head slowly, his gaze never leaving the "No, I held back my hand. But in my mind, boy, I struck him 1,000 times. And is that so different? A blade cuts the body once, but envy cuts the soul again and again. I was bleeding inside, though no one could see it. The disciple lowered his gaze, his small hands curling into sts upon his knees. He whispered, "Then envy makes every man both victim and executioner." The warrior's eyes occurred, and for a rare moment, pride softened his expression. "Well spoken, boy. You are beginning to see. Yes, envy is a double-edged sword. It wounds both the envied and the one who envies. One man's gift becomes another man's torment, and so both suffer." For a long moment, the only sound was the re's steady crackle. Then the disciple lifted his head again, eyes sharp with a new question. "But Master, if envy can become wisdom, then surely some great soul has walked that path? Tell me, is there one among gods or men who turned envy into strength, rather than ruin?" The warrior's eyes gleamed, as though the disciple had newly asked the question he was waiting for. His voice deepened, rich with myth. "Yes. There are such tales. Shiva, when the poison of the cosmos arose from the churning ocean, did not cast it away. He drank it, holding it in his throat, and thus became Nikantha, the blue-throated one. Envy, too, is such a poison. A lesser god might have destroyed the world in wrath. But Shiva bore the poison within, transforming it into strength. This is what a true warrior must do, drink the venom of envy, but let it remain in the throat, never in the heart." The disciple's breath quickened, his young eyes alight with awe. "So you are saying, Master, that envy can be endured, not denied? That one can carry it without being destroyed?" The warrior nodded, his gaze steady and earnest. "Yes. Endured, faced, and transformed. That is the task of those who walk the warrior's path. For every man will know envy, but not every man will master it." The disciple bowed his head, as though the weight of the lesson pressed upon his shoulders. Yet in that bow, there was also reverence, for he knew he was being entrusted with truths that few men dared to hear. By envy whispers, the re's glow seemed to pulse stronger as if it approved of the truths spoken. Shadows danced across the cave's walls, resembling ancient warriors, sages, and unseen demons, all caught in a silent drama. The disciple's heart thudded, not from fear but from anticipation. He felt that every word uttered was chiseling away his ignorance, shaping him into something greater. The warrior newly broke the silence, his tone lower, as though speaking not only to the boy but to the shadows themselves. "Envy, boy, is not always loud. Sometimes it is a whisper, soft as the breath of a serpent. It can crawl into friendships, into brotherhood, even into love. It does not always strike in the open. Often, it festers in silence until one day, it consumes all." The boy shifted uneasily. His youthful mind searched for certainty. "Did this happen to you, Master? Did envy poison even your friendships?" he asked hesitantly. The warrior's eyes grew distant, clouded with memory. "Yes. There was one, my brother in arms, Arvas. We fought side by side in many battles. His shield guarded my back, and my sword guarded his. We shared bread, wine, and laughter around countless rests. To the world, we were as twins of the battle eld. Yet, envy found a crack even in that bond. The disciple leaned forward, eager, his small hands tightening over face. But why, Master? What could envy seek between warriors bound in loyalty? The warrior exhaled slowly, as though releasing smoke from wounds long buried. Because Arvas was more loved than I. He was not the stronger, nor the sharper in blade. Yet men looked at him and saw light. When he spoke, even the weary smiled. Women cast their eyes on him with warmth. And though he was no poet, his words carried a charm mine never held. In battle, I was feared. But Arvas, he was adored. And the heart envies what it cannot command. The disciple's brows drew tight, his voice almost sharp. But Master, you had valor, honor, victories. Why should you envy charm when you possessed glory? The warrior's lips tightened into a grim line. Because men are not iron, boy. Even the strongest longs for warmth. Glory may command respect, but love commands the soul. And so I envied him. Not for his sword, but for his smile. The disciple looked down, chewing his lip, sensing a truth too raw to dismiss. He whispered, "Did you hate him then?" The warrior paused, his face carved in shadow. His answer came like a blade cutting through silence. Yes. And no. I hated the shadow he cast upon me, but I loved the man himself. That is the cruelty of envy, it makes one bleed within, caught between affection and bitterness. I would have died for him on the battle eld, and yet in the quiet of the night, I wished to see him stumble. The disciple's eyes widened, troubled, then envy makes the heart divided against itself. The warrior gave a slow nod, his eyes steady replied, "Indeed. Envy makes a friend also an enemy, a brother also a rival, a lover also a stranger. It is a war within that no sword can win." The reek crackled louder, as if mocking the confession. The disciple swallowed hard before daring another question. "What happened then, Master? Did envy break your bond with Arvas?" The warrior's gaze hardened, but his voice turned solemn, almost reverent. "It could have, boy. Many times I stood at the edge of betrayal. But fate intervened. One night, when we fought against raiders who struck our camp, Arvas shielded me from a spear that would have pierced my heart. He fell, bleeding, smiling even as his life ebbed. In that moment, I learned the cruelest lesson envy had to teach." The disciple's breath caught, his young voice trembled, "That envy blinds us until death opens our eyes." The warrior's jaw clenched. His voice was low, heavy. "Yes. Death unmasks envy, but by then, the lesson is carved in stone. Arvas died, and my envy for him died with him. Yet the guilt remained, sharp as any blade. For though I never struck him, I had murdered him 1,000 times in my heart. And tell me, boy, does the heart not know its own crimes?" The disciple shuddered, his eyes stinging. His master's words felt like thunder disguised as whispers. He dared to ask softly, "But did the sages speak of such envy, between brothers?" The warrior's eyes shifted toward the heavens, as though calling upon memory of stories older than his scars. "Yes. Do you not recall Cain and Abel? Brothers, one blessed in offerings, the other burning with envy. And thus the blood of man was spilled not by hunger, not by war, but by envy. Or look to our own Mahabharata. Duryodhana envied the Pandavas their kingdom, their strength, their favor with Krishna. And envy grew into hatred, and hatred into war, until the elds of Kurukshetra drank the blood of kings. Envy between brothers is no small thing, it is the re that can consume the world. The disciples' face paled, realizing how envy could ripple through families, clans, even kingdoms. His voice trembled. Then envy is not merely a sin of the heart, it is the root of wars. The warrior's eyes blazed in the relight, his voice rising like a Nal verdict. Yes. Remember this, boy, kingdoms have fallen not from hunger or poverty, but from envy. A king envies his rival, a brother envies his kin, a soldier envies his commander, and soon the world is set at aim. Do not underestimate envy, it is small as a seed but grows larger than empires. The disciple bowed his head low, his young soul trembling at the magnitude of the truth. The aim zickered higher, as if stirred by the weight of the warrior's tale. Outside, the night was hushed, save for the occasional cry of a night bird echoing across the valley. Inside the cave, the disciple's eyes glowed with both awe and unease. He felt the heaviness of envy, not as an idea, but as something alive, breathing through his master's words. The boy broke the silence hesitantly. Master, if envy can wound even the strongest of friendships, can it not also poison love? For surely the heart is most vulnerable where it longs most deep. The warrior's lips curved into a shadowed smile, neither of joy nor bitterness. His gaze seemed to pierce through time. Ah, you have asked a question sharper than any sword, boy. Yes, envy creeps strongest in the soil of love. For where the heart gives itself most fully, envy lurks with greatest hunger. And I too tasted that venom. The disciple leaned forward eagerly, his young mind sensing another revelation. You loved once, Master. Truly loved. The warrior's eyes softened, though sorrow weighed them down. Yes. There was a woman, her name was Sharia. She was not the most beautiful in the kingdom, yet to me, her presence was light itself. She could still the noise of my heart with but a glance. When she laughed, the world seemed less cruel. The disciple's eyes widened. He had never imagined his grim master as a man who once loved. And did she love you in return? The warrior's voice faltered for the time, thick with memory. Yes, and no. She loved me as one admires the mountain, strong, dependable, but distant. Yet her heart, though she did not confess it, was drawn also to Arvas, my companion. They shared a warmth I could never kindle. I was the aim that burned, but he was the re that comforted. The disciple gasped. His young voice trembled. Then envy struck you again, Master. Between love and brotherhood both. The warrior's shoulders stiffened, the scars of old battles seeming to weigh him down more than steel ever had. Yes. And it cut deeper than any blade upon my ash. To watch her eyes brighten when he entered, while mine dimmed in her silence, it was a torment no wound could match. And yet I remained silent, swallowing poison each day, until it seeped into my soul. The disciple whispered, afraid of the answer yet unable to resist asking. Did you hate her then, Master? Or did you hate him? No, I hated myself. That is the cruelty of envy, it turns the blade inward. You see another's light, and in its glow, you curse your own shadow. Love becomes a mirror, and envy smashes it into shards. I did not hate Sharia, nor Arvas, but I hated the hollow within me that could not be led. The warrior's face hardened like stone, his tone grave. The disciple bowed his head, struck silent by the confession. After a moment, he asked softly, did the sages speak of such envy in love? The warrior's eyes glimmered, as though recalling ancient verses. His voice carried the rhythm of old myths. Yes. Think of Hera, queen of Olympus, who envied the mortal women loved by Zeus. Her envy burned not only against them, but against herself, for she could not bind the heart of the Thunderer. Or recall Surpanaka, who envied Sita's beauty and Rama's devotion, and in envy's rage, sought to destroy what she could not possess. Love's envy is a wild consuming both forest and root. The disciple raised his eyes, trembling. Then envy in love is worse than in war, is it not? The warrior's gaze was unflinching, his voice a dark verdict yes. For in war, envy kills only bodies. But in love, envy murders the soul. It strips joy from joy, turns affection into anguish, and leaves the heart thirsting in a desert of its own making. Love without envy is rare as nectar from heaven, but when envy mingles with love, it becomes poison sweet to the lips and bitter to the spirit. The disciple's face was pale, his youthful innocence shaken. He whispered as if confessing to himself. Then envy spares no man. Not the warrior, not the lover, not even the gods. The warrior's silence was answer enough. He stared into the seeing not aims but faces lost to memory. For a moment, it seemed as if the weight of the world pressed against his chest, yet in his stillness was the dignity of a man who had endured envy's scourge and lived to tell the tale. The popped, scattering sparks like stars against the dark, and the disciple shivered, not from cold, but from the depth of what he had heard. Envy's uproar. The disciple sat in silence for a long while, his young mind weighed down by the warrior's confessions. Outside, the night grew colder, the wind whispering through the trees like the voice of unseen spirits. The within the cave crackled, but even its warmth seemed fragile against the enormity of the truths being revealed. At last, the boy raised his gaze, his voice quivering but persistent. Master, if envy brings such sorrow, if it poisons both love and brotherhood, then why do the sages say that suffering itself can be a teacher? How can envy, which wounds the soul, be anything but a curse? The warrior's eyes lingered on the aims, as though seeking counsel in their restless dance. When he spoke, his voice was slow, deliberate, the weight of years pressing each word. Ah, boy! You touch upon a paradox that few understand until their hair turns gray. Suffering is indeed a cruel teacher, but it teaches what no book, no sage, no battle-eld can. Envy devours, yes, but in its ashes lies a truth brighter than any victory. One who walks through envy sees his own weakness laid bare. It is a mirror, showing not the other, but oneself. The disciple frowned, trying to grasp the depth of the thought. A mirror? But master, if envy re-ex only pain, what wisdom can it yield? The warrior's lips curved into a faint smile, bitter yet wise. It shows you what you long for most, and what you fear you lack. When I envied Arvas, I learned that my strength, my victories, my glory, none of these quenched my thirst. What I craved was love, warmth, belonging. When I envied Sharia's smile given to another, I saw that beneath my armor lay a man aching for tenderness. Envy revealed the wounds I had long hidden beneath iron. The disciple's eyes widened with dawning comprehension, so envy unmasks the truth of the heart, even as it wounds it. The warrior nodded, his gaze steady. Yes. In that way, it is both poison and medicine. Poison when clung to, medicine when understood. The sages of old were not blind when they said even sins can become boons, if one has the courage to face them. Did not the Buddha himself face Mara, the tempter, who led mind with envy, desire, and fear? And yet, by seeing through them, he awakened beneath the Bodhi tree. The shadow revealed the light. The disciple leaned forward, his young voice sharp with eagerness. Then are you saying, Master, that envy can be turned into strength? The warrior's eyes glimmered in the relight. Yes. But only if the warrior within has the courage to confront it. To deny envy is to let it gnaw unseen. To face it is to strip it of its power. As the alchemists turn base metal into gold, so must man turn envy into self-knowledge. This is no easy alchemy, it burns the heart before it heals it. The disciple's lips parted, his breath unsteady. But what if envy consumes a man before he learns its lesson? What if it drives him to ruin? The warrior's face grew grave, his voice lowered. Then he becomes like Ravana, whose envy of Rama's virtue and Sita's love blinded him to reason. His envy gave him power, but power without wisdom is but a pyre for the soul. Remember this, envy can raise a man to heights, but if he clings to it, it will cast him down into re. The disciple bowed his head, whispered almost to himself, then envy is both a ladder and a pit. The warrior's laugh was soft, though it carried no mirth. Well said, boy. A ladder and a pit, depending on whether one climbs or falls. The sages say that even demons can become teachers, if one learns from their temptation. So too with envy. The question is not whether envy exists, but whether the heart is strong enough to bear its mirror. The disciple raised his eyes, a spark of resolve echoing in them. And you, Master? Did you climb the ladder, or fall into the pit? The warrior's silence was long, and the re hissed as if answering in his stead. Finally, he spoke, his tone carrying both sorrow and dignity. Both. I fell, boy, I fell into bitterness, regret, and silence. But in crawling through that pit, I learned truths no teacher could give me. My envy took from me a friend, a woman, my peace. Yet it gave me a vision sharper than any sword, the knowledge that strength without love is hollow, and love without humility is fragile. That is why I speak now, not as a victor, but as one scarred. Learn from my fall, so you may not stumble as I did. The disciple's eyes glistened, his young heart torn between pity and reverence. He whispered softly, his voice barely above the crackle of the re, then perhaps envy is not a curse after all, but a re meant to temper the soul. The warrior's gaze softened, and for the rst time that night, his voice carried a note of tenderness. Yes, boy. A re. But remember, re can warm or it can destroy. Hold it with wisdom, or it will consume all you are. The disciple nodded slowly, the words sinking into his bones like iron into earth. And as the night deepened, it seemed to him that the re before them was no longer wood and aim, but envy itself, dancing, devouring, yet offering light if only one dared to learn. I envy's thirst. The re in the cave had burned lower now, its embers glowing like watchful eyes. The disciple's face was half lit, his youthful curiosity sharp as a blade. The warrior's presence, heavy with scars and memory, led the silence with gravity. At last, the boy's voice cut through the stillness, carrying both wonder and unease. Master, you said envy is a re that reveals the heart's thirst. But can such thirst ever be quenched? Or does envy lie forever in man, no matter how wise, no matter how strong? The warrior leaned back, his broad shoulders casting shadows that swayed like restless spirits on the walls. He drew a long breath, as though he were tasting the weight of centuries before speaking. Ah, boy. You have asked the question even kings and sages wrestle with. Does envy ever die? No. It sleeps, it stirs, it changes shape, but it lives as long as man desires. For envy is not born of others, it is born of longing within oneself. As long as the heart hungers, envy lingers like a shadow. The disciple frowned, his eyes narrowing. Then are we forever slaves to it, Master? Are men condemned to envy as they are condemned to hunger and death? The warrior's lips curved into a grim smile, one forged from years of reaction. Perhaps. But slavery and mastery are not the same. Hunger drives a man to eat, yet does it not also teach him the value of food? Death awaits us all, yet does it not give meaning to our days? So too envy, it cannot be slain, but it can be tamed, understood, transformed. The disciple's voice trembled with both hope and doubt. But how, Master? How does one tame a re that burns unseen? The warrior's eyes gleamed in the dim light, his tone grave yet tender. By turning its gaze inward. A fool sees another man's light and curses it. A wise man sees another's light and asks, what does this reveal about my own darkness? Envy showed me my hunger. To tame envy is not to deny it, but to hear what it whispers. The disciple's lips parted slightly, as if tasting the weight of the thought. He asked, then envy is not an enemy, but a messenger. The warrior chuckled softly, the sound low, like iron scraping stone. Yes, a dark messenger. But beware, boy, for many kill the messenger before the message. And in doing so, they kill their own growth. The man who envies and denies it becomes bitter, twisted, lost. The man who envies and listens becomes wise. The disciple's eyes widened, as though he were glimpsing a door opening within himself. Have the sages spoken so, Master? That envy can be turned into wisdom. The warrior's gaze grew distant, as though he were listening to voices from ages past. Yes. The Yavanas one told of Prometheus, who envied the gods' re and stole it for men. His envy brought suffering, but also knowledge, for mankind was lifted from darkness. In our own tales, see 1 Yavana, name of Greece in ancient India. 555 FL 55 Krishna, how the envious kings despised his glory. Yet their envy drove them to battle, and in their fall, Dharma itself was restored. Even envy, when seen through, can serve the weaving of destiny. Then envy is both curse and boon, master. A chain if ignored, but a key if understood. The disciple trembled, his young spirit stirred by the gravity of these words. The warrior nodded, his expression solemn but approving. Well said, child. Remember this, a warrior does not fear envy. He watches it, listens to it, and bends it toward wisdom. To envy is to be human. To learn from envy is to be more than human. The disciples' eyes shone, the relight reacting in them like twin embers. He pressed on, to seek deeper. Then envy is not endless, but a path. And the end of envy is the self. The warrior's eyes softened, and for the rst time that night, a faint warmth touched his voice. Yes, boy. The end of envy is not in the death of others' light, but in the birth of one's own. The embers glowed brighter, as though affirming the words, and the disciple felt as if he had glimpsed a truth older than the stars themselves. Envy, a sin. The re-cracked again, sending a spark spiraling upward, vanishing into the night. The disciple leaned closer, his young face sharpened by both awe and anse. His question broke forth like an arrow shot into silence. Master, if envy can be a teacher, if it can reveal the hidden hungers of the soul, why then do the scriptures call it a deadly sin? Why does every sage warn against it, as though it were poison that destroys all who taste it? The warrior's eyes glimmered in the half-light, not with anger but with patience, the kind that comes only from having walked long roads of suffering. He exhaled slowly, like a man pouring out the weight of a memory. Because, boy, envy is poison, when swallowed whole. Do not mistake what I told you. Envy can be a messenger, yes, but only if you look at it with eyes unclouded. Most men cannot. They drink envy as they drink wine, and it burns them from within. That is why the sages call it sin. It consumes the heart until nothing remains but ashes. But if it is poison, then why would the gods plant it in our hearts at all? Why create a serpent within man, only to curse him for being bitten? The disciple asked. The warrior's jaw tightened, his hand unconsciously tracing the scar across his arm, as though remembering a wound older than the boy could imagine. Then he replied, the gods are not as simple as you think. They do not grant only gifts of gold. They grant re and ud, storm and silence, birth and death alike. Envy is one of their trials. Just as a sword must meet the whetstone to shine, the soul must meet envy to learn. Without trial, there is no tempering. Without poison, there is no cure. The disciple's eyes widened, struggling between reverence and rebellion. He questioned, but surely some men are free from it? The saints, the seers, the rishis who sit in meditation beneath the trees, they must know no envy. The warrior gave a low laugh, a sound like gravel shifting underfoot. Do you think the rishis are made of stone? No, boy. Even they have wrestled with envy. Recall the tale of Narada. He was a sage, devoted to Vishnu, yet once he envied the devotion of another. In his envy he claimed his bhakti was supreme, and Vishnu humbled him. Do you see? Even the seers are tested. The difference is not that they have no envy, but that they face it, they do not let it master them. The disciple's breath quickened, as though he were running to keep pace with truths rushing at him. So envy cannot be erased, only transformed. Yet still, Master, I fear it. For what you describe seems like walking with re in one's hands. The warrior nodded gravely, his voice low and solemn. And that is exactly what it is. Envy is re held carelessly, it burns you. Held wisely, it gives you light. That is why the scriptures warn, because most men are careless. They see another's wealth and burn inside. They see another's beauty and scorch their own heart. Few stop to ask, what is this re-showing me? So envy consumes them. It makes them thieves, liars, betrayers. That is why it is called a deadly sin, not because it must always kill, but because it so often does. The disciple's hands clenched around his knees, his youthful spirit stirred by both fear and determination. He said as though he had some clarity of the sin envy. Then envy is a mirror, but one that cuts if you touch it. With an approving smile, the warrior praised the boy. You begin to see, boy. The scriptures condemn envy not because it has no use, but because it is the hardest teacher. Few survive its lessons. Many fall and never rise again. That is why the wise warn, stay away from the re if you cannot hold it. The disciple bowed his head, his hair falling forward like a curtain, shadows across his face. His voice came soft, almost trembling. And what if I too fall, Master? What if envy swallows me as it swallows others? The warrior leaned forward, his eyes hard as steel, his words edged with unyielding resolve. Then rise again. Even if envy crushes you, even if it poisons your blood, rise again. For the gods do not despise the fallen, they despise those who never gt to rise. A warrior is not one who never falls into envy, but one who learns to wrestle with it until it bows. The boy's chest swelled, his heart pounding as if drums of battle echoed within. Then I will gt, Master. I will face envy when it comes, and I will not let it turn me into a thief of another man's light. The warrior's eyes softened, and for a eating moment, pride echoed across his scarred face. Good. Hold to that vow. For remember this above all, envy dies not when others fall, but when you stand in your own truth. The man who envies no longer is the man who has found himself. The disciple lifted his gaze, and in the glow of the embers, it seemed as though a new re had kindled, not the re of envy, but the re of awakening. The aims whispered in the silence, and the disciple's young voice broke through, fragile yet burning with curiosity. Master, if envy is a teacher, then why does it hurt so much to feel it? Why does the heart ache as though struck by 1,000 arrows when envy rises? If it is to guide me, why does it feel like it wounds me instead? The warrior looked at him, and his eyes were heavy with a memory long buried. His voice came slowly, as if pulled from the depths of years gone. Because, truth often comes in pain. Envy is like the surgeon's knife, it cuts not to kill, but to reveal what festers within. Yet when you feel it, you mistake the cut for cruelty. You cry, I bleed, but you do not see the rot it seeks to cleanse. The disciple frowned, his engers tightening around the hem of his robe. But why would the gods choose such a cruel medicine? Could they not grant us clarity without torment? Must wisdom always burn before it heals? The warrior let out a low sigh, the kind that comes from carrying burdens across decades. The gods weave wisdom into hardship because man remembers little else. Pleasure makes men blind, pain makes them see. Tell me, when you touched Re as a child, did you not learn quicker than any words could teach? The sting etched the lesson into your bones. So too with envy, it burns so that you may never forget the hunger it reveals. The disciple's eyes glistened in the relight, not with tears but with unspoken questions. His voice rose, quivering. And yet, Master, it feels unjust. Why must I ache because another shines? Why must I suffer simply because fortune smiled upon them and not upon me? The warrior leaned closer, his shadow merging with the disciples. His tone sharpened like a blade being drawn. Because envy does not arise from them. It arises from you. Do not blame the stars for where your eyes choose to gaze. The ache you feel is not caused by their light, it is caused by your refusal to see your own. That is the wound. That is why it hurts. The disciple's breath caught, as though he had been struck by truth itself. His lips trembled. So the pain of envy is not punishment, but awakening. Gazing at the boy, the warrior added, yes. It is the soul's cry, shouting, look within, fool, for you have forgotten yourself. That ache is your own being reminding you that you were not made to be a shadow of another. You are Re in your own right. But until you see it, envy will pierce you again and again, like arrows from unseen archers. The disciple sat stunned, as though thunder had rolled across his chest. His eyes dropped to the ground, and he whispered almost to himself. Yet still, the wound bleeds. How does one bear such a wound? The warrior's voice deepened, calm yet implacable. By walking through it? By not eeing from the pain, but listening to it? Many run from envy, drowning it in pride, cloaking it in anger, burying it in lies. But the warrior faces it. He says, this wound is mine. I will not run. I will learn why it bleeds. And in that courage, the wound becomes a well of wisdom. His eyes burning now, not with despair but with earth's longing. The disciple looked up, so envy can birth greatness, if one dares to endure the wound. The warrior nodded slowly, his scarred hand resting on his knee like stone upon stone. Yes. But remember, boy, most do not endure. They turn envy into hatred, jealousy into betrayal, pain into destruction. That is why the sin is feared. Few can turn venom into medicine. With soft voice, reverent, yet trembling still, the boy asked, and those who fail, what becomes of them? The warrior's eyes turned dark, and his tone fell to a whisper that chilled the night. They become hollow. Envy devours them until they are nothing but shadows of others, living not their own life but chasing another's light. They die before death comes, because they never found themselves. The disciple shuddered, pulling his robe tighter around him. His voice was quiet, but steady. then I would rather walk through Re than die as a shadow. With approving smile, the kind one gives not to a child, but to a seed that has begun to sprout, he praised, good. Remember that thou. For in every life, envy will rise, and you will bleed. But a true disciple does not fear the wound, he learns to wield it as wisdom. Two-faced envy the re-cracked, scattering sparks into the heavens, as though even the stars listened to their exchange. The disciple leaned forward, his face half lit by the re, eyes gleaming like molten bronze. He broke the silence. Master, if envy can guide us, how do we know the difference between envy's lesson and envy's lie? For I fear the heart may deceive itself, calling poison medicine. The warrior closed his eyes for a long moment, as though the re within his mind needed stoking before words could rise. When he opened them, his gaze was far away, XED not on the boy but on memories carved deep into the marrow of his soul. That is the most dangerous question, child. For envy wears two masks. In one hand, it holds a torch to show you where you are weak, in the other, it carries a dagger to drive you toward ruin. Only a discerning eye can tell which hand it offers. The disciple tilted his head, restless. And how did you learn to see the difference, Master? Was it through wisdom, or through wounds? The warrior gave a rough, low laugh, half bitter, half amused. Through wounds, always. Wisdom is the scar that forms after blood has already been spilled. The boy waited, expectant, as the elder adjusted his seat, the shadows of his scarred hands playing across the earth. Then the warrior began a tale. I was once invited to the court of a great king. He was a patron of music, poetry, and dance, arts I thought beneath the calling of warriors. Yet when I entered the hall, I saw a man, a poet, reciting verses so powerful that the court wept. His words commanded more than my sword ever had. And envy struck me. I thought, why does his tongue move hearts, when my blade cannot? The lie of envy whispered, destroy him, silence his voice, reclaim your place as master of awe. But the lesson of envy asked another question, what is mastery, truly? Must it always be the sword? The disciple's eyes widened. What did you do, Master? Did you confront him? The warrior's lips pressed tight, as if ashamed by the memory. At RST, I chose the lie. I mocked him openly, before the king and court, sneering that words were wind while steel was fate. The hall grew tense, and the poet looked at me, not with anger, but with pity. That look was heavier than any blade. For days pride raged, but his pity haunted me more than the jeers of men. At night, I lay awake, and I began to wonder if envy was not showing me something I lacked rather than something to destroy. And what was that, Master? The boy asked. The power of speech, the strength of thought, the command of spirit. I, who thought myself complete, was blind to my own ignorance. And envy, yes, cruel envy, was my teacher. It said, learn what you despise. So I began listening. I learned not to swing words like swords, but to weave them like nets. And in time, I found that men follow not only the clang of steel, but also the cadence of truth. That lesson I owe to envy. The re hissed, as though agreeing with him, and the disciple sat in reverent silence before asking carefully, so envy can be both curse and compass. But how does one know, in the moment, which face it wears? The warrior's expression grew grave, his tone edged with the gravity of myth. The ancients told stories for this very reason. In the Mahabharata, envy burned Duryodhana until he saw not brotherhood but only rivalry, not dharma but only his hunger for the throne. His envy was a lie, for it demanded destruction. But Arjuna, too, felt envy of Karna's skill, envy of Krishna's favor for others. Yet Arjuna's envy became his re for discipline. That envy was a compass. The difference, boy, lies in whether envy drives you to look outward or inward. If it pushes you to destroy another, it is a lie. If it forces you to strengthen yourself, it is a truth. The disciple nodded, his lips pressed in thought, but his eyes still sought more. He continued with his doubts. But Master, what if envy is mixed? What if I feel both hatred for another and shame for myself? Then you stand at the crossroads, as every man must. One road leads to bitterness, the other to growth. Envy never comes pure, boy, it always arrives as venom mixed with medicine. Only courage separates the one who drinks poison from the one who nds the cure. The warrior guided the doubt. The disciple lowered his gaze, whispering almost in prayer, "Then may I have the courage to drink rightly." The warrior's eyes softened, and he reached out, placing a scarred hand upon the boy's shoulder, as though sealing the vow. "And may envy itself teach you how. Remember, envy's pain is the RST step, but what you do with that pain, that is your destiny." The night deepened, the re-dimming, yet in that dim glow the boy felt something new stir within him, not despair, but a strange a hunger that no longer shamed him but beckoned him toward discovery. The disciple stirred the embers with a stick, sending tiny sparks rising like reis into the dark. His eyes glowed with the hunger of youth, but his lips trembled with the weight of questions unspoken. Finally, he broke the silence. "Master, you have told me of envy as a compass, as a teacher. But what of the times when you followed its lie? Surely even you were not always strong enough to see its truth." The warrior's gaze darkened. For a moment, his jaw tightened, as though wrestling with a ghost that did not want to be spoken aloud. Then, slowly, he nodded, his face lit by the wavering you asked boldly, "Boy." And I shall answer boldly. Yes, I have walked the path of envy's lie. I have tasted its poison. And the memory still burns my tongue. The disciple leaned forward, his breath caught in his throat, waiting. The warrior began, his voice low and heavy, carrying the gravity of confession. "It was in my youth, when my arm was still strong and my pride stronger. In those days, I served under a general, Vikram the Unyielding, they called him. He was loved by the soldiers, honored by kings, and sung of by bards. I was his captain, his shadow. And though he was generous, though he praised my strength, envy coiled around me like a serpent. It whispered, 'Why him, and not you? Why should his name echo in the songs while yours is forgotten?' The disciple's eyes widened. "Did you hate him, Master? Did you wish him harm?" The warrior looked into the and the aims reacted in his eyes like guilt itself. Yes. In the secret chambers of my heart, I wished him gone. I imagined the army turning to me, the king raising me high, the bards singing my name. That was the lie of envy, it made me believe that another's light stole from my own. He paused, and his hands clenched into STS, the knuckles white with the memory. One night, we camped near the banks of the river Saraswati. The moon was bright, the soldiers sang in their tents. Vikram called me to walk with him, as brothers might. We stood by the water, and I saw his reaction beside mine. For a moment, a thought came, so dark it chilled me, one push, and the river will swallow him. One push, and his glory will be mine. The disciple gasped, horror ashing across his young face. Master, you would have slain him. The warrior's voice broke like steel under strain. Yes, for one heartbeat, yes. That is the venom of envy. It blinds, it burns, it convinces you that murder is justice. But in that same moment, I remembered a tale my mother told me as a child, of Cain and Abel, the RST brothers. Cain envied the favor his brother found, and so struck him down. But though Abel's body died, Cain's soul withered worse. For the gods marked him, cursed him to wander forever, the emptiness of envy devouring him more than any wound. The tale struck me like thunder, and I pulled back my hand. The re cracked loudly, as if sealing the weight of the story. The disciple whispered, trembling, "And what did you do then?" The warrior let out a long, slow breath. I fell to my knees by the river and wept. Not for Vikram, for myself. For I saw how near I had come to the abyss. That night, I swore that I would master envy, or envy would master me. And so, when dawn came, I walked beside Vikram as his captain, but inside me, a new war had begun, one more dangerous than any fought with sword or spear. The disciple's face softened, awe and fear mingling in his young eyes. With deep voice he said, "So even the great can fall to envy's whisper. Even you, master." His voice steady now, like stone after storm, the warrior replied, "Especially the great. For the higher a man climbs, the sharper envy's winds cut him. And remember, it was not hatred of an enemy that nearly damned me, but jealousy of a friend. That is envy's cruelest face." He leaned closer, his voice almost a growl. "Never think envy strikes only when you hate another. No, it strikes hardest when you love them. When you honor them. When you wish you were them." The disciple sat silent, his heart racing. Around them, the forest seemed to lean in, the trees themselves listening to the tale of envy's venom. The warrior straightened, his back casting a long shadow against the re that night by the river. "I learned envy's greatest trick, it convinces you that to rise, another must fall. But the gods do not weave the world so small. One man's light does not dim another's aim. The sky holds 1,000 stars, and each shines its own. The fool envies the stars beside him. The wise learn to shine with them." The disciple's lips parted, but no words came. He bowed his head, the weight of the lesson pressing on his shoulders like armor. The warrior placed a hand upon the boy's head, but gentle. "Remember, boy. The line between boon and bane lies not in envy itself, but in the hand that holds it. I could have killed that night, and envy would have destroyed me. Instead, I lived, and envy became my master's whip, driving me to strength. This is why envy is called deadly, and why, in truth, it may yet be a gift. The re had started dimming, the disciple staring into its embers as though seeing the reaction of his own shadow, wondering what envy would one day demand of him. Envy's shadow the re had died to glowing embers, yet the disciple could not sleep. His eyes were restless, like the waters of a disturbed pond. "Master," he whispered, "you spoke of wrath earlier, and I felt the heat of your tale. But now, another shadow rises in my mind, one I feel gnaws silently even when wrath sleeps. It is the shadow of envy. Have you faced it?" The old warrior's face turned grave. His scarred hand ran along the hilt of his sword as though he could still feel the poison of envy etched into its steel. "Ah, envy," he muttered, almost spitting the word. "It is a quieter demon than wrath, yet deadlier, for it does not roar, it whispers. It does not strike, it corrodes. And yes, child, I have faced envy's shadow, many times, and each time it left its venom." The disciple listening eagerly, his eyes wide. "Tell me then, Master. What did envy take from you? What did it give you in return?" The warrior's eyes drifted through the cave's door, where the stars glimmered like jealous eyes in the dark heavens. "Listen well, for this tale begins not on the battle eld, but in the halls of kings. I was younger then, swift as the falcon, skilled in sword and strategy. The court praised me as though I were Indra himself, but praise is a double-edged blade. My brothers in arms, who once fought beside me, began to grow envious. Their smiles became daggers. Their words, honey laced with venom." He paused, then continued in a softer tone, almost as if to himself, "And I too was not free of envy. For when I looked upon their fortunes, their wealth, their favor with the king's daughters, I felt a bitterness rise within me. I told myself I deserved more, that I was greater." The disciple's brow furrowed. "But why, Master? If you had strength, if you had skill, why should envy bind you? Were you not above such weakness?" The warrior gave a weary laugh. "Even Arjuna, greatest of archers, felt envy of Karna, born of lowly caste yet blessed with equal prowess. Even the devas grew envious of mortals when they performed tapasya meditation so great it shook the heavens. Envy is no weakness of the small, it is the curse of gods and men alike." The disciple hugged his knees, listening intently as the warrior's voice grew distant, lost in memory. "I recall one night," the warrior said, "when the king held a feast. We sat in halls LED with gold, the air heavy with incense and wine. Musicians played, dancers twirled, and jewels sparkled brighter than the stars. Yet my eyes wandered not to the feast, but to another warrior, Cheetah, my comrade, my brother in arms. He had received a chain of emeralds from the king for valor, while I received only words of thanks. Words. My chest burned with envy that night, so much so that the food tasted of ash." The disciple whispered, "Did you hate him, Master?" The warrior shook his head slowly. "I loved him as a brother, yet I envied him. That is the curse. Envy does not always arise against your enemies, it festers against those you love most. It whispers, "Why not you? Why him?" And that whisper becomes a chain. The disciple thought for a moment, then asked, "What did you do with that envy?" The warrior's gaze grew sharp, piercing the disciple like an arrow. "I did what fools always do. I let it guide me. That night I sought to outshine him. I fought recklessly in battles, trying to prove myself greater. I risked men's lives not for victory but for my vanity. And do you know what envy gave me?" The disciple asked hesitantly, "Glory." The warrior shook his head. "Wounds. Loss. Shame. For envy is never satisfied, no matter how much blood is spilled. Like the demon Vritrasura, it swallows all rivers of joy and still thirsts." The disciple's eyes widened. "And did you conquer envy, Master?" The warrior smiled bitterly. "Conquer? No. You do not conquer envy as one slays an enemy. You transform it." The disciple, restless with thought, leaned closer. "How, Master? How does envy become boon? For I cannot see how such venom could yield wisdom." The warrior's eyes softened, and for a moment he looked almost like a sage instead of a soldier. "Child, let me tell you a tale not of myself, but of the gods. Have you heard the story of the Samudramanthan, the churning of the ocean?" The disciple nodded eagerly. "Yes, Master. The Devas and Asuras churned the cosmic ocean with Mount Mandara, using Vasuki the serpent as rope. They sought Amrita, the nectar of immortality." The warrior's eyes glowed with relight as he spoke. "Yes, and why did the Devas churn?" "Because they envied the Asura's strength." "And why did the Asuras churn?" "Because they envied the Devas' heavenly splendor. Envy drove them both. And what was the result? From the ocean came poison that could destroy all creation, but also treasures, gems, goddesses, and the nectar itself. Such is envy, it can yield destruction or immortality depending on how you hold the rope." The disciple's jaw dropped. "Then envy itself is the churn of the soul?" The warrior nodded gravely. "Indeed. Without envy, the Devas would not have sought the nectar. Without envy, the Asuras would not have fought. The world itself moves because one looks upon another and desires more. The danger is when desire rots into hatred." The disciple whispered, "So envy is both a curse and a boon." The warrior's lips curved into a faint smile. "You are beginning to see. Envy, when left unchecked, becomes a chain. But when transformed, it becomes the will of progress. A craftsman envies a master, and so he learns. A student envies a sage, and so he studies. A warrior envies a hero, and so he trains. Without envy, there is no striving. Without striving, there is no growth." The disciple sat silently, absorbing his master's words. At last, he said, "But Master, how do we know when envy serves us and when it destroys us?" The warrior's eyes gleamed, and he replied, "You must ask your heart, does this envy inspire me or poison me? If it drives you to sharpen your blade, to re-any your art, to seek wisdom, then it is boon. But if it corrodes your love, blinds you with malice, makes you wish for another's ruin, then it is curse." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. I once envied sages who knew more than I. In time, I walked the path of knowledge, and envy became my teacher. But when I envied brothers for their favor with kings, envy became my executioner. The disciple swallowed, his young voice trembling. And what of Cheetah? The comrade you envied? The warrior's face darkened with old sorrow. He died in battle, saving my life. When his blood fell upon my hands, I realized I had envied a man more noble than myself. For a while, silence hung heavy, broken only by the night wind. Then the disciple asked softly, Master, if envy is eternal, as you say, then is there ever escape from it? The warrior leaned back, eyes XED on the heavens. Escape? No, child. But transformation, yes. As the lotus grows from mud, so must you rise from envy into inspiration. Envy is the shadow of admiration. Learn to see the light behind it. The disciple bowed his head deeply. I understand, Master. Or at least, I wish to. Teach me how to turn envy into re that lights, not re that burns. The warrior's eyes glimmered with pride. Then you are ready, child, to walk further into my tale. For the path ahead is darker still, yet in its darkness lies the seeds of wisdom. The warrior gazed into the aims, his shadow echoing on the cave walls. His voice lowered, as if recalling a burden too heavy for memory alone. The night deepened. Outside the cave, an owl called from the forest, and the disciple shivered. The disciple was quiet for a time, looked into the re as sparks rose like tiny stars. Then he asked, Master, in stories of gods and demons, is envy always so dangerous? Are there tales where envy itself shaped the world? The warrior's eyes gleamed. Yes, many. Do you know the tale of Kaikai? No, said the disciple. Kaikai, queen of Dasharata, the king of Ayodhya. She envied the love King Dasharata bore for Rama, her stepson. She demanded her son Bharata be declared the king of Ayodhya. What did her envy yield? The Ramayana itself, the exile, the battle against Ravana, the triumph of Dharma. Without Kaikai's envy, perhaps the world would never know Rama's glory. The disciple's lips parted, astonished. So envy may wound, but also shape destinies. The warrior leaned back, his eyes clouded with memory. Yes. It is a hand that sculpts with both cruelty and purpose. The wise learn to let it shape them without being destroyed by it. The re crackled low, and the boy fed it a branch. Child, he said, let me tell you of a darker moment still. Envy not only poisoned my heart in love, it once led me to betray a friend. The disciple's face grew tense. A betrayal, Master? The warrior's jaw tightened. Yes. There was a man named Devadatta, my companion since childhood. He was swift, clever, always the RST to solve riddles, always praised for his wit. I, who was strong in body, envied the strength of his mind. And in one contest before the king, he spoke with such brilliance that all applauded him, while I stood silent, my throat thick with envy. That night, when assassins struck him, I did not rise to his aid. I could have saved him, child. But I watched, frozen, some dark corner of my heart whispering that perhaps the world had no need of one who outshone me. The disciple's breath caught. "Master, did he die?" The warrior's voice broke with old pain. "Yes. He died, and with him died a part of me. For envy had made me not only blind, but cruel. The guilt of that moment has haunted me longer than any scar of war." The disciple's eyes shone with sorrow. "So envy is not always battle, it is betrayal of the heart." The warrior nodded slowly. "Yes, betrayal of others, and betrayal of the soul itself." Silence lingered, heavy with the weight of the warrior's confession. At last the disciple whispered, "Master, how does one guard against envy, if it can poison even the noblest heart?" The warrior's face softened, and he spoke with the patience of a sage. "By remembrance, child. Remember that every being carries their own destiny, written by hands beyond our sight. What is theirs cannot be yours, and what is yours cannot be theirs. When envy whispers, you must answer, 'I too have my share of the eternal.'" The warrior came outside the cave and boy followed him. He pointed to the stars above, glittering like jewels. "Do you see them? Some are bright, some faint, some clustered, some alone. Do they envy one another? No. Each shines by its own light. So must men and women." The disciple nodded slowly. "So envy fades when one sees one's own path as sacred." The warrior smiled faintly. "Yes. And when envy comes, as it always will, you must turn it, as the potter turns clay. Ask, what does this envy teach me? Where does it drive me? If it drives you toward growth, embrace it. If it drags you to darkness, cast it aside." He stepped forward, his voice heavy with both sorrow and hope. "I was shaped by envy, child, sometimes broken, sometimes forged. And now, in these twilight years, I see it clearly, envy is not the enemy. It is the shadow of admiration, waiting to be turned toward the light." The disciple bowed deeply, his heart swelling with awe. "Master, your tale is a river. And I, though I drink from it, and myself thirsting for more." The warrior's eyes gleamed in the relight. "Then you shall have more." For envy was only one demon. Beyond it wait pride, greed, lust, sloth, and gluttony. Each I have met, each I have wrestled, and each has taught me what no scripture ever could. Envy, the sage. The night sky was glittering with stars. Warrior took a narrow path and the boy followed him. The warrior's voice grew softer, as though he were no longer speaking of the world, but of his own soul. "Child, I have told you how envy poisoned me, how it made me betray, how it made me hunger for what was not mine. But you ask how I overcame it. Listen closely, for this lesson is written in blood and tears." The disciple, running behind his master, gasped, "Yes, master. This question has been lingering since you started the tale of envy." After a quiet moment the warrior remembered. "It began when I wandered into the forests after Devadatta's death. My heart was hollow, my hands stained with silence. In that forest I met a hermit, clad in bark, his eyes clearer than the sky. He looked at me as if he saw not my armor but my soul. I confessed to him my envy, my guilt, my weakness. Do you know what he said? "What, master?" the boy questioned curiously. The warrior then continued. He said, "You have looked too long at others. Turn your gaze inward. A man who drinks from another's cup dies of thirst. Find your own spring, warrior, and envy will wither like a weed." The warrior's gaze deepened, his voice low. "Those words shattered me, child. For I realized I had never truly sought myself, I only sought to measure myself against others. And envy thrives where comparison lives? So to kill envy, one must stop comparing," the boy voiced. The warrior shook his head. He cleared, "Not kill, child, transform. Envy cannot be slain, for it is woven into the fabric of desire. But it can be turned." The hermit gave me a task. He said, "For every man you envy, give thanks. For he has shown you something you did not know you sought." And so I began to practice. When I saw a warrior swifter than I said, "I thank him, for he teaches me to run swifter." When I saw a lover adored, I said, "I thank her, for she teaches me the depth of affection." Slowly, envy loosened its claws. The disciple's brow furrowed. "But was it easy, master?" The warrior smiled faintly, a smile heavy with memory. "No. It was the hardest battle of my life. Easier to lift 1,000 swords than to lift one's heart above envy. But each time I practiced, I felt freer. Until one day, standing on a hill at dawn, I saw the sun rise, and for the rst time, I did not compare it to anything. I simply let it be. And in that stillness, I understood, I too was a sun, though smaller, though different, and I too could shine." The disciple's eyes widened, his voice hushed. "So that was the end of envy, master?" The warrior's gaze grew stern, though kind. He replied, "Never the end, child. A man may silence envy, but it sleeps like a serpent. The moment you forget vigilance, it stirs again. I still feel it, even in these old bones. But now I know its face. And when I see it rise, I bow to it, as one bows to an old teacher. For envy has taught me humility." He closed his eyes, breathing deep. "I learned also that envy is born when we believe life is scarce. We think love is scarce, honor is scarce, greatness is scarce. But the hermit showed me another truth: life is abundant. The river ows not for one man but for all. The stars shine not for one but for every eye that looks upward." The disciple whispered, "So envy is an illusion of scarcity?" "Yes. And once you see through that illusion, envy no longer chains you. It becomes a signpost, pointing to where your soul longs to grow." The warrior nodded. The warrior sat beneath a tree and the boy besides him. His voice grew slower, as if the night itself leaned in to listen. "Child, I must confess something more. I do not curse envy anymore. For though it wounded me, betrayed me, it also shaped me. Without envy, I might have never sought wisdom, never trained my mind, never bowed before sages. Without envy, I would have remained a brute of war, not a seeker of truth." He lifted a hand, scarred and trembling. "This hand once trembled with rage when I saw others praised. Now it trembles only with age. That is the victory I won, not over others, but over myself. The disciples' eyes glistened. Master, you speak as though envy was not a curse, but a boon. The warrior chuckled softly, his eyes warm. So it was. A boon wrapped in thorns. For what are sins but harsh teachers? They cut us so we bleed wisdom. Remember this, boy, no man rises by denying his demons. He rises by wrestling them until they teach him to stand taller. The night outside was silent now, save for the sigh of the wind. The disciple's eyelids grew heavy, though his heart was stirred with awe. He spoke softly, as though confessing a prayer. Master, I fear envy, yet I also see its strange gift. Perhaps I too will one day thank it? The warrior laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. Steady and room, do not fear it. Know it? And when you feel it stir, as you surely will, ask, what is this envy showing me of myself? That question, child, will keep you from chains. The disciple's eyes uttered. Yet the tales of his master and the weight of wisdom drew him toward sleep. The warrior smiled faintly, watching him drift. Warrior said to himself, sleep, child. For envy is but the rst of many demons I will show you. Tomorrow we shall walk the path of pride, and you shall see how even the tallest towers fall. The disciple murmured one last word, half dream, half devotion. Master, then he fell into slumber, his breathing soft and steady. The warrior leaned back against the tree, eyes glimmering like embers. Alone with the night, he whispered into the silence, envy, my old enemy, my old teacher, I thank you. You have made me more than I was. And with that, the chapter of envy closed, the breeze blowing, carrying the scent of ashes and wisdom into the heart of the night. Chapter 4 Pride. Pride is the sweetest honey, but its hive is hollow. The morning sun had just begun to stretch its golden arms across the valley when the warrior and his disciple set foot on the rocky trail of a hill. The air was crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of dew-kissed grass and the faint perfume of wild jasmine blooming in the crevices of stones. The climb was steep, with jagged rocks jutting out like ancient guardians daring them to ascend. Birds circled overhead, their wings gleaming silver in the dawn light, as if reminding the travelers that height was both freedom and peril. The disciple paused, looking up at the winding path that seemed endless. Master, he asked, adjusting the cloth around his shoulders, why do we climb this hill? Would it not be easier to sit by the river and listen to your tales? His voice carried both curiosity and mild complaint. The warrior smiled, his weathered face glowing faintly in the light of sunrise. This hill is not merely a hill, he said, planting his staff rmly into the soil. It is a mirror of the sin we are about to speak of, pride. The higher you climb, the smaller the world beneath you seems, and the greater your illusion that you are above it all. The disciple's eyes widened. So, pride is like climbing a hill? He asked innocently. Does that mean one who reaches the top is doomed to fall? The warrior chuckled softly, his laughter mingling with the sound of pebbles rolling down the slope. Not always. For to stand tall is not itself sin, but to forget the ground from which you rose, that is where danger lies. They began walking again, the path narrowing as they moved upward. The disciple noticed that as they climbed, the view behind them expanded, the river seemed like a silver thread, the huts of the village like scattered grains, and the trees like tiny moss on a vast canvas. It does feel powerful, he admitted quietly. Like a god looking down upon men. The warrior nodded gravely. And that is where the trap of pride begins, my son. To see yourself as a god among men without recognizing the divine in others is to blind yourself with your own shadow. The disciple's sandals scraped against the rough stone, sending echoes through the silent hill. His breath quickened, and sweat formed on his brow, though the air was still cool. Master, he said, why do men fall into pride so easily if it is so dangerous? The warrior looked at him, his eyes deep like a still lake that had seen countless storms. Because, child, pride whispers sweetly to the heart. Unlike wrath, which burns openly, pride comes cloaked in nobility, disguised as dignity, masked as kondenke. It feeds the soul with honey, until the man believes himself immortal. The boy frowned. But is not kondenke a good thing? Without it, how can a warrior ght, or a farmer sow, or a king rule? The warrior touched the rock beside him, feeling its roughness. Kondenke is the strength to climb the hill, he explained. But pride is forgetting that the hill itself was made by the gods, not by your feet. Kondenke builds. Pride blinds. As they climbed, the disciples' eyes caught a carved stone partly hidden by moss. It bore an inscription, though worn by centuries, even mountains bow to time. He traced the words with his fingers. Master, he said softly, does pride then challenge even time? The warrior's voice turned low, almost like a chant. Yes. Pride denies mortality. It convinces the proud man that he will not age, not fall, not perish. But mountains crumble, rivers dry, stars fade. Shall man stand unbroken? The disciple looked at the summit far above them, veiled in mist, and wondered whether the climb itself was a test placed by the warrior. They reached a narrow ledge where the view stretched vast and in night. Below them lay forests, rivers, and the faint smoke of villages. The disciple leaned against the stone, dizzy from the height, while the warrior stood tall, his cloak uttering in the morning breeze. The warrior pointed toward the horizon. Long ago, he began, there was a king who believed no man could rival his greatness. His walls were high, his armies vast, his treasures immeasurable. He declared himself the equal of the gods, demanding temples be built in his name. His pride grew so tall that he thought even the heavens must bow. The disciples' eyes sparkled with intrigue. And did the gods bow, Master? The warrior's lips curved into a grim smile. No. The gods are patient, but they are not blind. One by one, his victories turned hollow. His armies betrayed him, his riches turned to dust, his people rose against his cruelty. He climbed so high that when he fell, there was nothing to catch him but the abyss. The disciple swallowed hard. Is that why pride is considered deadlier than envy or wrath? Because its fall is longer. The warrior's gaze turned to the clouds drifting above. Yes, child. Wrath burns out, envy consumes, but pride deceives. It makes men forget their humanity, and when they nally see their own weakness, it is too late. The disciple asked quietly, was this king ever remembered? The warrior tapped his staff against the stone. Only as a warning. His name faded, his temples crumbled, but his tale remains, a tale of how the hill of pride can make gods of men only to return them to dust. The climb grew harsher, the rocks sharper, the path twisting like a serpent's back. The disciple stumbled, nearly falling, but the warrior caught him by the arm. Steady, he said rmly. Even in climbing a hill, one must remember humility. The boy, panting, whispered, Master, have you known pride yourself? The warrior's eyes dimmed, shadows of memory passing over his face. Yes, he admitted softly. I too once believed the world bent beneath my sword. My victories led me with thunder, my enemies bowed, and I thought the earth itself sang my name. But one day, I stood upon a battle-eld littered with corpses, and there was no song, only silence. The silence mocked me. It whispered, you are not immortal. That day I learned the cruelty of pride. The disciple looked at him with awe. How did you survive it? The warrior's lips curved into a weary smile. By falling. Pride breaks a man, but in breaking, it can teach him to kneel. I was forced to bow before sages, to drink humility like bitter medicine, and to remember that the hill I had climbed was not mine to own. The disciple nodded slowly, sensing the weight of those words. Suddenly, the wind howled, scattering dust along the trail. The warrior turned his face to the sky and said, Hear me well, child. Pride is not slain by swords. It is slain by remembering that even the highest peak lies beneath the sky, and even the sky lies beneath eternity. The sun had now arisen high, its light pouring down upon them as though blessing their climb. The disciple wiped the sweat from his brow, yet his heart was lighter, led with the echoes of the warrior's tale. Master, he asked, if pride is so dangerous, why then do the scriptures speak of divine pride? Of gods who declare themselves supreme? The warrior's eyes gleamed with wisdom. There is a difference, child, between divine assertion and human arrogance. When Krishna declared, I am the taste in water, the light in the sun, the strength of the strong, it was not pride, it was truth. Pride is falsehood dressed as greatness. Truth stands eternal, pride crumbles when tested. The disciple pondered deeply, his steps slowing. So, a man must know his worth, but not forget the worth of others. Indeed, the warrior replied. To recognize your light is wisdom. To blind yourself with it is pride. They stopped for a moment, gazing at the summit wrapped in mist. The disciple, though weary, felt a strange exhilaration, as if the climb itself was peeling away layers of ignorance. The warrior placed a hand upon his shoulder. Remember this climb, child. Each stone beneath your feet was carved by countless years, each view you behold is shaped by forces beyond you. The higher we go, the smaller the earth seems, but never forget, the earth holds us, not we it. And so they continued their journey, step by step, toward the unseen summit, their dialogue weaving the lessons of pride into the very stones of the hill. The ascent of pride, the climb grew narrower, as though the mountain itself wished to test them before allowing passage. Loose stones clattered under their sandals and rolled down the slope into the unseen abyss. On either side of the trail, thorn bushes grew stubbornly out of cracks in the stone, their spines catching at the disciple's tunic as if reminding him of humility through pain. The disciple paused, resting on his knees, his breath ragged. "Master," he said between gasps, "why does the hill ght us so? The path twists, the rocks cut, the thorns bite, it is as though it resents our climbing." The warrior steadied his staff and looked upon the disciple with a knowing gaze. "And is that not pride itself?" he asked. "It entices you upward with the promise of glory, yet wounds you at every step, reminding you of the price you pay to rise." The boy lifted his head, gazing upward at the ridge that seemed both close and impossibly far. Mist swirled around the summit like a crown, glowing faintly in the morning light. "It feels like the hill taunts me," he admitted. "It whispers that I am too weak to conquer it." The warrior placed a calloused hand upon his shoulder. "Listen not to the whispers of stone, child. Pride and doubt are brothers born of the same womb. One tells you that you are too mighty, the other that you are too feeble. Wisdom walks between them, steady as a staff." The disciple rose, his knees trembling, and resumed the climb. From the slopes around them came the cries of hawks circling high above, their wings slicing the thin air. The sight made the disciple uneasy. "Those birds, do they not resemble the proud, Master, who soar above the world, seeing themselves as kings of the sky?" The warrior smiled faintly. "Yes, but remember, the hawk must descend to feed. Even the proudest must bow to hunger. Pride is high, but hunger of the soul drags it down." The trail now wound between two giant boulders, their faces carved by time into shapes resembling guardians or ancient titans. Moss clung to their sides, and water trickled faintly from hidden springs, pooling in crevices where wild hours bloomed daintily. The disciple reached out to touch the hours, marveling at their persistence. "Master," he whispered, "these hours grow so high upon barren stone. Are they not proud themselves, to bloom where nothing else survives?" The warrior said with a thoughtful smile, "A hour that blooms on stone is not proud, my son. It does not boast of its place. It simply fulfills its nature. Pride is when the hour looks down upon the grass below and says, 'I am greater than you.' The grass nourishes cattle, the hour perfumes the wind, both serve, neither is higher." The boy nodded slowly, realizing how subtle the boundary between natural greatness and destructive pride could be. They walked on, and soon the path narrowed into a ledge overlooking a great valley. From this height, the disciple could see the river they had left behind, winding like a silver serpent, while villages looked like grains scattered upon a green carpet. The view led him with awe, yet also with a strange sense of superiority. "From here, Master," he said hesitantly, The people below look so small, almost like ants. Is this not the very feeling of pride? The warrior chuckled. Yes, child. That is its illusion. But remember, the people below see this hill as mighty, and the hill itself is but a mound of dust before the sky. Everything is small when compared to what is greater. Pride blinds us by making us stop the comparison at ourselves. The disciple lowered his gaze, humbled by the thought. The wind swept across the ledge, carrying with it the faint sound of temple bells from far below, as though reminding them of God's watching silently. As they climbed higher, the vegetation thinned. No more hours softened the rocks, no more grass whispered at their feet. The path was bare and exposed, and the air thinner, making each breath feel like a labor. The disciple stumbled again, clutching his chest. Master, he groaned, why do men chase after heights that only suffocate them? Why do kings build towers that scrape the heavens? Why do sages gather disciples to praise them? Why do warriors seek songs sung of their name? The warrior's eyes gleamed as though re-acting an old because, child, man fears his own smallness. He fears the insignificance of his birth and death, and so he builds monuments of stone, wealth, or glory to deny it. Pride is his desperate cry, I matter more than the dust I came from. The disciple wiped sweat from his brow. And yet, dust we are, and to dust we return, the warrior's voice deepened, carrying the cadence of scripture, yes. Even Ravana, who built the golden city of Lanka and reached for heaven itself, was burned to ash. Even Icarus, who flew with wings of wax, fell when he soared too close to the sun. Even Lucifer, the morning star, fell from the heavens for declaring himself higher than his maker. Pride gives wings, but it also burns them. The disciple's steps faltered as he absorbed these tales. So, Master, is every great man doomed to fall? The warrior looked upon him with compassion. Not every great man, but every man who forgets greatness is a gift. True height is not in rising above others, but in raising others with you. The trail grew jagged again, forcing them to climb with hands and knees. Sharp stones tore at their palms, and the disciple winced at every scrape. Above them, clouds swirled thick and low, casting shifting shadows across the mountain face. It was as if the hill itself tested whether their climb was born of humility or arrogance. The disciple whispered as he pulled himself upward, Master, when you spoke of your battles, when men cheered your name, did you not feel like a god? Did that not taste sweet? The warrior paused, leaning on his staff, his gaze distant. It did. The shouts of men, the trembling of foes, the songs sung in taverns, all led me with the wine of pride. I drank deeply, until I thought I would never thirst again. But when the songs faded and the men were gone, I was left alone with my hollow victories. The wine turned to ash in my mouth. The child frowned, curious. So pride deceives with sweetness, only to turn bitter. Exactly so, the warrior said rmly. Like fruit poisoned at the core. It shines on the outside, tempting the hungry, but it rots within. Many men die never knowing the fruit they consumed was killing them slowly. As he spoke, thunder rumbled faintly in the distance. The disciple looked at the sky nervously. Even the heavens seemed to warn us, he murmured. The warrior lifted his head. The gods always warn, but the proud seldom listen. Their ears are LED with their own praise. The summit was still distant, hidden in veils of mist, but the disciple felt as though each step took him deeper into the lesson. His legs burned, his chest ached, yet his spirit seemed to expand with every story, every warning the warrior spoke. They stopped at a stone that jutted out like a balcony overlooking the world. The warrior sat, motioning for the disciple to do the same. Together they gazed into the vastness below, the rivers winding like silver veins, the forests stretching endless and dark, the mountains in the distance crowned with snow. "Master," the disciple whispered, "up here, it feels as though we have conquered the world. It is beautiful, and yet dangerous. Is this the essence of pride?" The warrior nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the horizon. "Yes, child. To sit above the world and feel it conquered is the seed of pride. But to sit above and realize you are but a guest upon the mountain, that is wisdom." The boy leaned closer, whispering, "Then tell me, Master, how does one balance between rightful dignity and poisonous pride?" The warrior turned his weathered face toward him, voice grave as an oracle. "By remembering always, the hill you climb was not made by you, the air you breathe is not yours, the strength in your legs was gifted by Esh and spirit beyond your making. Pride says I am the source. Wisdom says I am the steward." A silence stretched between them, broken only by the cry of an eagle soaring high above, its wings cutting across the sky. The disciple followed it with his gaze, both in awe and fear. The warrior, too, watched, then whispered, "Let us climb further, child. For only at the summit, can the sin of pride be faced fully." The air grew colder as they ascended, thin wisps of cloud brushing against their faces like ghostly veils. The stones underfoot were slick with dew, and the trail wound sharply around the mountain's ank. Each turn revealed not safety but another sheer cliff, another rise that mocked their efforts. The disciple stumbled, clutching the rocks, his breath ragged. "Master, why do men climb at all? The valley below is fertile and kind. There is water, food, warmth. What calls them to the mountain's cruelty?" The warrior steadied him with a hand, his voice calm yet tinged with memory. "It is pride that calls them, child. Pride whispers of conquest, that if one stands above, one owns all that lies below. Pride makes the valley seem small, though it gives life. Men abandon the surety of earth for the illusion of a crown made of mist." The disciple's eyes widened with sudden clarity. "Then kings are nothing but climbers of invisible hills, forever chasing heights that vanish in clouds." The warrior's lips curved into a faint, sorrowful smile. "Yes. And I was once among them." They pressed onward, and the mountain began to roar faintly with wind. Loose pebbles rolled away with each step, falling endlessly into the abyss. The disciple dared not look down. Instead, he asked, "Master, tell me, what height of pride did you once reach?" The warrior's face hardened, lines deepening like scars of memory. "There was a time," he began slowly, "when my banner flew across kingdoms. Villages sang my name in reverence, and kings feared the echo of my march. I thought myself indestructible. Even when I walked into temples, I did not bow. I believed the gods themselves should bow to me. The disciple shivered at his tone. Did the gods not punish you for such pride? The warrior chuckled grimly. Punish? No. They are patient. They let a man build his tower high, for the higher it rises, the greater the fall when the stone crumbles. That is the cruelty of pride, it destroys not swiftly, but when you least expect it. Above them, thunder rumbled faintly, as if in agreement. Pride, the fragile crown. The path narrowed until it was no wider than a man's shoulders. On their left, the mountain wall rose like a fortress, on their right, the abyss yawned, endless and dark. The disciple clung to the rock, fear burning in his chest. Master, he said, voice trembling, I feel as though one misstep will cast me into the void. Is this not the same peril of pride, that one false step ruins all? FLFL. The warrior nodded gravely. Yes, child. That is why scripture speaks often of the fall. Ravana of Lanka thought no man nor God could best him. His pride built a golden city, yet one arrow from Rama's bow reduced him to ash. Duryodhana, swollen with arrogance, mocked even Krishna, the Lord himself, and was dragged into ruin. Pride is the most fragile crown, for it rests upon the head of illusion. The disciple clung tighter. But, Master, did you fall too? The warrior's eyes turned distant, gazing into memories. Yes. And the fall was long, and cruel. They reached a ledge where the wind howled, lifting dust and scattering it like restless spirits. The warrior sat upon a rock, motioning for the disciple to rest. The boy obeyed, his chest heaving. The disciple leaned closer, curiosity outweighing exhaustion. Tell me of your fall, Master. What broke your pride? The warrior's gaze turned to the clouds swirling around the peak, his voice low, resonant with sorrow. It was not a sword that broke me, nor an army. It was betrayal, by those I thought beneath me. Servants I mocked, soldiers I commanded without mercy, peasants whose cries I ignored. One night they rose as one, not with weapons, but with silence. They abandoned me. My armies vanished, my halls grew empty, my victories turned to dust. The crown on my brow became heavier than iron, for it sat upon a throne of solitude. The disciple whispered, wide-eyed, so pride leaves a man alone. The warrior nodded slowly. Yes. Pride builds walls higher than any mountain, until no friend can climb them. And when the walls fall, the proud man ends only ruins. Silence stretched as they both listened to the moan of the wind. Then the disciple asked softly, Master, is pride then only destruction? Has it no gift? The warrior's eyes glinted with the faintest spark of every sin has its boon if mastered. Pride, in its purest form, is dignity, the strength to hold your head high when the world calls you low. Pride is the aim that keeps a man from bowing to tyranny, the re that drives him to climb when all others settle in valleys. But when that aim grows wild, it consumes everything, even the man who holds it. The child looked thoughtful, gazing at the eagle circling above the peak. Then the task is not to kill pride, but to temper it, like a blade. The warrior smiled faintly. Well said. Pride tempered is strength. Pride untempered is ruin. and the mountain we climb is no different, it teaches us the same truth. Conquer it with humility, and it becomes a teacher. Conquer it with arrogance, and it will cast you down. The disciple shivered at the warrior's words, for the mountain seemed to grow taller as they spoke, its summit lost within a shroud of storm. The path grew crueler as they climbed. The once soil gave way to shards of black stone, each jagged edge threatening to slice skin if one stumbled. The air grew sharp and thin, burning in the disciple's lungs. He staggered, pressing a hand to his chest, while the warrior walked ahead, his gait steady but heavy, as though the mountain itself weighed upon his back. The disciple struggled forward, gasping. "Master, this hill feels endless. Each time I think I am close to its heart, another wall rises before me. Why does pride feel the same? When I think I have conquered it in myself, I see it again, wearing a new face." The warrior paused, resting his staff against the rocks, and turned his scarred face toward the boy. "Because pride is not a single beast, child. It is a hydra. Cut one head, and another grows. I thought once that my victories over enemies proved I had mastered myself. But within each triumph, a new form of pride was born." The boy blinked, sweat stinging his eyes. "Tell me, Master. What was your greatest moment of pride?" The warrior's eyes clouded with memory. He drew in a deep breath, and his voice carried both bitterness and longing. "The day I returned from the Great War of the Southern Plains. My armies had crushed the enemy, the banners of rivals burned to ash, and the spoils of kingdoms lay at my feet. As I entered the capital, women threw garlands of flowers, men shouted my name, and priests declared me chosen by the gods themselves. My chariot was dragged not by horses, but by slaves captives who once mocked my name. That day, I thought myself more than man. I thought myself eternal." The disciple's voice trembled. "And in that moment, did you not feel the weight of divinity?" The warrior's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "Yes. And that was my curse. For once a man tastes the nectar of godhood, he forgets he is made of dust. I spoke to kings as though they were my servants. I ignored the cries of widows whose husbands I had slain. And when famine struck the land, I hoarded the grain, for I said to myself, if the people starve, let them worship me for bread. I am their savior." The disciple lowered his eyes, unable to meet the weight of such confession. "Master, and did the gods let this stand?" The warrior's voice dropped, heavy as stone. "No, child. The gods are silent judges. They let pride ripen, until it rots in the man's own hands." The wind howled louder, carrying any dust that stung their eyes. The mountain's face loomed before them like a wall of obsidian. They climbed slowly, gripping cracks in the stone, their engines scraped raw. The disciple's voice shook as he climbed. "Master, in our stories, even the greatest are not spared. Ravana's golden city burned, Duryodhana's pride led to his fall, even Indra trembled at the thought of losing his throne. But tell me, how did your pride fall? What was the blow that struck you?" The warrior's gaze darkened, as if he peered into a pit only he could see. "It was not a blade, not an army, not a curse from the heavens. It was my own people. The same who once cheered my name began to whisper. They grew weary of my arrogance. I taxed them cruelly, demanding offerings at my feet. When famine grew worse, I opened the granaries only for those who praised me loudest. And so, the poor and the weak turned against me. They did not raise weapons, child. They left me. Villages emptied, soldiers deserted, priests turned their chants to other names. I was left a king without a kingdom, a voice shouting in halls that echoed with silence. The disciples' heart tightened. And in that silence, what did you feel? Phi the warrior's jaw clenched, his voice trembling with a rare vulnerability. At RST, rage. I told myself the people were ungrateful, blind to my greatness. Then came fear. I looked into my own reaction, and I saw not a god but a lonely man. And when the fear passed, only emptiness remained. Pride had raised me above all, and then cast me down where no hand reached to lift me. That emptiness was deeper than death. The boy shivered, gripping the rock tighter. So, master. Pride gives glory, but leaves nothing when it does. The warrior nodded grimly. Yes. Pride is the sweetest honey, but its hive is hollow. They reached a plateau where the wind fell silent. The earth here was barren, no grass, no moss, only scarred stone. The warrior sat, his chest rising and falling steadily, while the disciple collapsed beside him, drained. The boy whispered, Master, does not some pride preserve a man? A warrior who walks into battle with no belief in himself, does he not fall before he swings his sword? The warrior smiled faintly, though his eyes were weary. You speak wisely, child. Pride is not all poison. Pride, when tempered, is armor. When I took the sword in my youth, I had nothing, no wealth, no noble blood, no blessings from sages. Only pride told me I was not less than princes. Pride made me lift my blade when others mocked me. Without it, I would have perished unknown. Pride can be dignity, the strength to hold one's head high even when the world bows it low. The disciple looked thoughtful. Then why, Master, does it turn from dignity to destruction? The warrior lifted a stone, rolling it in his palm. Because men forget the line. The stone is harmless in my hand, but if I throw it from the cliff, it can kill. Pride within keeps a man steady. Pride outward, thrown upon others, crushes them, and in the end, returns to crush the thrower. The disciple's eyes widened as he grasped the lesson. So pride must be caged within the heart, like a retended, never let loose to consume others. The warrior nodded. Yes. Pride must warm, not burn. The climb resumed, the summit drawing nearer, though cloaked in storm clouds that rolled like restless spirits. Lightning ashed distantly, illuminating the jagged rocks. The disciples stumbled but pressed on, fueled by the re of their conversation. Master, he said softly, in our scriptures, even sages fall to pride. Vishvamitra, though a great seer, was consumed by arrogance when challenged by Vashistha. He sought to rival the gods themselves, building a heaven for mortals. But his pride led him to downfall again and again. Why is it that even the wisest are not spared? The warrior's eyes gleamed as he recalled. Because wisdom sharpens the blade, but does not dull the desire to wield it. Vishwamitra's story is mine too. I thought myself not only a warrior, but a lawgiver, a king, a god among men. The more wisdom I gained, the more certain I became that no one else was worthy of counsel. Pride thrives in strength, but it also thrives in wisdom, for both give man the illusion that he is complete. The disciple whispered, "So even wisdom is dangerous if pride drinks from it." The warrior struck the rock with his staff. Yes. Every gift can be a curse. Strength becomes tyranny, wisdom becomes arrogance, beauty becomes vanity. Pride feeds on gifts, twisting them into shackles. The disciple's heart beat faster as the storm crackled above. The mountain itself seemed to echo the warrior's words, rumbling in dark agreement. At last they reached a narrow ridge, the summit hidden just beyond a veil of cloud. The disciple collapsed to his knees, panting, while the warrior stood tall, his staff planted rmly in the stone. Lightning art again, revealing their shadows cast monstrously against the cliff face. The disciple, trembling, asked, "Master, how then did you overcome pride? How did you climb from that emptiness?" The warrior closed his eyes, his voice low and heavy. "I overcame it not by choice, but by surrender. Alone, stripped of kingdom and power, I wandered the forests. I saw hermits who wore rags yet carried peace in their eyes. I saw farmers who bowed to the soil, knowing it was greater than them. I saw mothers who fed their children before themselves, never asking for glory. Slowly, their lives whispered to me what temples and battles never taught: greatness is not in standing above, but in kneeling with." The disciple listened, his heart swelling with both awe and sorrow. The warrior's voice grew softer. "One day, I knelt before a river, cupping its waters in my palm. I realized then, the river nourishes kings and beggars alike, yet it asks no worship. It vows without pride, yet it rules all life. In that moment, I cast my pride into the current, and it carried it away." The child's eyes led with tears. "And what replaced it, Master?" The warrior looked into the clouds, his voice resonant with humility. "Not emptiness, child. Peace. A peace greater than any throne." The storm rumbled once more, but this time it felt distant, as though the mountain itself had acknowledged the truth spoken upon its back. The ridge narrowed, and the mountain's summit loomed just above, shrouded in mist that swirled like restless spirits. Every step upward was an act of dance against the storm. The disciple stumbled often, his hands bleeding from stone cuts, but the warrior's presence ahead of him was like a torch in darkness, steady, unyielding. Lightning ripped across the sky, illuminating the summit for a brief moment. The boy gasped. It looked less like a mountain peak and more like a throne carved from the bones of the earth. The clouds themselves curled about it as though kneeling in reverence. "Master," the disciple whispered, his voice trembling with exhaustion and awe, "this mountain, it feels alive. Each stone bears weight, as if it has witnessed countless kings stand here." The warrior's deep voice echoed. "You feel true, child. This hill is no mere stone, it is a mirror of the soul. Men climb it seeking crowns, yet at the top, they see themselves magni ed. That is pride's cruelty. It promises kingship but delivers madness. The disciple tightened his grip on the rocks, hauling himself upward. So those who stand at the summit, Master, do they fall, always? The warrior's scarred face softened with memory. Yes, unless they bow. Pride is conquered not by standing tallest, but by kneeling where the wind is thickest. Few ever kneel here, child. That is why so many fall. The boy shuddered. Did you kneel, Master, when you stood upon such a height? The warrior paused, his eyes glinting with storm. Not then. When I stood here, I believed the mountain itself bent to me. I raised my sword and declared, the world is mine. That declaration was the loudest lie my soul ever spoke. The summit drew closer, but with it came a howl of wind so fierce that it nearly knocked the disciple to his knees. He clutched at the jagged rocks, his breath shallow, while the warrior pressed forward with a calm that seemed impossible in such chaos. The disciple cried over the storm. Master, tell me what happened when you claimed the world as yours. What punishment did the gods lay upon you? The warrior turned, his cloak whipping in the gale, and his voice thundered louder than the storm itself. It was no god who struck me. Pride is a punishment that grows within. The heavens watched in silence, for they knew my own heart would destroy me. His eyes burned as he continued, that day, the people crowned me upon the summit. Gold circlets pressed into my brow, and voices rose like a oud. I thought myself greater than all kings of memory. But then came the cracks. The soldiers demanded pay beyond my means. The priests who praised me one day turned to curse me the next when I denied them their share of spoils. The people, once drunk on victory, grew sober with hunger. And I, mad with pride, saw their discontent not as suffering but as betrayal. I crushed their dissent with and steel. The disciple trembled at the image. So pride made you not only blind, but cruel. The warrior's voice dropped lower, resonant with sorrow. Yes. And cruelty was my undoing. For cruelty wins obedience, but never loyalty. One night, when the winds howled as they do now, my generals deserted. I awoke to empty tents, to silence where once stood legions. The throne was mine, yet I ruled no one. That is the peak of pride, when you wear a crown but sit upon ashes. The disciple's heart ached, and he clutched his chest as if the warrior's memories bled into him. At the heights of pride they reached the summit at last. It was a vast, barren plateau, the stones slick with rain, the air thick with cloud. Lightning forked across the heavens, casting brief, ghostly shapes upon the rock. For an instant, the disciple thought he saw armies stretching across the plateau, phantoms of men cheering, banners waving, but when the lightning died, only empty stone remained. The boy whispered, his voice shaking. Master, I see shadows here. Are they illusions of my weary mind, or are they real? The warrior's gaze was steady. They are pride's gift. This summit remembers all who stood here swollen with arrogance. Their shadows linger, forever boasting in the storm. Look closely, child, do you not see me among them? The disciple looked again, and his heart froze. In the next lightning ash, he saw a younger version of his master, tall, armored, crowned with gold, a sword raised high. His eyes blazed with madness, his mouth wide in a cry of triumph. The disciple gasped, "Master! That is you." The warrior's lips curled into a bitter half-smile. "Yes. That was the man I once was, glorious in the eyes of men, but rotting within. He stands here still, for pride never dies easily. Each man leaves a shadow upon this summit. Mine lingers as a warning." The disciple shivered, pulling his cloak tighter. "Is there no way to drive away the shadow?" The warrior's eyes softened. "Not by force. Shadows only when one bows to the light. And that, child, is the lesson few learn. Pride gets to the end, screaming as it dies, yet only humility silences it." The storm cracked again, and the disciple saw the shadow of the younger warrior raise his sword at the elder. But the elder stood uninching. The wind shrieked, wrapping their bodies in cold engures. The disciple clung to the warrior's side, his small frame dwarfed by the vast emptiness of the summit. "Master," he whispered, "if pride leaves behind such shadows, then are we doomed to be haunted forever by our own past." The warrior laid a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. "No, child. The shadow remains only as long as you feed it. I fed mine with memory, with shame, with fear of being forgotten. But when I surrendered, when I ceased to call myself king, the shadow weakened. Now, it is but an echo, loud in the storm, silent in the Sunday." The disciple's eyes widened. "So surrender is victory?" The warrior nodded slowly. "Yes. To surrender the throne within the heart is to claim a kingdom the world cannot take." The boy sat upon the wet stone, hugging his knees, the storm soaking him. He whispered, "Master, I am afraid. If one as mighty as you was nearly destroyed by pride, what chance have I, who is but dust?" The warrior knelt before him, eyes earnest with conviction. "Listen, child. You are not dust, you are clay. Dust is scattered by the wind, but clay can be shaped. Pride tries to scatter you, but humility shapes you into something the gods themselves honor. Fear not the summit. Fear only forgetting to bow when you stand upon it." The disciple's heart warmed despite the cold storm. He nodded, a spark of courage echoing within him. The storm began to calm, as though their words had appeased the mountain. The thunder softened into distant murmurs, the lightning faded to a curse. The clouds parted slightly, revealing a night sky dense with stars, silent witnesses to their struggle. The disciple gazed upward in awe. "Master, the stars. They shine, yet they do not boast. They are brighter than kings, yet they remain silent. Is that not the true way?" The warrior smiled faintly. "Yes. The stars teach what crowns cannot, that greatness shines by simply being, not by demanding worship. The sun does not ask us to bow, yet we cannot live without it. That is humility in glory." The disciple rose, legs trembling but steady. "Then, Master, if I ever climb to such a summit of my own, I will remember to bow. I will remember the shadows here." The warrior's voice grew like the strike of a temple bell. "Remember, Child, every summit is a mirror. When you look into it, guard your heart. If you see only yourself, pride waits to devour you. But if you see the heavens re-acted, then you are safe. Descending the pride, they began the descent, the disciple close to his master's side, the stars guiding their way down the dark slope. For though the summit had shown them shadows, it had also gifted them light. The summit lay quiet after the storm, as if the mountain itself had bowed in silence. The disciple looked around, the mist thinning, and felt the stillness press upon him like a hand. His master stood by the edge of the plateau, gazing out across the endless valley below. His cloak uttered, a shadow against the starlit sky. The boy drew close, his voice hushed, as though fearing to disturb the moment. Master, you said surrender is the only victory. But tell me, when you surrendered, did you lose yourself, or did you enter a greater strength? The warrior did not turn immediately. His words were slow, deliberate, as if each carried the weight of ages. When I surrendered, I thought I was ending. But in truth, I was beginning. I had worn the mask of king and conqueror, but only when I cast it aside did I see my true face. The gods do not honor crowns, child, they honor the bowed head. The disciple's breath caught in his throat. The stars above seemed to lean closer, as if they too hungered for the words. So humility is not weakness, the warrior Nally turned, his scarred face illuminated by the pale silver of moonlight. No. Humility is strength restrained. It is the sword sheath though it could slay, the rebank though it could consume. Only the proud believe humility is weakness, for they fear what they cannot command. The disciple trembled, not from the cold but from the weight of the truth. Yet as he looked again toward his master, his eyes blurred, and for a moment the warrior seemed less solid, less present, as though the mist itself was swallowing him. Master, the disciple cried, reaching forward. His hand met only damp air. The warrior stood there still, but fainter, his outline shimmering as though he were made of the same light as the stars above. The boy's voice shook. Do not leave me now. I have only begun to understand your tales. How shall I face the path without your guidance? The warrior smiled faintly, though his eyes held the sorrow of departure. Child, you mistake me. My body was never meant to walk with you forever. A teacher's task is not to chain the student, but to light his path until he can walk by his own feet. The mountain has shown you pride, as it once showed me. Now it is your turn to descend, not with me, but with the lesson carved into your soul. Tears burned the disciple's eyes, blurring the stars. He grasped at the air as if he could anchor the warrior with sheer will. But I am not ready. I will stumble, I will forget. The warrior's voice rang gently, yet firm as iron. Then stumble, and remember. Fall, and rise. Forget, and recall. That is the way of men. Do not seek perfection, child. Seek only truth, and let humility guide your steps. The storm clouds parted further, and the moonlight washed the summit in silver radiance. In that glow, the warrior's form grew translucent, until only his eyes, bright as embers, remained visible. Remember the summit, he whispered. Remember to bow. And then, like smoke carried by wind, he was gone. The disciple fell to his knees upon the wet stone, his chest heaving. The summit felt emptier than ever before, the silence deafening without the warrior's voice to tell it. He pressed his forehead to the ground, the cold rock biting his skin, and for the rst time he bowed not to a man, but to the mountain itself. "Master," he whispered into the stone, "I will remember. I will not wear the crown in my heart. I will bow, even if none see me bow." When he rose, the summit was still barren, yet he felt less alone. The stars burned more brightly now, as if they had taken the warrior's place, each one a silent reminder of humility's strength. His legs trembled as he turned toward the descent. The path downward seemed darker than the climb upward. The rocks glistened like the backs of serpents, the mist clung to him like hungry hands. Each step echoed in the emptiness, magnified by the silence left behind. The child's thoughts whirled with the tale of pride. He pictured the shadows of his master's youth, the phantom armies, the lonely throne upon ashes. He clenched his sts. "I will not become that shadow," he vowed aloud. "I will not claim the mountain for myself. I will carry its lesson down." The descent tested him more earthly than the climb. Without his master ahead, he stumbled often, his palms torn by jagged stone. Yet each fall reminded him of the warrior's words, "Fall, and rise." And so he did. The night air was sharp, laced with pine and wet earth. Owls called from hidden perches, their cries hollow, haunting. The boy shivered, imagining them as the voices of forgotten kings who had once fallen to pride, their echoes bound forever to the mountain. At one turn of the path, he paused to catch his breath. The valley spread below him like a vast ocean of shadow, and in its depths glimmered the faint residential of villages. He thought of the people, ordinary, unseen, yet steady in their lives. "They are the true kings," he whispered, "those who live without needing crowns." He remembered myths his master had once mentioned. Icarus soaring too high, undone by pride in his wings, Ravenna, blinded by arrogance, refusing to bow even before the gods, only to fall. Pride was not a mountain only he had climbed, it was a peak all men were lured to. Yet he, the disciple, now bore the tale of one who had survived it. He felt the mountain no longer pressing against him as an enemy, but watching him as a teacher might, silent, waiting to see if he had learned. At last, his feet found the lower slopes, where the trees grew thick and the earth softened with moss. The storm was far behind, and the mountain stood above him, veiled in mist, like a king cloaked in humility. The disciple turned once more to gaze upward, his chest swelling with a mix of sorrow and resolve. "Master, you are gone from my eyes, but your shadow is gone from my heart as well. I will walk with the lesson of the summit, even if I walk alone." He whispered into the night. The forest welcomed him with its quiet rhythm, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, the distant ow of water. It seemed to murmur in agreement, as though nature itself approved his vow. Weary, the disciple found a hollow beneath an ancient oak and settled there. His body ached, his mind was raw with memory, but his spirit was steadier than it had ever been. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind his lids he did not see the proud shadow of his master, nor the crowns of kings. He saw only the stars, silent, humble, eternal. Sleep claimed him gently. And so the chapter of pride ended, not with a crown, but with a bowed head, a vanished master, and a disciple who at last carried his own light into the night. Chapter 5 Sloth. To live without moving, to breathe without striving, to exist without purpose, this is sloth. The forest breathed in silence. When the disciple opened his eyes, morning light dared through branches thick with moss, painting the ground in shifting patterns of green and gold. The air was damp, heavy with the scent of earth and rot, as though time itself moved slower beneath the canopy. Birds sang lazily from hidden nests, their calls unhurried, and the boy felt as though the world here had no need for haste. He rose stiff-white, brushing leaves from his cloak, and noticed how the forest over was carpeted with fungi and fallen branches. Nothing seemed eager to grow, trees leaned into one another as though asleep, and vines hung motionless like curtains around forgotten doors. The disciple muttered, "It is as though the forest itself slumbers, and I am trespassing in its dream." As he wandered deeper, his steps moved by the moss, he felt his body grow strangely heavy. His arms longed to hang limp, his eyelids drooped, and though he had only just woken, the forest urged him back into sleep. He shook his head, struggling to remain alert. No, this is more than weariness. This is something else. A voice answered from the shadows, deep, familiar, and yet softer than before. "It is sloth, child. The forest cradles you in its slow embrace. Do not mistake it for peace, it is a trap, as deadly as pride's mountain." The disciple spun, and his breath caught. The warrior stood among the trees, half shrouded in mist, his form less solid than in life, yet stronger than a mere memory. His eyes glowed faintly, like embers preserved in ash. "Master," the boy cried, his heart swelling with relief and longing. "I thought you had left me forever upon the summit." The warrior stepped forward, his boots silent upon the moss. "I left only to teach you to walk alone. But where there is a lesson to learn, I will appear again. Today you must learn of sloth, the sin that hides not in storms and battles, but in silence, in waiting, in surrender to nothingness." The disciple frowned. "How can silence be sin, Master? Did you not tell me silence can also be wisdom?" The warrior's gaze turned solemn. "Yes. But wisdom is silence chosen. Sloth is silence imposed. One awakens the soul, the other buries it." The forest deepened as they walked together, the light dimming with every step. The disciple noticed how roots twisted across the path like shackles, forcing him to slow, while the warrior moved unhindered, as though he belonged to the shadows. "Master," the disciple asked cautiously, "why is sloth considered deadly? Surely to do nothing is less harmful than pride, which destroys, or wrath, which burns." The warrior paused beside a fallen tree, its trunk rotting into soil, its hollow belly crawling with insects. He placed a hand on the bark. "This tree once reached for the sun. Now it has fallen, and in its fall it feeds others. That is nature's way, rest is transformed into life. But sloth in man is not such. When a man refuses to rise, he feeds no one. His gift rots within him, wasted." The disciple stared at the tree, then whispered, so sloth is death without dying. The warrior nodded. Yes. To live without moving, to breathe without striving, to exist without purpose, this is sloth. And it spreads, unseen until the soul is covered. They came upon a clearing where the sunlight revealed stone ruins, pillars cracked, vines climbing their heights. The disciple felt a chill, as if he were walking in the grave of forgotten kings. Who built this place? He asked. The warrior's eyes narrowed, and he answered with a tale. Once, long ago, there was a kingdom ruled by a man of great vision. He raised temples, carved laws, and built roads that bound the land together. But in his old age, he grew weary, not in body, but in will. He let others govern, let others defend, let others dream. And soon, his people imitated him. Work ceased, the elds lay fallow, and the army rusted with its swords. A single raiding tribe toppled his empire, not because it was weak in arms, but because it had become weak in spirit. The disciple shivered, staring at the ruins. So this is their memory, a kingdom lost not to war, but to sloth. The warrior laid his hand on the boy's shoulder. Yes. Sloth is not the death of a kingdom by re. It is the slow suffocation of neglect. They sat upon the fallen pillar, the forest murmuring around them. The disciple's mind raced with the story, yet a strange heaviness returned to his limbs. He yawned despite himself, ashamed. Master, I do not understand. If sloth is so dangerous, why does it feel so gentle? Wrath burned like pride roared like thunder, but this feels like a lullaby. The warrior's eyes glimmered. That is sloth's poison. It does not strike you, it embraces you. It lulls you into surrender with sweetness, as the serpent whispers comfort before the bite. The disciple frowned. Then how does one ght it? A man can ght wrath with patience, pride with humility. But how does he ght when his enemy is his own desire to rest? The warrior leaned close, his voice grave. By remembering that rest is for renewal, not escape. Sleep is sacred when it prepares one for labor. But when man sleeps to ease the weight of life, sloth has conquered him. The boy nodded slowly, but doubt lingered. He whispered, Is not the forest itself slothful? The trees stand still, the vines do not hurry, the moss only waits. Yet they live. The warrior pointed to a tree whose branches stretched high. The forest is not slothful, child. It is steady. The tree does not rush, but it grows, day by day. The moss creeps, the roots spread, the vines climb. That is patience, not sloth. The difference is purpose. The disciple considered this, and for a moment his heart lifted. Yet in the corner of his vision, he thought he saw girls reclining in the ruins, shadowy men and women sprawled in eternal rest, their faces slack, their eyes vacant. He blinked, but the vision lingered. Master, he whispered, clutching his cloak, there are shadows here too, like on the mountain. The warrior nodded, his face darkening. Yes. They are the ones who surrendered to sloth. Not kings of armies, but kings of neglect. Their bodies return to earth, but their shadows linger, sighing eternally for tasks undone. The disciple's skin crawled as one of the shadows turned toward him, its mouth opening in a yawn so wide it seemed to swallow the sun. The boy shuddered and clung to his master. "Do they seek to drag me down too?" he cried. "Fi fi 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 fl fi fi fi." The warrior's hand was upon his back. "They cannot drag you. They can only invite you. They whisper, 'Rest a while longer, leave your task for tomorrow, there is no need to rise.' If you listen, their shadow falls upon you, and soon you forget the rising of the Sunday." The disciple buried his face in his hands. "But I feel their call even now. I want to lie upon this moss, to close my eyes and let the forest claim me." The warrior's voice sharpened, cutting like steel. "Then child. Stand when your body says lie down, walk when your spirit says wait, labor when your heart seeks only escape. That is how sloth is broken." The disciple staggered to his feet, his limbs heavy, each movement a battle. He clenched his sts, tears pricking his eyes. "I will not be swallowed. I will not be shadow." The warrior's face softened. "Good. Even the smallest dance is victory." To lighten the boy's heart, he spoke another tale. "Do you know of Narasimha, the lion man of the old myths? He burst forth from stone to slay a tyrant when none expected it. Why? Because the world had grown slothful in waiting. The gods had delayed, the priests had prayed without action. But when Narasimha came, he reminded all that divine power awakens only when men act." The disciple whispered, awe in his voice, "So even gods despise sloth?" "Indeed," the warrior replied. "For even the heavens move, the sun rises, the moon waxes and wanes, the stars turn. Only man dares call his idleness holy." The shadows in the ruins began to fade, dissolving into the moss as the boy stood taller, his dance steadying him. The forest opened into a stream, its waters moving slowly but ceaselessly, carving stone, feeding roots. The disciple knelt beside it, splashing his face, the coolness clearing the fog from his mind. He felt strength return, as if the stream itself whispered, "Iao, so must you." He turned to his master, determination burning in his eyes. "I see it now. Sloth is not peace, it is surrender to nothingness. And I will not surrender." The warrior smiled faintly, pride echoing in his eyes. "Then you have learned the RST lesson. But know this, sloth is not always obvious. It hides even in those who labor. A man may work endlessly at trivial things to avoid the true task set before him. That too is sloth, cloaked as diligence." The disciple's eyes widened. "So sloth is not only in sleep, but in misplaced labor." "Yes," the warrior said rmly. "To polish stones while the roof collapses is sloth. To argue endlessly when action is required is sloth. To pray for rain but refuse to plant is sloth." The disciple bowed his head, whispering, "Then I must be vigilant not only of idleness, but of misdirected toil." "Exactly," the warrior replied, his eyes glowing like twin stars in the dim forest. "And that vigilance is the true awakening from sloth." Fi fi fl fl fi 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 fi. The forest seemed lighter now, the canopy parting slightly to let in shafts of sunlight. The disciple looked upward and thought the trees themselves bowed, approving his vow. The forest path curved into a grove where trees grew so close their branches locked like prison bars, shutting out most of the sky. A hush fell over the place, and the disciple felt again that oppressive heaviness in his chest. Even the air was thick, as though time itself refused to move forward here. The boy clutched his cloak tighter, whispering, "Master, this place feels haunted. The silence here is not peace, it is suffocation." The warrior nodded gravely. "You sense correctly. This grove is the dwelling of Sloth's oldest shadows. Many wanderers who entered here lay down and never rose again." The disciple swallowed hard, fear prickling his skin. "But why, Master? Why would a man simply lie down and give up?" The warrior's eyes grew distant, shadowed by memory. "Because sloth does not destroy you with terror. It tempts you with comfort. Imagine you are weary, your sword heavy, your wounds aching. A voice whispers, 'Rest, there is no need to rise again.' In that moment, surrender feels like relief. And so men lie down, promising themselves they will stand tomorrow. But tomorrow never comes." The boy frowned, his sts tightening. "Master, did you ever face such a moment?" The warrior's jaw tightened, and his gaze turned inward as though he walked an old battle eld in his mind. "Yes. Once, after a long campaign, I returned to my homeland only to end famine had struck. My people cried for aid, but I was exhausted. I told myself, I have fought enough. Let others act. And so I delayed. Days turned to weeks, and the famine deepened. By the time I rose to act, half the elds were barren, and half the children had starved." The disciple gasped, "Hoary Ed! Master, what did you do?" The warrior's shoulders bowed with shame. "I gathered the survivors, rebuilt the elds, fought to restore what I had neglected. But no action could erase the truth. I had lost more to sloth than I had ever lost to sword or spear." The forest seemed to darken with his words, as though the trees themselves mourned with him. The disciple whispered, "So sloth steals more than lives. It steals time, and time never returns." The warrior's gaze hardened. "Yes. That is why it is deadlier than the blade. A wound may heal, but a wasted day cannot be reborn." As they moved deeper, the disciple noticed strange carvings on the trunks of ancient trees, faces, crude yet haunting, mouths open in yawns that seemed eternal. He shivered. "Master, what are these? Who carved them?" The warrior traced one with his enger. "These are not carvings, child. They are impressions left by the sleepers of old. Men who leaned against these trees and never rose. Their ash melted into the bark, their apathy etched forever into wood. Phi 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 fl phi phi ffii." The disciple recoiled. "Hoary Ed! You mean the forest itself consumed them?" The warrior nodded solemnly. "Yes. Sloth turns men into part of the earth, not as noble guardians, but as forgotten husks." The disciple, desperate to banish the dread, asked, "Is there a story, Master, that shows this danger clearly?" The warrior's eyes kindled with yes. "You have heard of Kumbhakarna, the brother of mighty Ravana from the Ramayana?" The disciple nodded eagerly. "Yes, the giant who slept for 6 months and awoke only to eat before sleeping again. The warrior's voice rolled like thunder. Indeed, he was not born slothful. He was a warrior of unmatched strength, destined for greatness. But when he asked the gods for a boon, his tongue slipped, and instead of invincibility, he was cursed with eternal slumber. Only rarely did he wake, and when he did, he squandered his power in hunger and destruction, not in creation. Imagine, child, a titan, strong enough to change the course of kingdoms, reduced to a slave of sleep. The disciple whispered in awe, so even the mighty can fall to sloth. Especially the mighty, the warrior replied gravely. For the stronger a man is, the greater the loss when he fails to rise. The disciple's face grew pale. But master, some say Kumhakarna was still loyal to his brother and died bravely in battle. The warrior nodded slowly. Yes, he awoke and fought like a lion when forced. But his life was squandered. What good is greatness if it sleeps through the world's call? A man who rises only once to GHT, after wasting years, leaves behind a tale of pity, not glory. The disciple trembled, whispering, then Kumhakarna's sin was not his hunger, but his wasted potential. The warrior's gaze bore into him. Exactly. And so it is with all who surrender to sloth. Their power dies before their bodies. They reached a meadow where shafts of golden light broke through the canopy, illuminating patches of wild hours swaying lazily. Yet even here, the disciple noticed, the bees moved sluggishly, and Butter-ies clung to petals as if asleep. He sat down heavily, sighing. Master, I confess, I feel it even now. My body begs me to rest here. The grass looks softer than any bed. What if I just closed my eyes for a little while? The warrior's voice rang sharp. And what would you dream of, child? Comfort? Glory achieved without labor? Life without effort? Those are the lullabies of sloth. The disciple frowned, ashamed. But master, is rest always evil? Even the scriptures say the seventh day was made for rest. The warrior softened, crouching beside him. Rest is holy when it prepares you to rise again. But rest becomes unholy when it steals the re of your will. Tell me, would you sharpen your sword once and never again? Or would you sharpen it after every battle? FL. The boy hesitated. After every battle. The warrior nodded. So it is with the soul. Rest must be sharpening, not surrender. The disciple absorbed the words, but his eyes wandered to the horizon, where he thought he saw a gur lying upon the grass. It was a man, clothed in rags, his beard long, his body unmoving. The disciple pointed, alarmed. Master! Look! The warrior followed his gaze. Do you see him? That is no living man. That is one of Sloth's illusions, drawn from tales across time. Have you heard of Rip Van Winkle? The disciple shook his head. No, master. Then listen, the warrior said, his tone deepening into story. In a distant land, there was a man who ate his duties, hiding in the forest to escape his wife and his work. One day he lay down beneath a tree and slept. When he awoke, his beard was long, his clothes tattered, and his world changed. 20 years had passed, and all he had known was gone. He had slept through his life. The disciples' eyes widened. So even in far lands, sloth steals years. Yes, the warrior said RMLY. Time is the one treasure we cannot restore. And sloth is the thief that steals it most cruelly. As they left the meadow, the forest grew darker again, vines coiling like snakes around the trees. The disciple asked softly, "Master, you told me of kingdoms lost and titans wasted. But tell me truly, how did you rise from sloth when it claimed you?" The warrior's face grew heavy with memory. He sat upon a root and sighed. "It was not easy, child. After the famine I told you of, after I had delayed too long, I wished to give up. Shame pressed on me heavier than armor. I lay upon the earth and thought, better to sleep and never wake than to face the cries of the hungry. I failed." The disciple's heart ached. "But you did rise, Master. What woke you?" The warrior's eyes glistened. "A child. Barefoot, her ribs sharp against her skin. She shook me where I lay and whispered, 'If you sleep, we will all die.' I saw in her eyes the reaction of my failure, but also the plea for hope. That moment broke sloth's chains. I rose, not for myself, but for her. For them." The disciple's eyes LED with tears. "So it was love that broke sloth?" "Yes," the warrior said softly. "Love demands action. Sloth whispers only of self, of comfort. But when love enters, sloth ees." The disciple clenched his STS, a reawakening in him. "Then I too will not fall. If ever sloth tempts me, I will remember that my strength is not mine alone, but for those who depend on me." The warrior smiled faintly, pride in his gaze. "Good. You begin to understand." But the forest, as if testing him, released another illusion. From the shadows emerged dozens of sleepers, men and women of every age, lying in rows as though in a vast dormitory. Some clutched books they had never written, tools they had never used, instruments they had never played. Their chests rose and fell in endless slumber. The disciple shuddered. "Who are they, Master?" The warrior's voice rang solemn. "They are the dreams never lived. The songs never sung. The deeds undone. Every man who chooses sloth instead of purpose joins them." The disciple's heart trembled, but his will hardened. "I will not join them." The disciple and the warrior came to a clearing where the trees parted to let the sun fall freely upon a soft green carpet of grass. The boy exhaled in relief, for after the oppressive gloom of the forest, this place felt like a sanctuary. He dropped to his knees, brushing the blades of grass with his engers, marveling at how inviting they looked. "Master," he whispered, "this place is different. It does not suffocate me like before. It feels gentle, peaceful." The warrior's eyes narrowed. "Do not be deceived, child. Sometimes the most dangerous form of sloth comes not as darkness but as comfort. This meadow is a trap that has swallowed countless souls. Its grass lulls men into endless dreams. They lie down here saying, I will rest for a moment, and they never rise again. The disciple looked startled, his hand pausing on the ground. But Master, what evil is there in lying upon the grass? Even Lord Vishnu is said to recline upon the serpent Shesha in cosmic rest. The warrior's voice deepened with solemn weight. Yes, Vishnu rests, but his rest is creation itself. His breath sustains the worlds. His slumber is divine rhythm, not human neglect. Learn the difference, child. When gods sleep, universes are born. When men sleep without purpose, only decay follows. The disciple swallowed hard, realizing the distinction. So divine rest is harmony, but human sloth is disharmony. The warrior nodded. Exactly. And I, too, have fallen prey to this meadow once. His eyes grew distant, lost in memory. After a long war, when my enemies lay crushed and the spoils of battle surrounded me, I came here. I told myself, I deserve rest. I deserve peace. I deserve to forget. And so I lay here, letting days bleed into nights, nights into weeks. I did not hunt. I did not train. I did not lead. I only slept, drunk on comfort. The disciple asked softly, almost fearing the answer, what woke you? The warrior's eyes darkened. Raiders entered the forest. They burned villages, captured children, and when I nally stirred myself awake, I found smoke rising in every direction. My delay cost lives. My slumber became their suffering. The disciple trembled. And what did you feel then? The warrior's voice cracked with sorrow. Guilt deeper than any wound. My sword had once defended thousands, but here, my apathy had slain them more surely than an enemy's blade. That was when I understood, the battle eld is not always out there, with swords clashing. Sometimes the battle eld is within, and the enemy is the whisper that says, sleep, wait, delay. The boy lowered his gaze, ashamed of the weariness he had felt earlier in the meadow. Master, I thought of lying down just now. What if I had? The warrior's hand gripped his shoulder rmly. That is why I speak. Every man feels that temptation. But remember, each time you choose to rise instead of surrender, you strike Sloth down. 5. The disciple's eyes widened with sudden curiosity. Master, are there others who face sloth in this way? Stories, like those of Kumbhakarna. The warrior smiled faintly. Yes. Do you know of the lotus eaters, from Odysseus' voyage? The boy shook his head. The warrior's voice rolled like distant thunder. In the old Yavana tales, Odysseus and his men landed upon an island where the people ate the lotus outer. Whoever tasted it lost all will to return home. They lay upon the sand in bliss, forgetting their wives, their children, their duties. Some of Odysseus' men ate of it, and he had to drag them away by force, weeping, for they wished to remain forever. That is sloth, child, not pain, but sweet poison. The disciple's breath caught. So sloth is not just laziness. It is forgetting one's purpose. Exactly, the warrior said, his voice hoarse. And to forget purpose is to lose yourself entirely. The boy whispered, almost to himself, "Purpose is the torch." The warrior nodded, his eyes burning with pride. "Yes. Etch that into your very bones. Without it, this meadow, this forest, the whole world will swallow you into sleep." The disciple and warrior lingered in the meadow, but the air grew strangely heavy, as though unseen hands pressed against their chests. The boy wiped his brow and murmured, "Master, why does this forest itself feel alive, as if it conspires to drag me down into sleep?" The warrior's voice carried a grim certainty. "Because it does. Forests such as these are woven from the breath of men who surrendered. When a man lies down in idleness, his spirit seeps into the ground, and the earth remembers. That is why these trees lean inward, whispering dreams. They are not merely plants, they are archives of wasted lives." The disciple shivered, listening closer. He thought he heard faint sighs in the wind, like voices murmuring half-remembered songs. "Master, are these the voices of those who yielded to sloth?" The warrior nodded. "Yes. And if you listen too closely, they will tell you stories, of how easy it is to close your eyes, of how sweet it is to let go. But remember this, the honey of sloth is laced with venom." The boy frowned, curiosity pricking him. Have the wise ever spoken of this danger? Surely sages knew that rest and laziness were not the same. The warrior smiled faintly, pleased with the question. "Indeed. In the teachings of the Buddha, there is a poison called tamas, the inertia of the soul. Tamas drags man into ignorance, dullness, and apathy. A man under tamas may live, but he does not awaken. The Bhagavad Gita itself warns of the tamasic man, who loves sleep, neglects duty, and wastes his life in indulgence." The disciple whispered the word carefully, "Tamas." "So sloth is more than a habit. It is a spiritual darkness." "Exactly," the warrior said. "It is not simply the body refusing to rise, it is the spirit refusing to burn." The boy bowed his head, humbled. "Then, Master, how does one conquer tamas? How does one awaken, Phi-fl?" The warrior's eyes gleamed. "By discipline, by rising when your body begs you not to, and by remembering why you breathe. Action, purpose, light. These are the enemies of sloth. Remember that always." The disciple felt the words sink deep into his chest. But as they prepared to move, he noticed something in the tall grass, a skeleton lying curled upon itself, a rusted sword clutched in its hand. A warrior who had once fought, but who had lain down and never risen. The boy gasped. "Master, he was a warrior, like you." The elder's eyes darkened. "Like me, but unlike me, he did not rise. And so the earth claimed him." They left the meadow and entered a part of the forest where water trickled through mossy stones. The disciple bent to drink, but the warrior stopped him with a raised hand. "Do not drink here. This water carries dreams. One sip and you will feel no thirst, no hunger, no urgency. Many have drowned in this stream while chasing its false peace." The boy straightened quickly, alarmed. "Master, is there truly such a thing? Water that makes one forget the world?" The warrior's face grew grave. "Yes. In Yavana myth, there is a river called Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. Those who drank from it lost their memories, their very selves. And so it is with sloth, it is the lethe of the soul. It washes away the urgency of duty, the sharpness of purpose. It leaves only shadows. The disciple shivered, backing away from the water. Then sloth is not simply laziness. It is a river that drowns even the strongest will. The warrior touched his arm gently. You learn quickly, child. That is why I teach you here, because the forest itself is a mirror of sloth's dangers. To resist here is to prepare for the world beyond. The disciple asked, Master, did you ever taste from such a river? The elder's eyes grew distant again. Once. After a brutal campaign, I passed through a valley where the air was sweet and the streams clearer than crystal. My men begged to camp there, and so we did. Days turned into weeks. My sword lay unused. My armor rusted. The river lulled us into forgetting that enemies lurked nearby. When raiders nally descended upon us, half my men were too sluggish to GHT. Many died before they could even lift a blade. I carry that shame to this day. The boy's heart clenched. Master, what saved you from the river then? The warrior's voice grew hoarse. Duty. When I saw the bodies of my brothers fall, I knew that my slumber had cost them. I swore never again to let rest become ruin. That oath was my salvation. The disciple whispered with conviction, I too will take that oath. They climbed over tangled roots and came to a grove where the ground was littered with broken musical instruments. Lutes with snapped strings, drums with torn skins, utes cracked in two. The disciple stared in bewilderment. Master, why are these here? The warrior's eyes softened, LLED with sorrow. These are the symbols of men and women who dreamed of creating beauty but never lifted their hands to begin. They thought of music, they imagined greatness, but they delayed. They told themselves, tomorrow I will play, tomorrow I will write, tomorrow I will sing. And tomorrow never came. Their instruments broke with neglect. Phi 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 fl phi. The disciple touched one gently, feeling its dust crumble beneath his engers. So even talent withers when touched by sloth. Yes, the warrior said. Sloth does not only kill warriors, it kills poets, builders, dreamers. Every man has a song in his soul, but sloth silences it before the world can hear. The disciple's brow furrowed. Master, why does sloth strike the gifted most? Should not the talented rise naturally to greatness? The warrior chuckled bitterly. That is its cruelest trick. The more gifted a man is, the more he delays, believing he has time to spare. He trusts his power too much, and so he squanders it. Many geniuses have died with their songs unsung, their books unwritten, their temples unbuilt, all because they thought tomorrow was guaranteed. The disciple whispered, then sloth is the grave of potential. The warrior nodded slowly. Yes. And the saddest grave, for it is LLED not with corpses, but with possibilities that never lived. Illusion of false peace. As they pressed onward, the forest grew brighter again, though its beauty seemed mocking. Flowers bloomed in wild abundance, but many were half-wilted, as though they had opened too late. The disciple asked, Master, do even the plants here suffer from sloth? The warrior gazed at the blossoms. Yes. Even nature bears its lessons. Some hours bloom when the sun is high, others when the moon rises. But those that delay, those that slumber past their season, never bear fruit. They wither without fulfilling their purpose. So it is with men. The boy considered this carefully. Then even in the smallest delays, there is danger. Correct, the warrior said. Think of Kumbhakarna again. His power was vast, but because he slept, he rose only too late to turn the tide of war. Imagine if he had used his strength daily. The Ramayana itself might have ended differently. Delay robbed him more than death. The disciples' eyes widened. So delay itself is a kind of death. The warrior nodded. Yes. A slow death, without drama or bloodshed, but death nonetheless. The boy's sts tightened. Then I will not delay, master. If a task lies before me, I will rise at once. The warrior's eyes shone with approval. Good. That is the RST blade you raise against Sloth. But the forest was not finished with its lessons. Ahead, they saw a Gur seated on a throne made of vines, crowned with hours. His face was serene, his body unmoving. The disciple gasped. Who is he? The warrior's voice lowered. He is the illusion of false peace, the king of sloth. He sits unmoving, worshipped by dreamers who mistake stillness for wisdom. But in truth, his kingdom is wrought. The disciple trembled. Should we bow to him? The warrior growled. No. We walk past him. Bow to him, and you will never rise again. The boy followed his master past the silent king, though his eyes kept returning to that still Gur. Something about it was alluring, a promise of quiet without struggle. He muttered, but master, is stillness not also a part of meditation? Did not sages sit unmoving beneath trees for years? Phi FLFLFFFIII Phi 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 FL Phi. The warrior halted and turned sharply. Yes. But remember, child, true meditation is not idleness. The sage sits, but his spirit burns like re within. His stillness is action turned inward. The difference is vast. Sloth wears the mask of meditation, but beneath it lies emptiness. The disciple's heart pounded. Then how do I tell the difference? The warrior laid a hand on his chest. Ask yourself, does this rest sharpen me or dull me? Does it bring me clarity or numbness? If numbness, it is sloth. If clarity, it is wisdom. That is how you will know. The boy repeated slowly, if numbness, sloth. If clarity, wisdom. The warrior nodded. Yes. That is a shield against the deceit of false peace. The disciple and warrior pressed further into the forest, and the air thickened with the sound of buzzing cicadas. The heat was heavy, pressing on their shoulders, and the boy found his pace slowing. His feet dragged. Finally, he groaned, Master, I do not wish to take another step. The shade is so cool here, can we not rest a while? The warrior stopped and turned, his gaze piercing. You speak as all men do when sloth begins to whisper. First comes fatigue, then comes excuse. A man tells himself he has earned his rest, though his task is unfinished. But the truth is this, sloth never demands only a moment. It takes hours, then days, then years. The boy frowned, but his body still longed for rest. He asked, "But master, is rest not natural? Must we always burn without pause?" The elder's voice softened, carrying both compassion and warning. Rest is sacred when it renews strength. But sloth is not rest, it is decay wearing the mask of rest. There is a difference between a soldier sleeping after battle and a soldier who never rises to GHT. One feeds the spirit, the other starves it. The disciple considered this, though his legs trembled with weariness. He muttered, "But sometimes, master, the burden feels so great, one simply wishes to forget." The warrior sighed. That is the path of Rip Van Winkle, the man of legend who slept through 20 years, waking to ND the world had changed, his place erased. Many live like him, not in beds of moss, but in lives wasted by delay. They wake one day to discover their youth gone, their chances lost, and the world no longer waiting for them. The boy whispered, his heart aching, "So in truth, sloth steals not just action, but time itself." The warrior nodded gravely. Yes. And time, once stolen, cannot be reclaimed. Gold may be regained, kingdoms rebuilt, but a wasted year is buried forever. The path grew steeper, roots snaring their ankles. The disciple stumbled often, muttering with frustration, but his master offered no hand. At last, the boy blurted, "Why do you not help me, master? Surely you see me struggle." The warrior's voice was room because the RST chain sloth casts are upon the limbs. "If I lift you now, I will strengthen your chains instead of breaking them. You must GHT your body's plea for ease. This forest is not only earth, it is resistance itself." The disciple bit his lip, sweat beading on his brow. "So every step is a battle, fi indeed," the warrior said. "And each victory, though small, breaks a link in sloth's chain. Remember, it is not always great wars that forge men. Sometimes it is the daily rising, the step taken when none wish to move." The boy trudged forward, gasping. But what if one yields, what if one gives in to stillness for too long? The warrior's eyes turned somber. Then a rot begins, subtle at RST. The farmer who delays planting sees his elds barren. The student who postpones study awakens to ignorance. The king who neglects counsel and rebellion at his gates. Sloth does not strike with sword or it corrodes silently, like rust eating steel. The disciple looked down at his own small dagger, noticing a faint spot of rust. The image pierced him. He whispered, "Even my blade must be tended, or it will die." The elder's nod was approving. "And so with your spirit. Action is the oil that keeps your edge sharp. Without it, you too will crumble." They came into a hollow where ancient carvings were etched into stone walls. The boy paused, tracing the worn symbols. They depicted kings asleep on thrones, farmers neglecting plows, musicians letting strings snap. "Master," the boy asked in awe, "what is this place?" The warrior's eyes softened with recognition. "These are the warnings of the ancients. Tribes once carved their greatest failures here, so that their children would not repeat them. It is said these carvings are older than written word. The disciple leaned closer, squinting. Here is a king, crown still upon his head, yet his people starve while he sleeps. Why would they show their rulers in shame? Because, the warrior said gravely, they knew the greatest danger of sloth lies not in common men, but in leaders. When a leader sleeps, a nation suffers. Whole civilizations have crumbled because a ruler delayed decision, postponed judgment, or refused effort. The boy tilted his head thoughtfully. So the higher the duty, the greater the peril of sloth. Precisely, the elder said. A soldier's delay may cost a battle, but a king's delay may cost an age. The boy traced another carving, this one of a farmer staring at a sky full of clouds while his elders withered. He whispered, this feels like watching life drift past. The warrior placed a hand on his shoulder. That is exactly what it is. The world is not still, it ows like a river. To lie idle is to be swept away. Only the one who moves his arms, who rows with purpose, reaches the far shore. As they left the hollow, twilight began to fall. The forest was alive with strange calls, owls, insects, unseen beasts. The boy's pace slowed again, fear and fatigue mingling. He whispered, Master, is it always so hard to resist? Must one always gt even the smallest desires to pause? The warrior shook his head. Not always. There is a rhythm, child. One must balance work with renewal, as the heartbeat balances beat and silence. The danger comes when silence grows so long that the song is lost. The disciple thought carefully, then asked, Did you, too, ever lose the rhythm? The elder chuckled, a bitter note in the sound. Yes. Long ago, when I was young and victories came easily, I began to believe I could afford delay. I said to myself, tomorrow I shall train, tomorrow I shall plan, tomorrow I shall write to my family. But tomorrow became a chain around my neck. By the time I lifted my eyes, opportunities were gone. My father had passed, letters unsent. I learned then that delay is often more painful than defeat. The boy's heart sank at his master's confession. And how did you recover? The warrior's gaze hardened. By carving a rule into my soul, do not wait for tomorrow if you can rise today. That law saved me. It gave me discipline when sloth whispered. I lived thereafter as though each dawn were my last chance. The disciple whispered, and was it? The elder smiled faintly. Yes. Every dawn is the last chance, for someone. The forest opened at last into a moonlit clearing. Fire danced like sparks, and the boy collapsed onto the grass, panting. Master, he gasped, I cannot go further. Surely we may stop here tonight. The warrior looked down at him, eyes stern yet kind. We may rest, child, but only if you understand why. Not because sloth demands, but because your strength must gather for tomorrow. If you confuse the two, you will never rise again. The disciple nodded slowly, though his body ached with longing for sleep. Then, Master, tell me once more, how does one know if he rests or if he yields? The warrior crouched beside him, his voice low and steady. Rest has a purpose. It is like sharpening a blade, you pause not to avoid battle, but to be ready for it. Sloth has no purpose. It dulls, it delays, it drags you down. Remember, the true warrior rests only to rise stronger. The boy's eyes uttered with exhaustion, but he whispered, "Then I will rest as a blade, not as rust." The warrior then gave berries and fruits to the boy. The child enjoyed them while looking at his master. The elder's lips curved into the faintest smile. "Good. That is enough for tonight. Sleep now, but rise at dawn. For Sloth waits at the door of every morning." The disciple drifted into dreams, his master watching the stars with a silent oath on his lips. For though the boy slept, the warrior knew the forest was not done teaching, and Sloth's snares lay deeper still. Endless dreams. The disciple awoke in the middle of the night, shivering under the canopy of the forest. The air was heavy with mist, and the chorus of crickets had faded to silence. He blinked and found the reduced to embers, its faint glow painting shadows across the warrior's face. The elder sat upright, unmoving, his eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the clearing. "Master," the boy whispered, pulling the blanket closer, "do you not sleep?" The warrior's voice was quiet, like stone grinding against stone. "Sleep is my companion, but not my master. I rest enough to heal, no more. For I know too well how dreams can trap the spirit as surely as chains fly." The boy frowned. "But dreams are harmless, are they not? I dream of elves, rivers, sometimes of yin. How can dreams bind us?" The elder's eyes glinted. "Have you heard of Zhuangzhou, the sage of the East? One night, he dreamt he was a butterfly, uttering through the elves, free and joyful. When he awoke, he wondered, was he Zhuangzhou dreaming he was a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming it was Zhuangzhou? Thus he lived, uncertain where reality ended and illusion began." The disciple leaned forward, fascinated. "So even the wise can be trapped?" The warrior nodded. "Yes. Sloth of the body is visible, but sloth of the mind hides in subtlety. To dream too long, whether in sleep or in idle thought, is to forget one's duty. A man may live entire lives in fantasies, never once lifting his hand in action." The boy whispered, "Then sloth is not only to lie still, it is also to drift in endless dreams." The elder's voice was sharp. "Correct. And that, child, is the more dangerous form, for it seduces the spirit with sweetness." At dawn, they continued their walk deeper into the forest. Mist clung to the ground, and every branch seemed heavy with dew. Birds stirred, but their song was muffled, as though even nature was slow to rise. The disciple's pace slackened again, but this time not from tired legs. His mind wandered, replaying the image of the butterfly. He whispered to himself, "What if I am dreaming all this? What if the hill, the forest, even my master are illusions?" The warrior, without turning, said aloud, "Do not let the butterfly catch you, boy." The disciple startled. "Master, how did you know my thought?" The elder gave a dry chuckle. "Because I too have walked that path. In my youth, after long wars, I would lie beneath the sky and imagine another life, gentle, easy, free of burden. In those moments I told myself I was wise for choosing peace. But in truth, I was eyeing duty. I wasted years in daydreams, chasing butterflies in my mind. The boy tilted his head. But is there no place for dreaming? Does it not nourish the soul? Dreaming has its place, the warrior admitted, his tone softening. The poet's verse, the philosopher's vision, the inventor's thought, all begin with dream. But when dream replaces deed, it is poison. A butterfly may be beautiful, but you cannot live by chasing it forever. The disciple sighed, wrestling with his thoughts. Then how do I know when a dream is noble vision, and when it is sloth? The warrior slowed his pace and turned to him. Ask yourself one question: does the dream call you to act, or does it excuse you from acting? If it calls, follow it. If it excuses, cut its wings. The boy's eyes widened as the truth pierced him. Then most of my dreams are excuses. The warrior gave a grave nod. And therein lies your battle. Midday, the forest thickened, the sun struggling to pierce the canopy. Vines hung like chains, and the air smelled of damp earth. The disciple found himself stumbling into a clearing where the ground was covered in soft moss. Its lush green invited him like a bed, and he dropped to his knees. "Master," he murmured, "just a little rest here." "It is so soft, so cool." The warrior did not stop him. Instead, he folded his arms. "Lie there if you must. But know this, many a man has lain upon moss and never risen again." The boy looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" The elder's eyes darkened. "Long ago, I traveled with a company of mercenaries. One by one, we stumbled into such places, promising to rest only a little. But the moss wrapped itself around their will. They closed their eyes, and days passed. By the time I returned to rouse them, they had starved where they lay. Their lips still curved in false peace, their lives stolen by ease." The disciple recoiled from the moss, scrambling to his feet. "Then the forest itself conspires with sloth." "Not the forest," the warrior said calmly. "It is only a mirror." The danger was always within them. The moss did not kill, they surrendered themselves to it. Remember, the enemy outside is never as dangerous as the enemy within. The boy whispered, "Then sloth is not a foe to be fought once, but every day." The elder nodded slowly. "Yes. It is the longest battle you will ever get, and most men lose not with a cry, but with a sigh." As the path wound deep into forest again, the disciple's mind clung to the elder's words. He broke the silence with a question, his voice trembling. "Master, do you think I am strong enough to get this enemy? For every time I think I rise above it, I find myself faltering again." The warrior stopped, his eyes softening with rare gentleness. "Do you know, child, who was the laziest titan of our myths?" The boy blinked. "Laziest titan?" "Yes," the warrior said. "There was one who refused both heaven and earth. While his brothers fought gods, he yawned, saying the struggle was not worth his effort. When the battle ended, the world remembered neither his name nor his face. Forgotten not because he failed, but because he never tried. His existence was erased by indifference. The disciple shuddered. That is worse than defeat. Exactly, the warrior said. Failure teaches, wounds remind, scars strengthen. But sloth leaves nothing, not even memory. Tell me, boy, would you rather be remembered for your struggle, or forgotten in your ease? The boy's sts clenched. Remembered, master. Even if I fail, I wish to leave a mark. The warrior's smile was faint but approving. Then you are already stronger than most. The battle is not to win every day, but to rise every time you fall. That alone is victory over sloth. Evening came, and with it a silence so deep that even the forest seemed to hold its breath. The disciple and warrior sat beside a narrow stream, watching Ries occur in the twilight. The boy asked softly, Fi master, if sloth is so cunning, sometimes body, sometimes mind, sometimes even dream, how can one guard against it always? The elder dipped his hand into the stream, watching the ripples spread. By discipline, child. Discipline is the shield. When the body says, lie down, discipline says, one more step. When the mind says, dream later, discipline says, act now. When life tempts with ease, discipline answers with duty. Discipline does not silence sloth, it overrules it. The boy's brow furrowed. But discipline feels so harsh, so cold. The warrior's voice softened. So does steel to Dhairyasheel. But without steel, there is no sword. Without discipline, there is no life worth living. Freedom without discipline is chaos, rest without discipline is decay. The disciple stared into the stream, watching his reaction tremble with the ripples. So even to rest wisely, I must learn discipline. Yes, the elder replied rmly. Discipline is not the enemy of rest, it is the guardian that ensures rest renews rather than destroys. The boy breathed deeply, as though the truth was a heavy stone settling into his chest. Then I will forge discipline, master. Even if it breaks me. The warrior's hand rested briefly on his shoulder. It will not break you. It will make you unbreakable. The forest seemed to hold its breath as the warrior's voice took on a deeper tone, resonant with pain and wisdom. There was a time, he began, when I was entrusted with guarding the sacred flame of Ashwamedha, a re older than kingdoms, said to connect the mortal world with the divine. The disciple leaned in, his eyes wide with curiosity, the relight casting echoing shadows across his face. The sacred flame. Why did it need guarding, master? Because, the warrior said, its light must never extinguish. It burns the boundary between duty and surrender. Without it, men lose purpose, and the world forgets the reason for its being. The boy's voice trembled as he asked, did you guard it well? The elder sighed, his gaze distant. At Rst, I did. I stood vigilant, day and night. But slowly. Sloth crept in like a silent river. The aim seemed to burn less brightly with each passing day. My eyes grew heavy. I told myself, what harm if I watch it less closely today? Tomorrow I will attend fully. The disciple interrupted, almost incredulous, but master, why not tend it every day? The warrior's voice dropped to a whisper, because Sloth speaks in lies. You are strong. One day's negligence will not harm the world. I believed it. I told myself I deserved rest, having fought so many battles. I began to check the aim less often, then hardly at all. He closed his eyes as though reliving that terrible time. Weeks passed, and the sacred flame dimmed. My heart grew heavier with guilt, though I remained too sluggish to act. I told myself the world could wait. I told myself I was above it. The disciple's breath caught. What happened next? Phi fl phi fl fl ffli fl fl phi. The warrior's eyes opened. One night, as I dozed under the stars, I was awakened by a whisper, a voice older than time. It spoke of oblivion, of erasure. It promised peace if I let go of the burden. I almost listened. My limbs froze, and I felt as though the air thickened around me. I was neither asleep nor awake, caught in the twilight of sloth. Then, a vision appeared. The disciple's voice was barely audible. A vision. Yes, the warrior continued. An old sage appeared, cloaked in shadows and light. His eyes shone with innate knowledge. O warrior, he said, you are not guarding a mere re. You guard the very purpose of existence. His words trembled in the air like thunder. The boy gasped, his pulse quickening. What did you do? The warrior's voice cracked with emotion. I rose. Not because I wished to, but because the aim itself seemed to reach into me, pulling me from inertia. I rose, shaking, and rushed to tend it. The re echoed weakly, a dying breath. The elder's hand trembled as if he could still feel the weight of that night. I blew life back into it, each breath a vow not to surrender again. I vowed never to let comfort lie to me. The aim burned brighter, stronger, as if awakened by my resolve. The disciple's eyes were XED on the warrior, as though every word was etched in his soul. So you fought sloth not with force, but with will. Exactly, the warrior said. Not every battle is fought with sword and shield. Some are fought in the depths of one's spirit. It is not the external enemy we conquer, but the self that whispers, wait. The boy nodded slowly, his chest rising with understanding. And once you saved the sacred flame, did sloth ever return? The elder's voice was steady, unwavering. It does. Every morning. Every choice. Sloth does not surrender. I do. The disciple stared at the ground, lost in thought. Master, do you think I will face sloth the same way? The warrior smiled faintly, the corners of his lips touched by both pride and sadness. You already are facing it. Each moment you feel tempted to stop, to dream without doing, is your battle. The victory lies in rising again. In every breath you take in resolve rather than surrender. The boy's voice was room. Then I will rise, Master. Even when I am tired, even when I do not wish to. The elder's eyes softened. Good. That is the spirit of the warrior. Silence stretched between them, as the last light of the sun dared through the trees, the re-ies glowing like distant stars. The boy let the words sink into his heart. At last, the warrior stood, his presence immense, as if the forest itself bowed in respect. "We must leave now," he said. "Tomorrow awaits the dawn, and with it, new challenges." The disciple rose, his back straighter, his steps surer, though exhaustion weighed upon him. He whispered, "Thank you, Master." The warrior smiled and placed a hand briefly on his shoulder. "Remember always, child, action is the antidote to sloth." The warrior made no camp and no words were exchanged. The disciple lay upon a bed of moss, staring up at the starry sky, feeling the gravity of the lesson settle deep within him. His eyelids grew heavy as his breath slowed. But the warrior remained awake, a sentinel against the darkness. His eyes never left the boy, and the ancient forest around them seemed to echo the weight of their pact. "Sloth waits at every door," the warrior murmured to himself, "but only those who rise ever close it." The disciple drifted into sleep, his dreams haunted by half-formed butterflies, lost kingdoms, and echoing aims. As the RST light of dawn touched the horizon, the warrior sat silently. The boy slept soundly, though in dreams he tossed, the memories of the sacred aim and the whispering sage entwined. The elder Nally whispered, "Let the night be your teacher, and the morning your test. For only by rising can one escape sloth." The forest exhaled, and the chapter of sloth drew to a close. Chapter 6 Greed. Greed is a hunger without end, a thirst that no cup can quench. The morning sun rose high, scattering golden light over the sprawling marketplace of Nandipur, the city of endless trade and desires. A cacophony of sound led the air, a symphony of clinking coins, shouting vendors, haggling customers, the creak of wooden carts, and the distant braying of camels laden with goods from far-off lands. Stalls of every shape and color crowded the narrow streets, overflowing with goods from the mundane to the exotic. Spices in vibrant hues of saffron, turmeric, and crimson were displayed in great pyramids, their pungent aroma mixing with the sweetness of candied fruits and the bitter scent of medicinal herbs. Merchants in owing robes called out their wares, their voices rising and falling like a chant. In one corner, a jeweler displayed glittering gemstones, rubies like drops of blood, sapphires reacting the sky, and diamonds dazzling like distant stars. Beside him, a merchant peddled silks from the east, woven with threads of gold, shimmering with each passing breeze. The warrior and his disciple stepped into the heart of this living web of commerce. The disciple's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the sheer vitality and greed swirling around him. He whispered, "Master, I have never seen such abundance. The world seems full of wealth, of endless opportunity." The warrior's gaze was steady, piercing. "That is the illusion, child. The marketplace is not just a place of trade, it is a mirror of desire. Every coin exchanged, every bargain struck, every longing glance is a thread in the web of greed." They moved slowly between the crowded stalls, observing the hustle of merchants and buyers. A vendor, face red with exertion, shouted louder than the others, trying to outdo his competitors. "Fine saffron. Rarest quality. A pinch worth its weight in gold." Nearby, a boy of no more than 10 years carried a basket of oranges, his face covered in sweat, eyes hollow from endless labor. The disciple watched him, his heart aching. "Master, why do they not rest?" The warrior said, "Because greed feeds them. The boy believes that only by more work will he end peace. But his labor only lls another's pocket, not his own soul. A man in luxurious silks, adorned with jewels, passed by, ignoring the struggling boy, his gaze exceeded only on proti and status. The disciple frowned, is wealth itself the sin? The elder shook his head. No. Wealth is but a tool. It is the desire for it, the hoarding of it, the blindness to need beyond it, that is greed. The man in silk is trapped, for every gem he possesses only weighs heavier upon him. They passed a scene where two traders argued violently over the price of a rare fabric. One accused the other of cheating, words rising sharp like daggers. The air seemed to thicken with avarice. The disciple murmured, "It is as if no man here seeks to share, only to take." "Precisely," said the warrior. "Greed is a hunger without end, a thirst that no cup can quench. Every acquisition demands another, every gain demands more gain. There is no limit to desire but the grave." As they walked deeper into the market, they came upon a stall selling relics, small, ancient objects, claimed to be blessed by sages long forgotten. The merchant's voice was smooth and tempting, sacred talismans, protections against misfortune, blessings of abundance, only a small price. The disciple peered at a tiny carved amulet, its surface worn by time. "Master, do these things hold power?" The warrior's eyes narrowed. "Only the power we believe they hold. Greed does not only dwell in Esh, it dwells in the mind. The man who buys the amulet seeks security in possession rather than in self-awareness. He buys illusion, and pays with hope." A customer, anxious and desperate, reached into his purse, counting his coins with trembling hands, eyes exceeded on the talisman as if it were salvation. The boy watched, troubled. "Master," he asked softly, "why do men not see the chain they build with each acquisition?" "Because greed blinds them," the elder replied. "Each acquisition is just ed. I deserve this, they say. This will bring me happiness. But happiness never arrives as a result of possession. It is born from contentment, from knowing when enough is enough." They moved further, passing carts laden with food, piles of bread, mountains of dates, barrels of oil, yet the sellers seemed never satisfied, always pushing harder, urging the next trade. FL 5555555. The disciple stopped and pointed to a beggar sitting near the marketplace's edge, his hands outstretched, eyes hollow. "Master, why does he not trade like the others?" The warrior's face darkened. "Because the beggar has no greed. He does not desire more than what little he holds. His poverty is not a sin, but a lesson, a living reminder that greed is not about wealth, but about endless want. Their hands are empty, not by choice, but by circumstance. Yet their hearts are often freer than those weighed down by gold. Their poverty is not greed, it is a reminder of humility." The disciple looked thoughtful. "So is it better to have nothing than too much?" The warrior smiled faintly. "Neither extreme is wise. True contentment lies in knowing one's need, and seeking only that. The trader who hoards beyond necessity, and the beggar who refuses even life's simplest gifts, are both prisoners of extremes." Nearby, a wealthy merchant scoffed at the beggar, tossing a coin with disdain. The sound rang hollow. The disciple shuddered. Even generosity is corrupted by greed. Yes, the warrior answered, when it is given for praise, not for compassion. A true gift is without expectation. A true trade is fair, not grasping. As they continued, the market's noise grew louder. The boy could hear the clamor of greed, the greed of eyes, voices, hands, and hearts. The warrior stopped at the market's center, where an enormous statue of Kabura, the god of wealth, towered over them. The gold leaf shimmered in the morning light, reacting the faces of all who passed, each craving its blessing. "Do you see that statue, child?" the warrior asked. "Yes, master." "Kabura, protector of riches." The elder's tone was solemn. "Yet he warns, wealth is neither virtue nor curse. It is a test. Greed distorts the soul. The more one seeks, the less one owns. The god does not hoard, but governs balance." A merchant hurried past them, eyes XED on the statue, whispering a prayer for fortune. The disciple asked softly, "Does Kabura not tempt men, then?" "Only those who fail to understand his true purpose," the warrior said. "Kabura offers wealth as a responsibility, not a prize. Those who use riches for service are blessed. Those who use riches for selfishness are cursed." The boy inhaled deeply, the heavy aroma of spices mingling with the weight of his thoughts. "Then greed is not wealth itself, but the misuse of it?" The warrior's eyes twinkled, a rare smile playing upon his lips. "You are learning well, child." FL5. The market pulsed around them, alive with avarice, desire, and unspoken sorrow, yet in their small pocket of understanding, a seed of wisdom had taken root. The morning sun climbed higher, casting long shadows over the bustling market of Nandipur. The warrior and his disciple moved steadily among the throng of merchants and buyers. The roads, uneven and worn by centuries of footfalls and cartwheels, were alive with the pulse of trade. The air was thick with the smell of spices, cumin, saffron, cloves, mixed with the acrid scent of sweat and oil. Merchants bellowed their wares louder, striving to outpace their competitors. Rare silks from Khotan. Finest spices from Malabar. Precious stones from distant lands. Their voices rose like a chorus of temptation. "Master," the disciple said, his tone both curious and troubled, "how do they sustain such endless greed?" The warrior's gaze was steady, observing a merchant whose eyes never rested, whose hands trembled as he counted his coins. "Because they are chained by belief, child. Belief that possession is power, that acquisition denies worth. They do not know freedom." They passed a stall where a middle-aged trader argued violently with a customer over the price of any rug. The customer's face was hushed, his voice desperate. "I offered my best price, and you call it insufficient." The warrior's voice was calm, almost sorrowful. "Greed blinds judgment. Each man believes he deserves more, and so none receives enough." The disciple frowned. "But is it not natural to desire more?" "It is," the warrior said, "but desire becomes greed when it consumes without need, when it corrupts rather than nourishes." A child merchant, no older than the boy, displayed small trinkets, beads, and simple wooden carvings. His eyes were bright but weary. The warrior watched, remembering his own youth. "There was a time," he said, "when I, too, was no different from that boy. Full of dreams, hungry for more than I had been given. My taste of greed was subtle, a stolen coin, taken from the treasury not out of necessity, but from desire." The disciples' eyes widened. "What happened then?" The elder sighed. "It began innocently. I convinced myself it was harmless. A single coin to tide me through a hard day. Yet each small theft only enaimed the hunger." The boy listened, captivated by the unfolding tale, as if every word unlocked a secret in his own heart. "The theft," the warrior continued, "felt like a triumph. My conscience was silent, lulled by the thrill of possession. But soon, my dreams became haunted. I saw the faces of those I had wronged, empty eyes, broken trust, the silent plea for justice. And still, I could not stop." He stopped by a merchant selling rare spices, the colors vivid like molten gemstones. "Greed is a shadow," he said softly, "stretching farther with every act of selfishness." The disciple asked, "Did no one notice?" They did," the warrior replied. "The treasury was meant to be guarded. My fellow custodians, once comrades, became distant, suspicious. I felt their eyes upon me, sharp as daggers, though none spoke. A nearby trader counted coins with meticulous precision, oblivious to their presence, his eyes clouded with ambition. The weight of guilt became unbearable," the warrior said. "Until, one night, I stood in front of the treasury's locked doors, trembling. My hand hovered over the latch, and I realized that the greatest thief is the one who steals from himself." The disciple's voice was room and you stopped. "Yes," the elder said. "With great effort. I returned every coin, every gem, every stolen hope. I confessed. I abandoned all claims to wealth, vowing to never allow desire to rule me again." The disciple watched the world around him, the merchants, the beggars, the haggling buyers, as though seeing it for the time through the warrior's words. The warrior continued, "There are myths, child, that speak of greed's endless hunger. The story of King Midas comes to mind, a man who wished that all he touched turned to gold. His greed was his curse, for even his food, his loved ones, were transformed into lifeless metal. A caution that every desire carries its shadow." The disciple pondered, "So even the gods warn of greed." "Indeed," the warrior said. "Kabura, the god of wealth, does not hoard riches for vanity, but governs balance. He knows that wealth is transient, a trust to be wielded wisely. The gods themselves are not immune to desire, but they strive to transcend it." A merchant's laughter rang harsh and hollow, as he boasted of a new shipment of rare silks. The disciple looked at him, seeing not pride, but the ache of insatiable want. "The hardest lesson," the warrior admitted, "is that greed does not die when riches are renounced. It lies in wait, in every temptation, every longing thought, every choice to take more than what is needed." The disciple's eyes were bright with resolve. "Then how does one get it, master?" The warrior smiled, though his eyes were somber. by understanding that true wealth is not measured in gold, but in purpose, by giving without expectation, by serving without thought of return. Every act of generosity is a blow to greed, every content moment a step toward freedom. They stood at the market's edge, where the road led toward the city's gates. The disciple inhaled deeply, absorbing the weight of the lesson. "I will remember," he said softly, "that action is the antidote to greed." The elder placed a steady hand on his shoulder. "Good. For this is the path of the wise." The marketplace continued its dance of desire and longing, but in their small corner of understanding, a seed of wisdom had taken root. The disciples' steps slowed as they passed a narrow alley, dimmer than the rest of the market. A solitary gur stood there, cloaked in shadows, his eyes sharp as int, his hands restless. His gaze lingered not on the goods but on the customers, counting their wealth with an intensity that bordered on obsession. The warrior's voice was gentle yet room observe, "Child, the merchant of emptiness. He is neither beggar nor nobleman, neither trader, nor customer. His life is built on manipulation and avarice, a reaction of greed unrestrained." The disciple watched closely. "What is his name, master?" "Call him Jivan," the warrior replied, "a man once like any other, but consumed by the desire for more. He trades not in goods, but in lies, promises, and broken trust." Jivan's eyes met theirs briefly, and a smirk curled upon his lips, a smile void of warmth, sharp as a dagger's edge. He seemed aware of their presence, as if sensing the weight of judgment upon him. The disciple's voice was hesitant. "What became of him, master?" The warrior inhaled deeply, his expression somber. "His story is a tragic one, a caution etched into time." The warrior began anew. "Jivan was once a simple trader, honest and diligent. He believed that with enough work, he would rise above his peers. But as wealth began to ow into his hands, something dark awakened. The RST step," he continued, "was subtle, a minor exaggeration to gain favor. A misrepresented quality of a fabric here, a slightly altered weight of spices there. At RST, he justified them as necessary survival tactics, harmless adjustments in a world of competition." The disciple asked, "But such small lies, master?" "Yes," said the elder, "they accumulate like grains of sand, forming a mountain of corruption." Jivan began to believe that his cunning denied his worth more than his integrity. He started to see people not as beings, but as opportunities to be exploited. The disciple frowned. Did no one confront him? "Many did," the warrior replied. "Merchants, customers, even friends. Yet his charm was practiced, his lies seamless. He grew adept at masking the rot within, hiding it beneath smiles and promises. The turning point came when Jivan acquired a precious relic, a gem said to be blessed by an ancient sage. It was rumored to grant not just wealth but dominion over men's desires." The disciple's eyes widened. Did he believe the legend? "Not wholly," the warrior said. "But he saw in it an opportunity to secure power beyond mere trade, a shortcut to greatness. He did not seek wisdom but dominion. The gem became his obsession, the anchor of his ambition." Jivan's eyes, seen now from afar, glittered unnaturally as he handled the gem, as if it pulsed in response to his desire. With each passing day, the warrior continued, his heart grew colder, his mind sharper, but his soul more hollow. He no longer sought to trade fairly but to manipulate, to hoard, to bend others to his will. The disciple's voice trembled. Was there no redemption for him? There was not, the warrior answered. For greed, once it takes root, suffocates the light of wisdom. Jivan became a spectre, wealthy beyond measure, yet emptier than a forgotten grave. The alley seemed darker now, a heavy silence weighing down their words. The saddest truth, the warrior said, is that Jivan himself believed he was free. Each acquisition convinced him he was ascending, that his worth increased with every possession. Yet he was trapped. The disciple's gaze remained XED on Jivan. Could he not see the cost? Blindness is greed's gift, the elder replied. It whispers that tomorrow holds endless opportunity, that one more possession will complete the puzzle. But the puzzle is never complete, for greed thrives on incompleteness. A sudden movement stirred, a rat scuttling across the dusty ore of the alley, small, unnoticed, yet symbolic of decay. Jivan's downfall, the warrior said, came not from others, but from within. The gem that promised dominion revealed itself as a prison. It turned his heart to stone, his dreams to dust. The disciple exhaled, heavy with thought. And what lesson, Master? Beware of desire, the warrior whispered, for it is the most subtle thief of all. The marketplace's vibrant life seemed to continue indifferent to their revelation. Yet in the disciple's eyes, the weight of Jivan's story settled like a stone, forging a resolve. Master, he said, how can I ensure that I do not fall into the same trap? The warrior smiled, a glimmer of hope amidst sorrow. By seeking purpose beyond possession. By understanding that value is not in accumulation, but in contribution. By knowing that true wealth is measured in acts of kindness, wisdom shared, and the light we offer to others. The disciple's heart swelled with determination, as though a path had been illuminated before him. They continued their steps, the noise of the marketplace fading behind them, while the tale of greed, their RST true battle, echoed in silence. The sun now hung high above, its light casting sharp contrasts upon the cobblestone paths. The disciple walked in silence, his thoughts heavy with the weight of Jivan's tale. The murmurs of the market seemed distant now, as though dared through a haze of introspection. Master, he said at last, his voice tentative, why do I feel an emptiness, a subtle craving I cannot name? The warrior's eyes, steady and knowing, met his. Because, child, you are beginning to understand greed, not as an external force, but as an internal battle. Jivan's story is not a distant warning, it is a mirror. It re-echoes the seeds within us all. They stopped at a market stall adorned with fruits of vibrant colors, mangoes gleamed like suns, pomegranates like drops of ruby, and GS with velvety skin. The merchant, an elderly man with eyes like polished obsidian, smiled warmly, but there was an undercurrent of calculation beneath the kindness. The disciple's gaze lingered on the fruits, his breath catching as a deep, unspoken longing stirred within. Why do these fruits appear so desirable, Master? The disciple asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. The warrior's smile was gentle, his tone patient. Because their appearance promises satisfaction, child. Greed does not always shout, often, it whispers softly, alluringly. Just one more, it says. Just one more fruit to taste, one more coin to hold, one more step toward greatness. The boy reached out, his hand trembling slightly toward a ripe mango. Pause, the warrior warned, his voice room. Feel the desire that calls you. Do not act without reaction. The disciple froze, as though the warrior's words had woven an invisible barrier. His mind raced, images of Jivan's downfall, the weight of empty wealth, the shadow of the cursed gem. The merchant's smile widened, sensing the hesitation. This fruit, young one, is said to grant unparalleled pleasure, he whispered, a taste like no other. Surely you deserve such delight. The boy's eyes met the merchant's, and for a eating moment, a whisper of doubt crossed his heart. But the warrior's steady presence anchored him. Desire is neither right nor wrong, the warrior spoke softly, but how we respond to it denies us. To succumb is to chain oneself, to resist is to free the soul. The disciple withdrew his hand, stepping back. I will not take it, master. The merchant's smile faltered, the glint in his eyes darkening. A pity, he murmured, for opportunities such as this do not linger. The warrior's gaze sharpened. And neither does wisdom, child. Each decision, each choice, is eating. Guard them like treasures, for they are worth more than gold. The disciple inhaled deeply, as if drawing strength from the very air, and turned his back on the stall, leaving the fruit untouched. The warrior's voice grew tender. In every moment of restraint, we cast off a link of greed. It is not the absence of desire that denies us, but the courage to act rightly despite it. The boy's eyes were RM, his resolve crystallized. I understand now, master. Wealth is not a measure of self-worth, but a test of character. The warrior smiled, pride shining through his sorrow. Precisely, my boy. And know this, greed may whisper sweet lies, but its promises are hollow. The true treasure lies in integrity, in the simple joys of giving, in the quiet strength of self-control. As they moved away from the stall, the boy's footsteps felt lighter, though the echo of the lesson remained, a constant companion, a quiet re in his soul. The market's rhythm began to fade behind them, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. The warrior spoke again, his tone reactive. Remember, child, that the most profound battles are often unseen. Greed's battle-eld is not in grand palaces or vast elds but within the heart's secret chambers. The disciple nodded, his eyes bright with newfound clarity. I will not let greed deny me, master. The elder placed a hand upon his shoulder, steady and unyielding. Then you walk the path of wisdom. Let every choice be a testament to your resolve. King Midas. The two girls continued their journey, leaving behind the marketplace, a place of eating desires and hidden traps. The disciple carried with him not only the warrior's tales but a growing understanding that true wealth was neither coin nor gem, but the strength to choose virtue in the face of temptation. The boy stood quietly, the weight of their previous encounter with Jivan still pressing upon his soul. They walked a narrow, winding path away from the marketplace, where shadows stretched long and the world seemed to grow quieter, the noise of commerce fading like a distant echo. The warrior's gaze remained steady as he began anew. Child, every culture holds a mirror to greed's ancient face. Let me tell you of King Midas, from the old Yavana tales. The disciples' eyes widened, eager for knowledge. King Midas, Master. Yes, the warrior replied, his tone deliberate, a man who ruled over Phrygia, renowned for his wealth and insatiable hunger for more. His heart, like many, was not content with the wealth he possessed but desired ever more, an endless accumulation of riches. In his pride, Midas appealed to Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry. The warrior continued, asking that everything he touched be turned to gold. Dionysus granted the wish, cautioning him of its true cost. The disciple listened intently, imagining a kingdom bathed in gold, each corner glittering under the sunday at Rst. The warrior spoke, Midas rejoiced. Every leaf, every blade of grass, even the waters of the spring, gleamed with golden luster. His palace seemed a temple of eternal wealth. But soon, his joy turned to despair. His food, too, transformed into lifeless metal the moment it touched his lips. His daughter, the light of his life, turned to cold gold when embraced. The very gift he desired became a prison of desolation. The tragedy of Midas, the warrior said, his voice heavy with emotion, is not the power itself, but the blindness to consequence. Greed whispers promises, but delivers loneliness. In seeking to own all, he lost the most precious. The disciple's breath caught. Did he not regret it, Master? Yes, the warrior replied, but regret came too late. His desire had hardened his heart. Only by the mercy of Dionysus was the curse lifted, teaching that wealth untempered by wisdom is a chain, not a crown. The disciple's eyes reacted a dawning understanding. So, Master, true wealth lies not in possession but in restraint. The warrior nodded. Precisely. Kavara, in contrast, governs wealth not for vanity, but as an instrument of balance. The ancient Yavana told of King Midas to warn against unchecked greed, just as the sages of Bharatvarsha spoke of Ravana and his fall. Greed is universal, a specter in every culture. The disciple's voice was reactive. Is that not what greed does, Master? It makes the wise foolish, the strong weak. Indeed, the warrior replied, for greed is the eternal paradox. It promises abundance but delivers emptiness. Every acquisition is a step into a deeper void. They continued walking, the path now lined with low shrubs, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. The marketplace's allure, the warrior said, is not unlike the golden touch. It promises fulfillment, but each acquisition feeds only the void. A merchant passed, hawking goods with exaggerated cheer, his eyes calculating, his voice sharpened by years of practice. Even in simple acts of trade, the warrior explained, greed hides a slight overcharge, a hidden defect, a manipulative word, all serve its endless appetite. The disciple looked back toward the market, a strange mixture of sadness and resolve in his expression. Is it possible, Master, he asked softly, to be free of greed? The elder's smile was gentle, yet profound. Freedom is not the absence of desire, but the mastery over it. It is the choice to see beyond material gain, to measure value in acts of kindness, knowledge shared, and the unselfish joy of giving. The air grew cooler as twilight began to descend, casting a serene glow over the land. The path seemed less daunting, illuminated by the wisdom imparted. Every temptation, the warrior continued, is an opportunity for choice. The true test is not in grand sacrifices but in the small decisions, the daily rejection of excess for simplicity. The disciples' gaze wandered, seeking understanding. So the lesson is not to shun wealth entirely. Precisely, the warrior explained, but to wield it with purpose. To give, not hoard. To use wealth as a tool of compassion, not as a chain of self-glory. Cation. Wealth is not evil, it is the heart's intention that determines its virtue. The disciples' heart felt heavy, knowing that the lesson extended beyond words into actions. In every culture, the warrior spoke, myths and legends hold the same lesson. The story of King Midas is but one among many. Greed's deceit is timeless, whispering in every tongue, hiding in every shadow. The disciples' resolve strengthened. I will remember, Master, that wealth is not the purpose of life but a test of character. Good, the warrior said, his voice a steady anchor. Because the battle does not end with understanding. It is fought in every choice, every resisted temptation. A soft breeze stirred, as if the very earth acknowledged the weight of their journey. The disciple inhaled deeply, the truth settling within like an indelible mark. Even the smallest act of restraint, the warrior added, is a triumph over the silent call of greed. The elder's hand rested briefly on the disciple's shoulder, and unwavering. Walk wisely, my child. For every step grounded in virtue is a step away from the shadows of greed. The boy's voice, led with quiet determination, was clear. I will walk this path, Master. I will not let greed enemy me. The day you choose selfishness over duty, the warrior warned, you awaken greed anew. It feeds on doubt, on fear of inadequacy, on the belief that possession is power. The disciples' eyes were bright with resolve. I will remain vigilant, Master. I will measure my actions by purpose, not desire. The elder smiled, his expression both tender and resolute. Then you are no longer prey but the hunter of your own demons. The first step is awareness, the second is restraint, and the third is deliberate action. A small bird perched nearby, singing a melody pure and free, untouched by human desire. Let the bird's song remind you, the warrior said softly, that freedom lies in simplicity, not in accumulation. As the light began to dim, signaling the close of day, the disciple's heart felt lighter, fortified by knowledge and reaction. Master, he said, the tale of Ravana, Midas, Jivan teaches that even the mightiest can fall. Yet, Kabira's example shows us the way forward. The warrior nodded. Every story holds a mirror, child. Greed does not discriminate between king and pauper, wise and foolish, young and old. Its shadow is cast over. The disciple inhaled deeply, the air rich with the scent of earth and resolve. I will guard my spirit, Master. I will choose purpose over possession, wisdom over desire. The elder's smile deepened, as if the seed of hope had taken root. Then you walk the righteous path. They moved forward, leaving behind the marketplace's echo. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the marketplace faded into twilight, leaving only the profound silence of reaction, carrying the lesson that true wealth was not in what one holds, but in the strength to choose virtue. The warrior and his disciple continued onward, not as master and pupil alone, but as two souls bound by the pursuit of understanding, seeking light in a world that constantly tempts with shadows. Chapter 7 Lust is the mind's trickery. It convinces us that what we seek externally will fill the internal void. The night was alive, a cascade of echoing lamps, vibrant colors, and the rhythmic resonance of music that seemed to pulse from the very earth. Deepotsav, the festival of light, unfolded like a grand tapestry across the village, each lane and alley adorned with glowing lanterns, strings of marigolds, and intricate rangoli designs painted in radiant hues. The air was thick with the aroma of incense, sweet treats, and spices mingling in an intoxicating blend that seemed to awaken dormant desires. The sound of drums echoed through the streets, mingling with laughter and the occasional murmur of secretive whispers, as if the festival itself was a living entity, inviting, alluring, and dangerously seductive. Master, the disciple began, his voice tinged with curiosity and apprehension, why does the festival of light seem to embody so much more than celebration? The warrior's eyes were steady, his expression contemplative. Because, my child, he began, light is not merely illumination but a symbol, a dual force. It reveals the beauty of the world and casts shadows of longing. Lust, like light, is both attraction and blinding illusion. They walked together through the crowded pathways, where traders displayed their wares, ornate jewelry glittering like stars, delicate silks that shimmered in the lamplight, and perfumed oils promising ephemeral pleasure. The festival, the warrior continued, is a dance of opposites. Joy and desire intermingle, often masking the subtle descent into want. The vibrant colors mask deeper cravings, the laughter conceals the silent hunger of the soul. The disciples' gaze lingered on a young couple, their eyes locked, smiles sweet and eyes shimmering with an unspoken promise. Why does lust seem so compelling, Master? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The warrior's smile was somber. Lust is the most ancient of desires. It calls to the body, whispering of pleasure and fulfillment. But it is a siren, child, promising completeness, yet leaving emptiness in its wake. He gestured toward an elderly storyteller seated beneath a large banyan tree, narrating tales to a circle of wide-eyed listeners. In our tradition, the warrior said, there is the tale of Kamadeva, the god of love. Even he, with his bow of sugar cane and arrows tipped with hours, wields desire as both gift and curse. His power is to awaken longing, yet even he is subject to the greater forces of detachment and discipline. The disciple frowned. Is it not wrong to desire, Master? Not at all, the warrior replied. Desire itself is natural. It becomes wrong when it consumes, blinds, and corrupts. Like a re, it can warm or burn. The festival's music grew louder, and the light seemed to dance more wildly, as if in rhythm with the warrior's words. In Yavana lore, the warrior continued, there is the story of Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Her charm was so potent that gods and mortals alike were drawn into her sphere, often losing their reason, their purpose. He paused, allowing the disciple to absorb the weight of the myth. Aphrodite's power, the warrior said, was neither inherently good nor evil, but profoundly ambivalent. It reacted the duality of desire, its ability to create life or destroy it. Her lovers were many, yet their fates often tragic, a testament to the transient nature of lust-driven relationships. The disciple's steps faltered slightly, as though walking deeper into the tale. Even the Kemet-Disitu tale of Isis and Osiris re-echoes this duality, the warrior added, where love, desire, and betrayal are entwined. Isis' devotion to Osiris was a force of resurrection, while Set's lust for power led to fratricide. The festival continued to swirl around them, a living panorama of light, sound, and scent. The disciples' eyes narrowed in thought. So all these tales warn us of desire's cost. Yes, the warrior replied. Each story, across lands and eras, converges on the same truth: lust, when unchecked, becomes a prison of illusion. He gestured toward a merchant selling fragrant perfumes and exotic hours. The disciple inhaled deeply, sensing the seductive pull of the sense. This merchant's two Kemet-Disa, name of Egypt in ancient India wares, the warrior continued, are not mere products but symbols of temptation. Each is a reminder that desire is crafted, marketed, and manipulated. Even the humblest hour holds the power to entice. The boy's voice was steady, though tinged with newfound awareness. How do we resist, Master? The warrior's smile was patient, his tone roomed by understanding the root of desire, not in the object sought, but in the emptiness we wish to lust tells us, you are incomplete without this. But in truth, we are always complete. The void is a shadow cast by the mind. He recalled his own encounter long ago, in a similar festival, where the pull of desire almost led him astray. My own test was subtle, the warrior shared, his voice dipped in regret. A perfumed dance, smiles exchanged, whispers that spoke of endless possibilities. The world offered me a path of indulgence, a way to forget duty. I nearly walked it. The disciple's eyes reacted concern. What held you back, Master? The realization, the warrior said, that the allure was a trap. That the brightest aim casts the darkest shadow. I stepped away, not out of disdain for pleasure, but out of respect for purpose. The festival's energy seemed to pulse more urgently now, as though mirroring the intensity of the warrior's tale. In each myth, in every whispered story, the warrior continued, there lies a lesson. The Yavana spoke of Aphrodite, we of Kamadeva, the Kemets of Isis, all pointing to the same truth: desire tempts but does not complete. He looked at his disciple, whose expression bore the mark of deep contemplation. Lust is a mirror, the warrior said, reacting not what is outside, but what lies within. The moment we recognize the emptiness it seeks to we step beyond it. The disciple nodded, the resolve in his eyes growing stronger. As we leave this festival, the warrior added, remember that light and shadow coexist. Let your choices be guided not by what you crave but by what you cherish in truth. The night's crescendo began to fade, and the festival's brilliance softened into gentle luminescence. The disciple's voice was soft, thoughtful. I feel the weight of understanding, Master. The elder smiled, his expression serene yet profound. That weight is a blessing, child. For wisdom is not light to be carried easily, but a responsibility to be shouldered with care. Maya. As the festival's golden glow bathed the streets, the warrior and disciple continued their measured steps, weaving through the throng of revelers. The atmosphere was alive, LED with laughter, music, and the soft rustle of silk against skin. Amid the crowd, a girl emerged, a woman whose presence seemed otherworldly. Maya. Her eyes shimmered like pools of midnight, and her smile carried an enigmatic blend of kindness and subtle challenge. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft, yet carried the weight of untold experience. "Good evening, venerable warrior," Maya greeted, her gaze bright touching the disciple. "You tread a path many fear but few understand." The warrior acknowledged her nod, his tone measured. "Maya, your presence is unexpected. What wisdom do you share this night?" Maya's eyes sparkled, not with malice, but an inviting curiosity. "Wisdom, perhaps. Or the experience of knowing how desire shapes us." The disciple watched, intrigued by the woman's poise, sensing in her a story both luminous and shadowed. Maya's voice held a gentle cadence as she began, "In the ancient Kayan tradition, there is the tale of Panganlian, a woman of striking beauty whose allure led to both scandal and tragedy. Her story is often dismissed as mere folly, but there is a deeper lesson." She paused, letting the disciple absorb the weight of her words. Panganlian's charm was not born from vanity, but from loneliness, a desperate yearning for recognition in a world where women were silenced. Her desire, though branded sinful, was a rebellion against invisibility. The disciple's brow furrowed. "Is not rebellion itself a form of greed, Maya?" Maya's smile was wistful. "Perhaps, but it is the greed of the soul seeking to be seen, to be known, to matter. Lust is not merely about the body's want, but the heart's unspoken cry." The warrior nodded in agreement. Lust manifests not only as a craving for touch but as a longing for acceptance, for validation. Maya's gaze drifted toward the festival stalls, where performers danced, and young couples exchanged shy glances. "I remember a night," Maya began, her tone soft yet firm, "when I was seduced not by a lover, but by the attention itself. A man of wealth and stature, whose compliments were a balm to my bruised spirit." Her eyes re-acted a shadow of sorrow. "He saw me as an object of desire, an adornment to his pride. I accepted, believing it would grant me worth. Yet, I was left hollow, a desire of self-worth tied to another's gaze." The disciple's expression remained earnest. "How did you awaken, Maya?" "Through suffering," she replied. "The realization that desire based on others' eyes is but a prison. The moment I sought validation externally, I denied my own truth." The warrior's voice was gentle but incisive. "Maya's story is not unique. Across cultures, from our myth of Minika, the celestial nymph who lured sage Vishvamitra to test his resolve, to Kemet tales of Hathar's duality, pleasure as both divine gift and destructive force, lust has always danced on the edge of ruin and revelation." Maya's eyes met the disciples, conveying a silent plea for understanding. "It is a constant battle, child," she said. "To recognize the difference between desire that liberates and desire that enslaves. The disciple's voice trembled, but how does one discern the difference? By observing, Maya said softly, whether desire uplifts or consumes. Does it nourish the soul or hollow it out? The warrior added, the lesson lies not in suppression but in clarity, knowing that desire, like can warm or burn. The choice is yours to wield it wisely. The night's hush seemed to deepen, as though the very stars above had paused to listen. Every encounter, Maya continued, every whispered compliment or lingering gaze, is a test. Will you see it as validation or illusion? The disciple's resolve grew stronger, his voice steady. I will see through it, Maya. I will understand its true nature. Maya's smile was both gentle and sad. Then you walk the narrow path of discernment. For desire can be a mirror, reacting the soul's deepest void or its brightest truth. The warrior's tone became resolute. Let the festival of lights be a symbol not of indulgence but of illumination, where every spark reveals not what you lack, but what you already hold. Together, they stepped away from the vibrant chaos, leaving behind the laughter, the music, and the seductive whispers of the festival, their hearts heavy with the weight of wisdom gained. The disciple's heart was quieter now, anchored by the tales, the myths, and the warriors and Maya's unwavering guidance. Their path lay ahead, as mysterious and profound as the lessons yet to unfold, each step a testament to the choice of virtue over desire. The night deepened, the golden glow of the festival softening to a gentle twilight. Yet the air seemed thick with an unseen tension, as though the shadows themselves whispered untold secrets. The warrior and disciple now stood near a small pond, its surface mirroring the countless lanterns above like scattered stars. The disciple's voice broke the silence, quieter than before, Master, I feel a strange pull. The lights, the sounds, they seemed to promise something more. The warrior's gaze remained unwavering. That is the essence of lust, child. It does not merely draw you toward pleasure, it promises completeness where there is none. He gestured toward the reaction of the moon, half visible behind drifting clouds. In ancient times, the Kemets believed that the moon itself was the eternal seductress, a pale face that draws the eyes and stirs the heart with its cold, distant light. The myth of Isis and Osiris, he continued, speaks of deep yearning. Isis searched the world, overcoming trials, all driven by an unwavering desire to reclaim what was lost. Yet even such devotion was fraught with danger, a reminder that desire blinds as much as it illuminates. The disciple's eyes narrowed in contemplation, so desire is not evil itself. No, the warrior replied, desire is neither good nor evil. It is a force of nature, neutral. Its power lies in how it is wielded. Like it can warm or it can destroy. The difference is intention. The soft murmur of the festival seemed distant now, as though swallowed by the profound gravity of the conversation. The disciples' gaze drifted to the sky, where stars began to appear, each a silent observer of their journey. Lust, the warrior mused, is the mind's trickery. It convinces us that what we seek externally will the internal void. The disciple's voice trembled slightly. Did you, Master, ever succumb to it? The warrior sighed, his eyes reacting a shadow of past regret. Yes, he admitted. There was a night, not unlike this, with light and promises. A young woman approached me, her eyes shimmering with unspoken desire. Her smile seemed to weave a spell, her words gentle yet compelling. He paused, allowing the disciple to absorb the weight of confession. My heart faltered, the warrior continued, but not because I lacked discipline. It was because I believed that desire could complete me. I was blind to the truth that what I sought was not hers, but my own reaction. The disciple's eyes grew wide, the innocence of youth meeting the profound sorrow of experience. I stepped back, the warrior said, his voice rm now, not out of shame, but understanding. I realized that desire is never about the other, it is about the self, always about the self. The trees around him seemed to hush, as though listening to the weight of his words. There is an ancient tale from Yavana, the warrior said, of Narcissus, who fell in love with his own reaction in the water, entranced by his image until he perished. His vanity and self-adoration, a form of lust, led to nothing but loss. The disciple frowned, struggling to grasp the depth of the lesson. Does lust always end in destruction, Master? He asked softly. Not always, the warrior answered. It ends in either destruction or enlightenment. If one recognizes it for what it is, a mere shadow cast by desire, then lust becomes a teacher, not a tyrant. The warrior turned toward the horizon, where the festival's distant lights occurred like memories of temptation, receding but never gone. Each encounter, he continued, is a test. Will you chase the illusion or see through it? The disciple's voice gained strength. I will see through it, Master. I will not be deceived. The warrior smiled, a mixture of pride and solemnity. Then you walk the narrow path. For it is not about denial, but discernment. Lust is the river that can drown you or nourish the land, depending on how you navigate its current. A soft wind stirred the leaves, carrying with it the faint scent of jasmine and sandalwood, symbols of eating beauty and transient desire. The ancient sages spoke of Kama, not as a demon, but as a force to be understood, not feared, the warrior said. Desire must be acknowledged, not suppressed. It is a part of life's complexity, not an enemy to be slain. The disciple felt the weight of this wisdom settle into his spirit, a quiet ray of resolve. As we leave this place of light and shadow, the warrior concluded, remember that every choice you make is a reaction of your inner truth. Desire will always call, but it is your answer that denies you. The moon hung low in the sky, its reaction shimmering upon the still waters of the pond. A soft breeze carried the faint scent of jasmine and wild herbs, mingling with the distant echo of the festival's fading celebration. The warrior and his disciple seated themselves upon a smooth rock by the water's edge. The disciple, eyes wide with anticipation, awaited the next tale as the warrior gazed into the rippling surface, memories surfacing like gentle waves. Master, the disciple began softly, tell me, about your experience with lust. How did it shape you? The warrior's voice, weathered by time yet broke the silence. Long before the tales you now hear, I was young, brimming with ambition and pride. He sighed, the weight of memory pressing upon him. In those days, the court was a place of politics and pleasure, where whispers carried more weight than swords. And there, amidst the opulence, I encountered her. She was unlike any woman I had seen, the warrior continued, his eyes distant, lost in recollection. Her name was Althea. A dancer of unmatched grace, her every movement seemed choreographed by the very air. Her eyes, dark pools of mystery, seemed to pierce the soul. The disciple listened, breath held. My desire for her was not born of affection, the warrior admitted, but of a hunger I did not understand. It began subtly, a stolen glance, a lingering thought, an excuse to remain longer in the court's frivolous gatherings. The warrior's voice trembled slightly, soon, it became obsession. Althea was not merely a dancer, she was the embodiment of allure, and her attentions, though veiled in courteous smiles, stirred a tempest within my heart. Each night, he said, I found myself drawn to her chambers, where promises were whispered not of love, but of escape, from duty, from discipline, from the suffocating weight of leadership. I remember, the warrior continued, a night when the walls of my resolve crumbled. The palace, adorned with countless jewels, seemed to fade into irrelevance. Only she remained, Althea's touch, her laughter, her veiled glances. The disciple's eyes reacted a mixture of awe and sorrow. My counselors warned me, the warrior spoke, their voices trembling, urging caution. Beware the distraction, they said. Your duty lies not in passion but in governance. But passion, once ignited, is not easily extinguished. In my blindness, the warrior confessed, I began to neglect the affairs of state. I sent orders with haste, my judgment clouded. Rivals, once kept at bay, sensed weakness. Borders once secure trembled. My empire stood on the precipice of ruin. The disciple shuddered, did you not see the danger? I did, the warrior replied. But I was ensnared. Each encounter with Althea was a further stitch in the web I wove around myself. The night of reckoning arrived, the warrior's tone deepened, when my most trusted general approached me in despair. He spoke not with anger but sorrow, the warrior recalled. My lord, he said, your neglect has emboldened our enemies. The empire bleeds while you chase shadows. It was then, standing at the edge of collapse, that the warrior glimpsed his reaction in the pond, distorted, fractured by ripples. My heart ached with shame, he continued. I saw clearly for the time that lust is not an external force but a mirror, reacting the emptiness I saw to ll. With effort born of agony, I withdrew from Althea's intoxicating prey. The disciple asked, did she resist? The warrior chuckled, a dry sound. Althea's smile remained unchanged, as if she had always known I would depart. Perhaps that was her lesson, to show that desire is transient. Rebuilding was neither swift nor easy, the warrior's voice was steady, now tinged with wisdom earned through pain. I returned to my duties with renewed clarity, learning to distinguish between eating desire and enduring purpose. I came to understand, he continued, that lust is neither enemy nor ally but a test, a reaction of our inner hunger. The disciple sat in silence, the story sinking deep into his consciousness. The pond, now dark and tranquil, seemed to whisper back the tale of loss and redemption. My son, the warrior concluded, let lust not be your guide but your mirror. Look upon it to understand what lies within, not to feed it, but to learn from it. Together, they remained by the pond, the night embracing their silence, as the festival of lights faded into distant memory, leaving only the gentle lapping of water and the profound stillness of reaction. The air around the pond grew cooler, the gentle ripples reacting the pale light of a waxing moon. Willows dipped their slender branches into the water, their leaves whispering softly, as if bearing witness to the exchange of wisdom. The disciple, his gaze XED on the tranquil surface, Nally broke the silence. "Master, how does one overcome lust at every stage of life? Is it not an eternal struggle?" The warrior sighed deeply. "Ah, my son, lust is as persistent as the moon's pull on the tides. Its presence evolves with time, manifesting differently in youth, adulthood, and old age." He gestured to the water. "Consider this pond. At dawn, it reacts clarity. At noon, it glimmers under the harsh light. And at night, it hides shadows. So too does lust shift in form and intensity. In youth," the warrior began, "lust often appears as overwhelming desire, naive and insatiable. It beckons with promises of excitement, of freedom. The heart, not yet tempered by experience, mistakes sensation for fulfillment." The disciple listened intently. "Then how does one resist?" "Through awareness," the warrior replied, "and discipline. Recognizing that the chase is not the answer, but understanding the transient nature of desire. To observe without attachment." He continued, "In adulthood, lust becomes more cunning. It seeks to disguise itself as companionship, as validation. The lust for power, for status, often camouflages itself in the guise of ambition." The disciple's eyes narrowed. "Is it not harder then?" "Indeed," the warrior acknowledged, "for now, the stakes are higher. The chains of societal expectations and responsibilities weigh heavily. One must cultivate inner clarity, and ask, am I seeking connection, or merely ling a void?" The warrior paused, his gaze distant. "In my later years, lust whispers as regret, nostalgia for moments lost, for passions unfulfilled. It urges me to grasp at shadows, to relieve youth's eating pleasures. But the answer is simplicity," he said, "acceptance of one's impermanence and embracing contentment. The understanding that desire is not to be extinguished, but balanced." The disciple, thoughtful, asked, "Is it never truly defeated? Phi fl phi ffil fl fl phi phi fl 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 No, my son," the warrior answered gently. "Lust is part of the human condition. Like the moon's reaction, it shifts and changes. The goal is not to annihilate it but to integrate it, to become whole without being consumed." The pond's surface seemed to shimmer as the warrior's words sank deep. The atmosphere turned serene, the night air carrying the subtle hum of crickets and the occasional splash of a sh breaking the surface. The willows swayed rhythmically, their leaves a soft symphony. "Tell me, Master," the disciple asked, "how did you balance?" The warrior smiled, "Through acceptance and reaction. I stopped seeking outward pleasures and began to look inward. I learned to meditate upon the eating nature of desire, recognizing its patterns, understanding its purpose without succumbing to it." He continued, "I understood that lust was not an enemy to be fought, but a teacher revealing the depths of my vulnerabilities." The disciple's eyes glistened. "Then it is a journey, not a battle. Precisely, the warrior after med, a lifelong journey toward understanding one's own soul. The moon now hung high, casting silver light upon the pond's still waters. The gentle rustle of leaves became a lullaby, the world seeming to pause in reverence of their silent resolve. The disciple's voice softened, "I will carry this lesson, Master. Lust is not to be shunned but understood." The warrior's gaze held steady, and in understanding, freedom. A desire without suffering, a longing without loss. As the light of dawn began to tease the horizon, the two rose from their place by the pond, the weight of revelation settling upon them. With steps measured and hearts enlightened, they continued their journey, leaving behind the pond's whispering waters and the festival's fading echoes. Thus concluded the chapter of lust, a testament to self-awareness, discipline, and the intricate dance of desire within the human spirit. Chapter 8 Gluttony. Gluttony is not simply a hunger for food. It is a hunger for experience, for sensation, for affirmation of existence. The morning sun pierced through thick curtains of smog, casting an unnatural glow upon the sprawling banquet hall. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meats, spiced pastries, and exotic fruits, a heady mixture that seemed to promise pleasure but whispered excess. Every surface was laden with dishes of every conceivable variety, platters piled high with glistening meats, bowls overflowing with candied sweets, goblets brimming with wine so dark it seemed to pulse with its own life. Workers, draped in ornate garments of any silk, moved with mechanical precision, reeling platters, adjusting the placement of decadent desserts, polishing the silverware until it shone like mirrors. Traders from distant lands, adorned with vibrant jewels and embroidered tunics, mingled with the aristocracy, their voices rising in a cacophony of haggling, laughter, and boasting. "The nest dates from the oasis of Al-Mazrah," one merchant proclaimed, his tone both boastful and urgent, as if the very worth of his soul depended on the transaction. Another vendor chimed in, "Rare spices from the eastern mountains. A single pinch worth a fortune." The walls, decorated with tapestries depicting scenes of bounty and festivity, seemed to close in, celebrating indulgence as though it were sacred. Amidst the sea of opulence sat a man, neither young nor old, but seemingly ageless, a glutton by reputation and habit. His name was Darvish, a man known not for wisdom or valor, but for his insatiable hunger for life's pleasures. Darvish reclined upon an ornate chair, his body swollen from years of overindulgence, his eyes glazed yet sharp with a cunning hunger. He took a languid bite of honey-glazed pheasant, savoring each morsel as though it were his last. "My dear friends," Darvish announced, his voice thick with the weight of indulgence, "one must seize life in its entirety. Why deny oneself the pleasures afforded by fate?" Laughter echoed around him, the court sycophants nodding in agreement, their smiles hollow. Nearby, the warrior and his disciple stood in stark contrast, their presence subdued, almost out of place amidst such decadence. "Master," the disciple whispered, "why does this place feel suffocating?" The warrior's eyes remained steady, observing Darvish with a mixture of pity and resolve. "Because, my son, gluttony is not merely excess, it is a blindness to need, an insatiable hunger that consumes the spirit. The disciple's gaze wandered over the multitude of dishes, but is it not natural to enjoy the fruits of life? Enjoyment is natural, the warrior responded thoughtfully, but when pleasure becomes purpose, it transforms into gluttony. The line between sustenance and indulgence is thin, easily crossed by those unaware. Darvish, catching sight of the pair, smirked and gestured expansively, "Come, young man. Join me. Why stand in shadows when the light of abundance beckons?" The disciple hesitated, a momentary ichor of temptation crossing his eyes. The warrior interjected, "Restraint is not weakness, but wisdom." Darvish chuckled, "Ah, wisdom. A luxury for those who fear the fullness of life. But tell me, what joy is there in mere restraint?" The warrior's voice remained calm. "True joy is not in the consumption of excess but in the harmony of moderation." Darvish leaned closer, his breath tinged with the scent of wine and roasted meats. "Tell me, warrior, have you never desired more than what fate allotted you?" The warrior's eyes, cold and unwavering, met his. Desire is inherent to humanity. But unchecked desire is a silent poison. It devours not just the body but the soul. The disciple's mind spun, "Master, how does one recognize this poison?" "By observing without attachment," the warrior explained. "By understanding that true fulfillment arises not from acquisition but from acceptance of what one truly needs." Darvish's laughter rang hollow. "Philosophy is for the weak. I have wealth, pleasures, and power. What need have I for such ascetic nonsense?" The warrior remained unmoved. "Because, Darvish, wealth is transient, pleasures eating, and power corruptible. Only wisdom endures." The disciple, absorbing every word, felt the weight of contrast more keenly than ever. "I remember," the warrior began, "a time when I too was tempted, not by riches, but by the promise of endless enjoyment. A banquet that lasted nights without end, where every delicacy was offered, and no restraint imposed. My counselors, fearing the ruin of my spirit, warned me," the warrior continued, "but my ears were deaf to caution. I believed abundance to be the measure of life's success." He sighed, "until I stood on the brink of collapse, physically and spiritually. My body, weakened by excess, my mind clouded with disillusionment, and my spirit hollowed of purpose." The disciple's eyes reacted profound curiosity and sorrow. "I learned," the warrior said, "that gluttony is not the indulgence of taste, but the indulgence of emptiness. The moment we consume without need, we consume ourselves." Darvish, unmoved, continued to feast, oblivious to the silent judgment of time. The warrior's voice grew solemn, "And thus, my son, let us not chase abundance, but seek sufficiency. Let our desires be tempered by understanding, our appetites balanced by insight." The grand hall seemed alive, pulsating with the rhythm of laughter, clinking glasses, and the rustle of opulent fabrics. Candles, perched in elaborate candelabras, cast echoing light upon the faces of nobles and merchants alike, their expressions a blend of satisfaction and hunger. The boy sat beside the warrior, his plate laden with rich meats, pastries dripping with syrup, and exotic fruits unfamiliar yet enticing. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for a particularly luscious slice of spiced cake, its aroma tantalizing his senses. "Master," the disciple murmured, Why do I feel this relentless pull, as if each bite demands another? The warrior, composed, replied softly, because the appetite you feel is not merely physical, but spiritual. Gluttony feeds not just the body, but the illusion that abundance equals worth. He gestured to Darvish, who continued to gorge without pause, his eyes glazed, a man consumed by desire yet never satiated. Observe Darvish, the warrior continued, he is a man surrounded by plenty, yet his hunger is endless. His joy is hollow, sustained only by consumption. The disciple looked down at his plate, the food now seeming less inviting and more a symbol of temptation. Is it wrong to indulge, Master? He asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Are we not meant to enjoy the fruits of life? Indulgence is not sin, the warrior replied, but imbalance is. The line is drawn where need ends and greed begins. He recalled another lesson. There was a time when I sat where you sit, facing a banquet of wonders. The choice was mine, control, or surrender. The disciple's eyes met the warrior's, seeking guidance. In that pivotal moment, the warrior continued, I asked myself, do I consume because I am hungry, or because I fear emptiness? The question lingered in the disciple's mind, unsettling yet enlightening. Darvish, oblivious to their exchange, raised a goblet of wine, his laughter ringing louder, almost mocking. The warrior's tone softened, each bite, each sip, when taken without mindfulness, tightens the chains of gluttony. The disciple felt a rising tension, the spiced cake before him suddenly appearing monstrous in its excess. I wish to understand, Master, the disciple said. How do I resist this pull? Through recognition, the warrior replied, and reaction. You must see the impulse not as a command, but as a passing shadow. He spoke of balance. A well-tended garden nourishes not from endless planting but from careful tending. So too does the soul. The disciple, swallowing a lump of realization, set his fork down. Master, does this mean I must deny all pleasure? He inquired, troubled. Pleasure is not to be denied, the warrior answered rmly, but to be embraced in wisdom. One must savor without becoming enslaved. He continued, imagine a river. It ows not by force, but by following its natural course. Resistance causes turbulence, but harmony brings peace. The disciple pondered this, his heart heavy with awareness. Darvish, in contrast, remained lost in excess, a living testament to the cost of imbalance. The lesson, the warrior concluded, is not to shun abundance but to understand sufficiency. To eat because the body needs sustenance, not to avoid within the spirit. As the evening waned, the hall's vibrancy dimmed, yet the presence of excess lingered, an ever-present temptation. The warrior and disciple rose from the table, their steps measured, deliberate. Master, the disciple asked, will I always face this struggle? The warrior smiled, yes, my son. Lust, greed, sloth, envy, they are companions of the soul, not adversaries to be vanquished. He gestured toward the exit, where the festival's lights twinkled faintly in the distance, symbolic of transient pleasures. Your strength lies in awareness, the warrior said, and the choice to act with intention rather than impulse. Glutton of elixir together, They stepped away from the banquet's glaring abundance, their path illuminated by the subtle light of understanding, a journey toward self-mastery just beginning. As the twilight deepened, the two walked away from the banquet's overwhelming display of opulence. The air grew cooler, tinged with the scent of earth and distant incense. Phi fl Master, the disciple began, why does gluttony persist, even when we are aware of its perils? The warrior's gaze remained steady, because awareness alone is insufficient, my son. The roots of gluttony are deep, intertwined with fear, fear of lack, of emptiness, of insignificance. The disciple's brow furrowed, so greed is born from desire for permanence. Indeed, the warrior replied, but gluttony is greed's close kin. It is not just the hunger for wealth, but the hunger for sensation itself, an attempt to ll in night void with night pleasures. The disciple's voice softened, is there a myth that teaches this? The warrior smiled faintly, yes. From the ancient lands of Kying comes the tale of Ho Yi and his greed for immortality. Ho Yi, a legendary archer, was granted an elixir that promised eternal life, yet his desire to outlive mortality led to tragedy. In ancient times, during the reign of the mythical Emperor Yao, the earth faced a dire crisis. The heavens had 10 suns, each a three-legged crow, which usually took turns rising to light the world. However, one day, all 10 suns appeared simultaneously, scorching the earth, drying rivers, and causing widespread suffering. Crops withered, and humanity teetered on the brink of destruction. Emperor Yao pleaded for divine intervention, and the gods sent Ho Yi, a master archer of unparalleled skill, to resolve the catastrophe. Ho Yi, armed with his divine bow and arrows, ascended a high peak and took aim at the blazing suns. With precision and resolve, he shot down 9 of the 10 suns, leaving only one to provide light and warmth to the world. His feat saved humanity and earned him immense fame and reverence as a hero. As a reward for his deed, the gods bestowed upon Ho Yi the elixir of immortality, a potion that would grant eternal life. However, Ho Yi, deeply in love with his wife, Chang'e, chose not to consume it immediately, unwilling to ascend to immortality without her. He entrusted the elixir to Chang'e for safekeeping, intending to decide their future together. However, Ho Yi's heroism came with complications. The disciple could hear only the warrior's tale. The master continued. His growing pride and fame led him to more desires. He took on an apprentice, Feng Meng, who grew envious of his master's skill and fame. Driven by greed for immortality, Feng Meng attempted to steal the elixir from Chang'e while Ho Yi was away. To prevent the elixir from falling into the wrong hands, Chang'e consumed it herself. The elixir caused her to ascend to the heavens, where she became the goddess of the moon, forever separated from Ho Yi. Devastated by the loss of his beloved wife, Ho Yi gazed at the moon, where Chang'e now resided. Ho Yi's story concluded tragically. His arrogance led to his exile by the gods, stripping him of divine favor. Despite his heroic deeds, his tale is one of triumph marred by loss due to demons of desire. This myth teaches, the warrior continued, that gluttony for life's essence leads not to salvation but ruin. The natural order, designed with limits and cycles, resists such imbalance. The disciple pondered, so to desire endlessly is to go against nature. Exactly, the warrior said, gluttony is a rebellion against the Tao of existence, a denial of the rhythm that guides all life. Then, how does one practice moderation, Master? The disciple inquired, his voice tinged with earnest curiosity. The warrior's gaze softened, by understanding that desire, in itself, is neither good nor evil. It is intention and action that shape its impact. He shared, I learned to break free not by denying pleasure, but by discerning necessity from excess. I began to ask myself, do I eat to nourish or to numb? The disciple listened, and the answer was in simplicity. The warrior smiled. A bowl of rice, a piece of fruit, a glass of clear water, sufficient to sustain without overwhelming. He emphasized, when we consume with gratitude and purpose, gluttony loses its power. The twilight now gave way to full night, stars glittering like distant promises. The world seemed hushed, as if awaiting revelation. My son, the warrior said, the journey of understanding gluttony is endless. Every temptation you face, every impulse that urges you to overreach, is an opportunity for growth. The disciple's heart felt lighter, the burden of his impulse eased by clarity. I will remember, he said softly, that my worth is not measured by what I consume, but by what I offer, the restraint, the wisdom, the purpose. The warrior nodded, indeed. In embracing sufficiency, we transcend desire's tyranny. They continued their walk, in the quiet embrace of the night, a world where discipline and insight forged the path toward balance. The warrior and his disciple had found a quiet glade beyond the place's reach, where the noise of indulgence seemed a distant echo. I shall try, Master, the disciple declared, to partake only what is necessary. The warrior's eyes, calm and steady, encouraged him, begin with awareness, my son. Every bite must be a conscious act, not an automatic gesture of habit. The disciple nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. Master, he said, it is difficult, as if my body remembers the abundance, urging me toward excess. The warrior replied, that is the nature of gluttony, it implants memory of indulgence as desire for repetition. But strength lies in choosing differently, in recognizing the impulse without succumbing to it. The disciple's eyes occurred to a nearby bush, where a small bird pecked at a fallen berry, content with its modest share. Is this not the way of nature? The warrior reacted. Even the smallest creature consumes just enough, never more than what is required. A pang of envy for such simplicity touched the disciple's heart. I fear I am weak, he admitted. Each bite feels like surrender. The warrior placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Weakness is not in struggle but in giving up without effort. Every choice to act with intent strengthens the spirit. He recounted another myth. There is an old tale from eastern land of the foolish farmer. He sought endless harvests, driven by fear of scarcity, and in doing so, depleted the very land meant to sustain him. This, my son, the warrior continued, teaches that greed blinds us to the balance of giving and receiving. While the disciple pondered the tale deeply, the silence between them as profound as the words spoken. Master, he asked, how does one resist when the desire feels greater than reason? By transforming desire into discipline, the warrior answered, and by understanding its impermanence. Every impulse fades with time, only choice remains. He elaborated, when faced with the next bite, do not see it as nourishment alone, but as a chance to practice mastery. The disciple closed his eyes, imagining each morsel as a step on a path, one toward balance rather than collapse. He felt the moment stretch in nightly, the weight of decision poised delicately between hunger and wisdom. Each step, the warrior said, is not about perfection, but progress. Master, he said, his voice steadier now, I feel clarity emerging, as though light breaks through the fog. Exactly, the warrior smiled, clarity is the reward of mindful action. It reveals not just the path, but the reason for walking it. Darvish's laughter, distant yet ever present, seemed to fade into irrelevance, a reminder of what they sought to transcend. I am learning, the disciple continued, that restraint is not deprivation, but liberation. The warrior nodded, freedom lies in choosing what serves the soul, not what enslaves it. Each sentence hung in the air, profound and liberating, as if the very night acknowledged their insight. The stars above twinkled in silent testimony, their ancient light bridging time and space, whispering of balance and wisdom. My son, the warrior said softly, gluttony is a mirror reacting our deepest insecurities. By confronting it, you begin to see yourself clearly. The disciple's eyes, now bright with understanding, met the warrior's. I will remember, Master, he said with quiet determination, that to consume with purpose is to honor life, not to dominate it. The warrior's voice carried a NAL weight, and thus, the gluttonous impulse becomes a teacher, guiding you towards sufficiency and inner peace. Need and want together, they sat in silence, the world around them vast and still, their hearts aligned with the quiet rhythm of balance. Beneath the ancient tree, its roots sprawling like the veins of time itself, the warrior and disciple settled on a bed of soft moss. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the subtle scent of wild hours mingling with the earth's musk. The disciple gazed upward at the tree's towering canopy, where silver rays of moonlight dared through the dense leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on their faces. Master, the disciple began, his voice contemplative, why does gluttony persist in so many, despite knowing its consequences? The warrior's eyes followed the eye of a small bird, between branches, because the mind is easily deceived. It whispers that more is needed, that sufficiency is never enough. He explained further, gluttony is not simply a hunger for food. It is a hunger for experience, for sensation, for an affirmation of existence. The disciple frowned, but how can one discern between need and want? The warrior smiled, his expression gentle, discernment begins with awareness. Every impulse must be examined, its origin, its purpose, its consequence. He continued, the ancients speak of a myth from Kemetdisa, the tale of King Adam, who, in his loneliness, created the world by shedding his own essence. But excess desire, untempered, led to imbalance. Long before the world had fully emerged from chaos, before light and darkness took their measured places in the heavens, there existed only the boundless waters of none, a formless, in-night expanse of potential. From this vast nothingness arose Adam, the RST God, solitary and whole. He was both creator and created, embodying completeness yet driven by a longing, a deep, intrinsic urge to manifest existence. It is said that Adam, feeling the weight of his isolation, sought to create companions, manifestations of himself. But his creation was not born from generosity, nor was it a balanced act of giving. Rather, it sprang from an overwhelming desire to be complete, to multiply his being as though the mere act of creation would fill the void within him. Adam stood at the edge of none and, through sheer will, spoke the RST words, and from his breath emerged Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. He believed that by giving life, he would fill the gnawing emptiness inside. The cycle continued, and more gods and beings emerged, forming the sky, earth, and waters, until the world as we know it was set in motion. But as the myth warns, creation born from unchecked desire carries peril. Adam's initial act of creation was not one of balance but of need, a need that was never satisfied. In time, Adam looked upon his creation and saw not harmony, but disorder. The more he created, the more he craved, unable to cease. The land became burdened with excess, abundant yet unstable. The rivers swelled beyond their banks, crops grew uncontrollably, and the celestial order teetered. Adam's original intent, meant to craft life and balance, morphed into a relentless pursuit of filling a void that could never be filled. The warrior continued with the tale. It is told that Adam, recognizing his folly, withdrew from the world, retreating into silence and stillness. The gods that remained became independent, each bound by their own desires and ambitions. Adam's tale thus serves not only as a creation myth but as a cautionary reaction, that the act of creation, if driven by personal greed or gluttonous desire, births imbalance rather than harmony. In time, sages would recount the myth, not merely as history, but as an eternal lesson. True creation, they said, is born from harmony and purpose, not from an insatiable hunger. The disciple, upon hearing the warrior's recounting of Adam's tale, sat in thoughtful silence, the image of the solitary God standing at the edge of nothingness etched into his mind. "Master," the disciple whispered, "to create or consume without limit is a trap, isn't it?" Indeed, the warrior affirmed, gluttony, like Adam's unchecked desire, seeks to fill the empty space within, but leaves only more emptiness in return. The night deepened, and the story settled in the air, becoming a silent testament to the power of measured intent over blind hunger. The disciple listened intently. So, King Adam's creation was born of desire, but also his downfall. Indeed, the warrior nodded, creation must be balanced by restraint, or it risks self-destruction. Adam's story teaches that unchecked longing consumes the self. The disciple glanced at the earth beneath them, where roots twisted in silent complexity. "It feels as though every craving is a root, deep and tangled," he mused. "Yes," the warrior agreed, "and each must be carefully untangled, not forcibly severed, but gently understood." The wind stirred, rustling the leaves in a soft symphony, as if nature itself acknowledged their words. "Master," the disciple asked, "how do I know if my desire is genuine need or gluttonous impulse?" The warrior considered. "Ask yourself, does this action nourish my soul or merely distract it? Does it lead to growth or erosion?" The myth shows the irony, the warrior continued, that greed, an attempt to secure abundance, often leads to lack. The disciple's eyes seemed to search deeper within, so, gluttony is a false promise of fulfillment. Precisely, the warrior said. It is a mirage, shimmering and inviting, yet hollow. He spoke softly. I once met a monk in a distant land, whose discipline was not born of deprivation, but of deep understanding. He spoke of just enough, an art not of abstinence, but of harmony. The disciple sighed. It seems so simple, yet so difficult. The warrior's voice was patient, because simplicity requires profound awareness. The mind resists discipline as a child resists restraint. He gestured to a nearby stream, where water owed gently, carving its way through rocks, never hurried, never indulgent. See how the stream ows, he said. It carries only what it needs, never more, never less. The disciple watched the water, its rhythm steady, unyielding yet graceful. Master, he murmured, how do I cultivate such discipline? By practice, the warrior replied, and by viewing every desire as an opportunity for insight. He continued, each impulse you resist strengthens your spirit. Each moment of mindful choice aligns you closer to balance. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the world seemed to soften into a gentle hush. My son, the warrior said, gluttony is a teacher disguised as temptation. Conquer it not through force, but understanding. The disciple's heart swelled with a quiet determination. I will strive, Master, he said, to transform every craving into a step toward wisdom. By together, they sat beneath the ancient tree, the night deepening around them, their journey toward mastery unfolding one deliberate step at a time. The moon hung low, casting a gentle silver glow over the still surface of the pond. The air was saturated with the scent of damp earth and distant blossoms, their aroma lingering like a whisper of forgotten memories. The disciple, his gaze lost in the mirror-like reaction of the stars above, broke the silence. Master, he began, his voice tinged with uncertainty, if gluttony is a hunger of the soul as much as of the body, can it ever be fully quelled? The warrior's eyes, reacting the moon's soft light, met the disciples. Gluttony, my son, is not defeated in a single moment of will. It is a lifelong journey of self-awareness and conscious choice. He continued, imagine the pond before us. At first glance, it appears placid, serene. But beneath its surface, life stirs, a complex ecosystem, delicately balanced. The same holds for our desires, the warrior explained. They seem tranquil when we ignore them, but they churn beneath, seeking fulfillment. The disciple frowned. Is denial not the answer? No, the warrior answered RMLY. Denial suppresses the issue without resolving its root. True mastery arises from understanding the hunger itself. The boy shifted, the grass cool beneath his palms, grounding him in the present. Master, how do I begin to understand such hunger? He asked, voice earnest. The warrior smiled faintly, by observing, without judgment, every urge that surfaces. Ask yourself, where does it originate? What emptiness does it seek to fulfill? He shared, I once met a sage who spoke of the inner mirror, a practice of reacting each desire as it arises, not to judge, but to understand its nature. The sage told me, the warrior continued, that gluttony thrives in darkness, in the absence of self-examination. The disciples' eyes narrowed in contemplation, so, by shining light upon our impulses, we diminish their power. Exactly, the warrior affirmed. Illumination of the mind is the first step toward freedom. The ripples of the pond seemed to echo his words, spreading silently in all directions. The night deepened further, and the stillness of the pond seemed almost sacred, a silent witness to their exchange. "Master," the disciple said after a pause, "I sometimes wonder, is gluttony merely human weakness, or something more profound?" The warrior's voice was steady, "It is both. A weakness, yes, but also a fundamental part of human nature. An echo of our origin, where the desire to consume began as survival." He recounted, long ago, in ancient lands, there was a tale of a man who sought endless feasts, believing that consumption would grant immortality. He consumed beyond need until he vanished into a spectral form, neither living nor dead, a warning to all who chase endless indulgence. That myth, the warrior explained, teaches that gluttony promises permanence but delivers oblivion. The disciple absorbed the story, so, even the most seemingly innocent indulgence carries a shadow. The warrior nodded. Each bite, each desire, if unchecked, becomes a thread weaving us into chains. The disciple's brow furrowed. "But is there no middle path, Master? A way to partake in life's pleasures without falling into excess?" "There is," the warrior replied, "the path of conscious consumption. To partake, fully aware, grateful for the sustenance, yet never compelled by it." He gestured toward the pond again. "See how the moon's reaction dances upon the water, not exceeded, not grasped, but eating. So too must our indulgences be, acknowledged, appreciated, and released." He continued, "I recall an old tale of a hermit in the mountains, who lived on a simple bowl of rice each day. He found immense satisfaction not in quantity, but in quality, in the act of mindful acceptance." The disciple's voice softened. "I aspire to such harmony, Master, but fear my weakness." "Fear is the first step toward mastery," the warrior said with a gentle smile. "It is not shameful to recognize weakness, but foolish to ignore it." The air grew colder, and the distant stars seemed to pulse in silent rhythm, as if urging the truth upon them. "Master," the disciple whispered, "how did you undo your balance?" The warrior's expression turned reactive. It was not a single revelation, but a gradual journey. Each small victory over impulse, each moment of conscious choice, accumulated into clarity. He shared, "I once stood at the edge of a palace hall, surrounded by endless riches, and whispered temptations, and I realized, the true feast was in moderation, in knowing when to stop." The disciple's eyes glistened. "And now?" "Now," the warrior said, "I understand that gluttony is not to be conquered once and for all, but observed perpetually. Each day offers a new opportunity for mindful action." The pond remained still, as if holding its breath. "My son," the warrior concluded, "remember, to consume with purpose is to honor life, not to enslave it. Let every desire be a teacher, every impulse a chance to understand yourself more deeply." The disciple nodded, his spirit touched by the depth of the lesson, and together they sat in silence, the night embracing them in quiet wisdom. The disciple's gaze, previously serene, now betrayed a growing tension. His breath grew uneven, and his hands trembled. "Master," he began, his voice thick with convict, "I feel it again, the overwhelming urge to consume more than I need. The thought of indulgence beckons as strongly as ever." Observed him quietly, his eyes reacting deep understanding rather than judgment. "It is in moments like these," the warrior said softly, "that true mastery is forged." The disciple's brow furrowed. Why does the desire feel stronger now, at the edge of awareness? Because temptation reveals itself most vividly in stillness, the warrior replied. The quieter the mind, the louder the impulse. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if nature itself sighed in empathy. The disciple's voice wavered, "I fear I will fail, that I will surrender to the hunger." "Do not fear failure," the warrior said, "for failure is but a step in understanding. To recognize the impulse is itself a victory." He recalled, there is a tale from ancient Yavana, of Tantalus, who, punished for his greed, stood eternally in a pool of water beneath fruit-laden branches. Whenever he reached, both receded, teaching the torment of insatiable desire. The disciple's eyes widened. Tantalus, a punishment of endless longing. Yes, the warrior nodded, his suffering lies not in lack, but in the perpetuation of unfulfilled craving. He continued, true gluttony imprisons the soul, turning every pleasure into a prison of desire. The disciple closed his eyes, absorbing the weight of this lesson. "Master," he said, his tone now resolute, "how do I break free from this cycle?" "By embracing awareness as a shield," the warrior answered. "Every thought of excess must be met with a question: what is its purpose? What void does it seek to fill? The key," the warrior continued, "was not denial, but understanding. To see each bite, each thought, as transient, a passing cloud, not the sky itself." The disciple listened, his spirit grappling with the depth of truth. "I must treat desire as a visitor, not a master," he said, acknowledging its presence without surrender. "Precisely," the warrior affirmed, "and each act of mindful restraint reinforces your soul's resilience." "That reality is subjective," the warrior explained, "and often, our desires blur the line between illusion and truth. Gluttony deceives us, making transient pleasure appear eternal." The disciple's eyes reacted the soft moonlight, "So every craving is but a eating illusion." "Yes," the warrior replied, "and by recognizing their impermanence, we weaken their hold." The pond, serene and still, seemed to echo their revelations, the water reacting a truth as ancient as time. "Master," the disciple said, his voice rm, "I will practice awareness. I will not let the hunger deny me." The warrior smiled, a warmth in his gaze, "That is the beginning of wisdom. Strength is not in resisting desire through force, but in transforming it through insight." He continued, "Remember, every impulse faced and understood is a brick laid in the foundation of your freedom." The disciple's resolve deepened, each word of the warrior embedding itself like a seed in fertile soil. Together, they remained in silent communion, the pond bearing witness to a lesson learned, a journey begun, and a soul growing ever more resilient. The air, once thick with the weight of profound conversation, now grew lighter, as if the heavy truths shared had begun to dissolve into peace. The disciple sat quietly beside the warrior, his eyes now softened, no longer clouded by doubt or turmoil. His face, illuminated by the gentle glow of moonlight, seemed to re-ect serenity. "Master," he murmured, "I never knew how vast the nature of desire was, nor how subtle its snares." The warrior regarded him with a quiet pride, his eyes gentle yet firm, "And now you know, my son. The path of wisdom is paved not with grand revelations, but with small, consistent insights." The disciple sighed contentedly, a sense of completeness settling over him. "My heart feels lighter," he said softly, "as though the weight of my cravings has been lifted by understanding." The warrior nodded. "It is the understanding that liberates, not the absence of desire." Slowly, the disciple's eyes grew heavy, the burden of thought yielding to peaceful slumber. He leaned against the warrior, his head resting gently upon the warrior's lap. The warrior's hands, calloused yet tender, stroked the disciple's hair with a rhythm as old as time itself. The soft touch seemed to seal the night's teachings into the disciple's soul. "Sleep now, child," the warrior whispered, "let the lessons of gluttony settle in your spirit like seeds in fertile earth." As the disciple's breathing evened, blending with the ambient sounds of the sleeping forest, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant murmur of the stream, the warrior's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. His mind, however, was not at ease. Beneath the surface of his calm expression, a plan began to form. The warrior knew that knowledge alone was insufficient. True mastery demanded trial. "I have prepared him well," the warrior thought, each tale, each myth, each word of guidance a step toward fortitude. He reacted on the disciple's journey thus far, his curiosity, his struggle, and his quiet resolve. Each question posed, each doubt expressed, had been an opportunity to strengthen the disciple's spirit. But understanding, as the warrior well knew, was merely the beginning. Wisdom was forged in the crucible of experience, in confrontation with the very demons that seek to ensnare the soul. How will he face the test of wrath, of pride, of lust? The warrior wondered. He was certain, however, that his disciple's growing insight would serve as a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The pond's still waters reacted the full rays of sunlight now, its surface shimmering like a portal to another world, one of quiet realization and impending challenge. The pond, a mirror to the star-speckled sky, reacted not just their forms, but the weight of the lessons exchanged and the silent acknowledgement of an unspoken future. The warrior's mind wandered to his own past, to the times he had faced his deepest struggles. Each sin, each temptation, had once threatened to consume him, until he had learned to confront them without judgment, without fear. Tomorrow, the test will begin, he resolved silently, not to punish, but to awaken true resilience. His thoughts turned to the sacred duty of a mentor, to not only teach but to set the stage for growth through adversity. The disciple, still resting, seemed to embody both innocence and the weight of new wisdom. The warrior's heart swelled with a profound sense of responsibility. The world around them slowly came alive, the soft chirping of birds, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant ow of the stream blended into a quiet symphony of morning. The warrior's voice, barely audible, echoed in the stillness, "Rest now, my son." The journey ahead will be long, and the path arduous. His hand remained upon the disciple's head, steady and unwavering, a silent promise of guidance. Each step you take must be deliberate, every temptation met with clarity. He smiled softly, a mix of warmth and gravity. For in his heart, he knew the trials awaiting them were not merely tests of flesh, but of spirit. As the disciple slept peacefully, the warrior's eyes exceeded upon the rising sun, resolute. The chapter of gluttony had ended, not in grand triumph, but in quiet understanding, preparing them both for the shadows yet to come. Chapter 9. The journey begins. The birds had started their morning squeals, golden rays of the sun touched upon the boy's face, and a new day had just started revealing itself. The boy woke up with his arms wide as if he was embracing his new life. He sat by the water's edge, his eyes tracing the subtle ripples, lost in contemplation. His heart, once fractured by abandonment and sorrow, now beat with the cautious rhythm of hope. He then looked for his master, searching his surroundings, but nowhere to be found. His heart pounding and body restless started to run around looking for the warrior. "Master, Master, can you hear me?" he called. He ran along the edge of the pond fearing for his master, his only friend. After a while he saw a gur at distance, picked up the pace, waving his hand. As the distance between him and the person grew closer, ran faster as he could, he knew it was his master. Delighted to see the warrior, boy exhaled and stopped near him. "Master," he said, "the boat? How did you manage to end this?" The warrior looked at the boy, said, "Come child, have a look at it." The boy then moved closer to the boat and started to look around, touching the wooden structure. "Wow," he said, "I have never been on the boat, can I sit?" He asked for his master's permission. Then the warrior held boy's feet on his palm, helped him into the boat. The boy was happy and looked inside the boat with curious and studying eyes. "Master," he began, his voice thin yet steady, "I feel as if I have seen the shadows of myself through your stories. Each tale, a mirror of my own faults." Warrior sage remained seated beside him, his presence a pillar of calm. "Indeed, child," he said softly, "the 7 sins are not external demons but reactions of our inner turmoil. Each one reveals a facet of weakness, waiting to be confronted." Warrior then gave him berries and fruits he had fetched from the nearby forest. The child tasted them with sense of satisfaction and thankfulness for his master. The boy's eyes glimmered with resolve. "What now, master? I have heard of envy, greed, lust, gluttony, pride, wrath, and sloth. But how do I confront them within me?" A profound silence settled between them, as if the dawn itself held its breath, awaiting the answer. "The confrontation is not a single act of dance," Master replied, "but a lifelong commitment. It begins with awareness, followed by discipline, and is sustained by perseverance." The wind stirred, carrying a faint whisper of ancient chants, as if itself echoed the weight of their dialogue. "I will not falter," boy declared, though uncertainty trembled beneath his words. "I will rise beyond the shadows." Warrior smiled, the lines of his face deepening. "You must, for the world beyond these woods is rife with greater trials. The journey ahead is fraught with challenges not merely of strength, but of character." The day was awakening, and the surrounding symphony intensified. Birds sang and the rustle of unseen creatures added a subtle pulse to the atmosphere. Child's eyes wandered to the distant mountains, their peaks veiled in mist, an ominous silhouette against the morning sky. The warrior picked up the oars and started rowing. The boat left the shore. The boy sat facing his master, holding the edges as he enjoyed the ode. The path does not end here, Master continued, but diverges into countless branches, each leading to a test more profound than the last. The boy's breath caught. What kind of tests, Master? He asked, his voice laced with both apprehension and curiosity. The tests of action and thought, warrior said, his tone unwavering. You will face trials designed to reveal your true nature. They will not be obvious. Many will come disguised as opportunity, as comfort, or as companionship. A ichor of unease passed through boy's eyes. Why would they disguise themselves? Because the greatest temptations wear the most benign masks, warrior sage explained. Envy, for instance, may arise when comparing your progress with another's success. Greed, when offered an easy path to wealth. Lust, when promised eating pleasure at the expense of your purpose. Boy nodded, the weight of these revelations settling into his consciousness. And you, Master added, will be the one to recognize the illusions. A silence lingered, profound and pregnant with meaning. Master, disciple Nali spoke, will I ever be worthy of the path you set before me? Warrior sage placed a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. Worthy, is a concept limited by self-doubt. You need only remain committed to the truth you seek. As the clouds above began their slow march across the sky, the water seemed to pulse with a living wisdom, as though every drop bore witness to their exchange. Tell me, Master, disciple said, his voice soft but insistent, have you always known how to overcome the sins? By warrior side, his gaze distant. No, he admitted, I once walked a darker path, tempted by pride, greed, and wrath. I faltered, as all men do. But each failure was a lesson carved into my soul. The journey toward wisdom is paved with mistakes and humility. Boy looked up at him, the sunlight revealing both the warrior's stoicism and vulnerability. There was a time, he continued, when I almost lost everything to my own desire for power. The illusion of invincibility blinded me to the smallest truths. A faint smile touched his lips. It was not a grand battle or a mighty opponent that brought me clarity, but a simple moment of realization, a whisper in the wind that told me all is transient. The disciple absorbed the words, feeling them etch themselves into his being. What of destiny, Master? He asked. Is it written, or do we shape it ourselves? Destiny is neither XED nor arbitrary, warrior answered. It is a path chosen, step by step, decision by decision, forged in the crucible of will. The silence between them deepened, broken only by the soft lapping of the pond's surface and the distant call of an eagle hovering above. Child's mind wandered back to the moments of his suffering, the cold nights of hunger, the biting words of scorn, the hollow feeling of isolation. I see now, he said softly, that every sin is a mirror of my past, each a shadow I must face. Master nodded. Precisely. Only by embracing the full spectrum of your AWS can you transcend them. The boy's eyes brightened with newfound resolve. Then I will not turn away. I will face them all, one by one. Warrior's smile deepened. Good. But remember, the true test lies ahead. For knowledge without application is mere illusion. And soon, Master whispered, you shall face the test. The day lighting up, began to stir at the edges of their consciousness. Boy's eyelids grew heavy, but a profound sense of peace had settled within him. I am ready, Master, he murmured, for whatever lies ahead. Master rowing and reassuring, yes, child, he said, for the true journey begins. Boy watched the water below as the boat moved with steady pace, his breath evening out, as though surrendering to the gentle embrace of trust. Warrior watched him, his eyes reacting a quiet purpose. Master, will you teach me to row? I would like to hold the oars, the boy said. Master knew the child was curious every moment, for every doubt he had questioned. The warrior asked the boy to sit in front of him, both facing the same direction that the boat moved. The boy held oars with both hands and the master guided him with the strokes. Steady, balanced, with rhythm and direction. Master said. Not too fast, not too slow. The boat will take you to your destiny. The boy was quick to learn the skill. As the boat moved, warrior left the grip of oars and handed them to the boy. He then watched the child row. Warrior saw the boy had already started towards his destiny with unwavering resolve. The day was setting and both could see the orange sun smiling at them on the horizon. The calm waters and breeze touching their face made this journey indelible. The pond had embraced the river, no sight-fi-fl fluid of land, only the vast chest of river could be seen, and now the journey was hardest the boy could ever imagine. In that silence, a thought took root within the warrior's mind, a solemn resolve. The path is prepared. The disciple is ready. Now, the real challenge awaits. The moon cast a pale, silvery glow over the river's surface, turning the gentle current into a shimmering ribbon that stretched into the horizon. Master and his disciple moved in a simple wooden rowing boat, its oars slicing through the dark waters with rhythmic precision. The air was crisp, tinged with the faint scent of wet earth and blooming nocturnal hours. The distant chirping of crickets and the occasional splash of sh formed a meditative soundscape, blending with the solemn atmosphere. Boy's eyes remained XED on the river ahead, his young face illuminated intermittently by the moonlight. He was a gur of quiet reaction, his mind wrestling with the immense weight of the tales he had just absorbed. Every sin, every moral shared by Master, now seemed to pulse within his veins, waiting for resolution. Master, Master, boy began, his voice breaking the silence, why do we travel through the river at night? Would it not be safer by day? Master's eyes remained focused on the horizon, the oars dipping with practiced ease. The river at night reveals truths unseen in daylight, he said, his tone calm yet profound. In darkness, illusions fade, and one's true self surfaces. The boat rocked gently as they moved further from the familiar woods, the distant sound of the village gradually giving way to absolute silence, save for the river's gentle whisper. Does the river have a name? Boy asked, curiosity mingled with awe. It is called the Sama River, Master replied. A river known for its unpredictable current and deep secrets, much like the trials that await you. Boy turned to face Master, searching for further wisdom. Do all travelers face such trials, Master? Is every path this steep, this fraught with peril? Master's hand rested on the worn oar, muscles steady. Every soul must face the shadows within. The trials do not arise from external forces but from the inner conflict between desire and restraint. The boy's brow furrowed, his thoughts tangled. But why must we suffer, Master? Why can't one simply lead a life of peace, free from temptation? Peace, Master said, is not the absence of temptation, but the mastery over it. Like the river, life ows relentlessly forward, and we must navigate its twists and currents. As the boat drifted deeper, the landscape transformed. The dense forest gradually gave way to open plains, where the faint outline of distant mountains could be discerned beneath a blanket of stars. Boy remained silent, absorbing each word, each nuance of Master's measured tone. The journey seemed eternal, each moment thick with unspoken revelation. The river's current grew stronger, pulling the boat forward with an almost sentient will. Master's experienced hands guided the vessel with deliberate precision, every stroke measured, every movement purposeful. The Sama River is said to reset the soul of those who traverse it, Master began, his voice resonating like an ancient chant. Legends speak of travelers who, unable to face their inner demons, were lost forever, swallowed by the darkness of their own making. Child shivered, the tale stirring a primal fear within him. Is that why we must proceed? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Yes, warrior answered. For you are not merely journeying from one place to another, but crossing the threshold of your own soul. The air grew colder, and the moon dipped behind a gathering of clouds, momentarily cloaking the river in complete darkness. The only light now came from the faint glow of Reis dancing around them, their phosphorescence like tiny beacons of hope. Master, Boy continued, do you think I will succeed? That I will overcome the 7 sins and undo the truth? Master's eyes, reacting the distant glow, met the boy's with unwavering certainty. I do not think, child. I know. You have already begun the transformation. The rest is merely the path you must walk. The first glimpse of the new kingdom after what seemed like an eternity adrift, the hint of dawn painted the eastern sky in pale shades of orange and pink. The river's current began to slow, and the banks grew wider, revealing a landscape unlike any the boy had ever known. The lush, fertile elds stretched endlessly, dotted with small hamlets and far-off towers glinting in the light of morning. The air seemed fresher here, imbued with the promise of new beginnings and unknown challenges. Master guided the boat gently toward the shore, their landing as silent as their departure had been profound. This, Master said, is the kingdom of Kshatriya Vallabhite. A land of power, ambition, and secrets. Boy stepped onto the soft, damp earth, his feet sinking slightly into the riverbank. His heart pounded, both from the journey and the anticipation of what lay ahead. The tests begin now, Master continued, standing beside him. His expression was unreadable, a blend of pride and determination. Your true trial lies not in tales or philosophies but in action, thought, and choice. The air seemed heavier now, as if the land itself bore witness to their arrival. A faint mist clung to the grass, swirling gently around their feet, weaving a tapestry of mystery. Child looked up at the towering walls of the distant kingdom, their ancient stones etched with runes of forgotten wisdom. Soldiers patrolled the gates, their faces impassive, their eyes sharp. "What awaits us there, Master?" Boy asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "Opportunities and dangers alike," Master said. "Every corner holds a lesson. Every face a potential test. Your sins will manifest in new forms, each more subtle and deceiving than the last." The boy swallowed hard, feeling the weight of destiny pressing upon him. Master's gaze softened for a moment. "Know this, child, no man is born a Chakravartin. One becomes so through the re of trials, the anvil of self-discipline, and the steady hammer of wisdom." Boy nodded, his resolve hardening. The boat, now moored, bobbed lightly against the bank as the RST light of dawn began to illuminate the land. The master and disciple stood in silence, their eyes XED on the path that lay ahead. "This kingdom," warrior said thoughtfully, "is older than memory, built upon ambition and blood. Yet, its greatest weakness is its reliance on inherited power, not earned wisdom." Boy felt a strange mixture of awe and fear. He had left behind a known world of teachings and tales, entering into a realm where philosophy would no longer be theoretical, but practical and brutal. "What if I fail, Master?" he asked, the tremor in his voice betraying his inner turmoil. Master smiled faintly, almost mournfully. "Failure is a teacher more potent than victory. But I believe you will not fail." A distant rooster crowed, heralding the arrival of the day. The world stirred, awakening to the promise of the unknown. The first step together, they began to walk toward the gates of the kingdom. Each step was deliberate, the sound of their feet crunching softly against the riverbank's gravel resonating with purpose. Master's mind was already shifting beyond the present moment. The next challenge, the next disguise, the next trial, the test that would forge the boy into a leader, an emperor, a true Chakravartin. "I have prepared him well," he thought. "The boy is ready. The sins are understood. Now comes the crucible." The gates loomed closer, ancient and formidable, as the horizon expanded within night possibility. As the RST light of dawn unfurled across the horizon, the air seemed charged with the weight of destiny. The gates of the Kshatriya Vallabhite kingdom stood tall, their ancient stones whispering tales of power, ambition, and hidden perils. Master and disciple approached with deliberate resolve, each step a testament to the journey undertaken, and the path yet to tread. "Son," sage warrior spoke, his voice measured yet profound, "know this, wisdom is not merely a collection of words or recollected tales. It is a lived experience, a continuous cycle of learning, unlearning, and transcending." The boy's eyes shone with a mixture of fear and determination. "I understand, Master. Each sin I learned about, it is a shadow I must face in the light of my own actions." Master nodded, the lines of his face etched with the gravity of truth. "Indeed. The world beyond these woods will not teach you through parables alone. It will teach you by thrusting you into situations where your character, will, and intellect will be your only allies." They paused, standing at the cusp of the kingdom, where history, ambition, and trials intermingled. "Remember, sage warrior continued, his tone solemn, pride, greed, envy, lust, gluttony, wrath, and sloth are not distant tales but living, breathing forces within us. They rise when we least expect, disguised as progress, comfort, or power. Boy's brows furrowed. How will I know when they rise, Master? How do I guard against them in the chaos of life? The RST step, Master explained, is self-awareness. To see these vices for what they are, not what they promise to be. Next, discipline, to choose action aligned with virtue, even when the easier path tempts you otherwise. And Nali, reaction, constant introspection to measure your growth and setbacks. A soft breeze swept through the air, carrying with it the echoes of ancient wisdom and the silent challenge of the future. Your journey is no longer about survival, child, Master continued. It is about mastery. Mastery over the self, over circumstances, and over destiny. As the gates creaked open, the sprawling kingdom lay before them, a complex mosaic of bustling streets, towering fortresses, and quiet temples, each symbolizing power, ambition, and mystery. The scent of incense mixed with the aroma of spices, and the distant hum of life thrummed in the air. Master sighed, a subtle expression of resolve. A Chakravartin is not born. He is forged, through trials that strip away illusions, through confrontations that reveal truth, and through choices that shape destiny. Boy's gaze was steady, his spirit emboldened. Then I accept the path, Master. I will confront each test. I will rise. The warrior placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Good. For the road ahead is not gentle. It demands sacrifice, courage, and an unyielding spirit. And above all, it demands truth. A distant drum began to echo from the kingdom, a rhythmic reminder of the life pulsing within. As the morning sun began its slow climb, casting golden light upon the ancient kingdom, Master spoke one Nal thought. Every empire, every ruler, every hero is born of imperfection. The strength of a leader lies not in the absence of AWS, but in the relentless pursuit of virtue, even when the world tempts them to stray. Boy felt a deep clarity settle within him, a sense of purpose anchoring his soul. Master, he said softly, thank you, for guiding me. Master's eyes held a mix of pride and anticipation. This is only the beginning, son. The true test lies ahead. With measured steps, they crossed the threshold into the kingdom, leaving behind the river, the woods, and the tales of sins now etched into child's consciousness. The journey was no longer one of tales but of lived reality. Every moment from this point would challenge him to embody the wisdom imparted, to confront the shadows of his own making. Master remained silent, his mind already calculating the trials, the disguises, and the strategies to shape the boy into a true Chakravartin, a ruler who would lead with wisdom, courage, and a deep understanding of both virtue and vice. As the gates closed behind them, the tale of their saga came to an end, but opened a door into the future, where whispers of coming trials echo in the wind. In the shadows of the kingdom, unseen eyes watched, ancient and calculating. The challenges would not come as grand battles but as subtle deceptions. The child would be tested in disguise, in the mundane and the extraordinary. Warrior Sage's resolve was unshakable. Tomorrow, the true forging begins. And thus, the story of a Boon of 7 Deadly Sins, Part I. The tale ends not with a conclusion, but with a powerful prelude to the next stage of transformation.